Hi, I'm Jessica from Between the Pages Romance Audiobooks, and this is Bruiser, who is being very annoying because he's very happy. He just stole an entire plate of leftovers from the trash, so he's proud of himself. But he and I are here to tell you that you are in for a wonderful treat. You have access now to the full audiobook of Book 2 in the Mystery of the Bryson Family series, Emerging Heiress. Yes, I said Book 2. Book 1, Reluctant Heiress, is not available on YouTube, and it will not be for contractual obligations. However, Book 1 is the ebook is free everywhere ebooks are sold. It's also available in paperback and hardcover, right? Which one did you read? Did you read the paperback? He read the paperback. It's also available on Audible. So if you happen to have a couple of extra credits lying around from Audible, download yourself a copy of the book. If you don't happen to have a couple of extra credits lying around, I have good news for you. I am giving away 10 promo codes to download the book for free from Audible. The first 10 people who email me and say, "Hey Jess, I saw you on YouTube and I'd like to listen to Reluctant Heiress for free," I will send you a promo code. And I'll update the description to let you know when I've given out all the promo codes, so there's no confusion about that. And I'll have my email address below so that you can find me easily and shoot me that email. If you've already read Reluctant Heiress, keep watching this video. If you haven't, be warned, there be spoilers ahead. Thanks for watching and supporting me on my author journey. I really appreciate you. Have a good day.
Emerging Heiress. The Mystery of the Brisand Family. Jessica Jones. Lone Oak Publishing, LLC. Prologue. Despite loathing the place with every fiber of his being, Ulyss continued down the long, sterile hallway. The stark white lights hurt his eyes, though the young pretty nurses compensated for his discomfort. He told himself it was not so bad, and to just imagine he was visiting his lovely Dr. Reynolds at the hospital to discuss their upcoming nuptials. Easier said than done. He kept up the illusion well, forcing himself to ignore the competing smells of excrement and disinfectant lingering in the air. He'd be glad to get out of that vile place. As he passed the last door before the only private room on the floor, a loud crash, followed by what sounded like a growl, drew his attention. He instinctively stepped back just in time to avoid a screaming nurse and the source of the growling. An older man, barely clothed in a hospital gown, dashed in front of Ulyss, screaming for him to get out of the way. He couldn't help wondering how the man avoided catching pneumonia. The man, who was clearly confused, growled and snarled at people to warn them about Koreans coming close and conflicts over the 38th parallel. The old man tried to rush past Ulyss, but Ulyss easily caught him on his second attempt.
Easy now, General.
You've got the enemy on the run. Your staff is here, so why not let them take you to a safer position, perhaps at a higher vantage point, where you can direct the rest of the battle with no more casualties. With a smile, Ulyss smoothly passed the old man over to the two male nurses, who had rushed to the scene once the commotion had begun. One nurse silently thanked Ulyss with a nod of his head and whispered to the confused man as they slowly walked together toward his room. The nurses pretended like Ulyss had, and the one-time soldier went along with it when he realized the enemy did not surround him. He was in control of the battle, and he was determined to keep it that way. Resuming toward his original destination, Ulyss swore to himself it was the last time he would step foot in that wretched building. If the old man wasn't well enough to be in his own home, then he wasn't well enough for meetings of any kind. If he ever received a heart diagnosis like the old man, he would never forgive James Randall, Deacon, and Dulcie if they ever put him in a place like that permanently. He hoped the old man was awake, and wondered if he should have checked with the nurse before he showed up to visit out of the blue. He wouldn't want to surprise him so much that his condition worsened. Euless needed him alive for a while longer, and resolved to make sure his visit was brief and didn't tire him out too much. A pang of melancholy struck him as he thought about how close he was to losing his mentor. The two men had been through many adventures together over the years, and Euless had learned all he knew from his dear friend. Still, he needed the old man to go quickly after he set the climax of the plan into motion. If his heart didn't do the trick soon enough, Euless would have to make other arrangements for that to happen. It wasn't a task he savored, but just like taking out his son Travis, it was a necessary one if he was to succeed. For the sake of the boy's mother, he'd have preferred another way to accomplish the same goal, but alas, there seemed to be no other alternative for either scenario. What was all that commotion in the hallway? It sounded like a pack of wild hyenas. His mentor complained as soon as Euless entered the room. Actually, I think it was a group of banshees this time, old man. I tried to catch one of them, but they can be quite slippery, you know. Euless. Euless, my boy. It's you. I thought it was one of those incompetent nurses coming in here to get more blood or another cup of urine from me. He sneered, breathing deeply and motioning around the room at the medical equipment. Sometimes I think they're out to squeeze me so dry you'll come in here one day and find a mummy lying in this bed instead of me. Well, if your mummy looks as good as you do, I'll make sure you get into the finest museum for your eternal rest, Euless said, as he strode to the bedside tray. He gave a quick grin to the frail old man in bed, then grabbed the water cup and poured it into a pitcher while taking a flask from his jacket pocket. He poured the amber liquid into the cup and passed it to the smiling old gentleman. As Euless poured a drink for himself, the old man sniffed the whiskey appreciatively. Now that's more like it. Jack Daniels, eh? What are we celebrating? Something good, I hope. Oh yes. Several good things. Raising his styrofoam cup in the air in a mock toast, he said, "Here's to our plans finally coming together. It looks as if we'll be able to move on to the next phase soon." Both men took long swigs of their drinks. The old man glanced at Euless appreciatively. "It's been a long time since these fools let me have anything more than a glass of milk or water. I can't wait to get out of this place, and I thank you for this." He held the cup in the air and said, "This is a reminder that I am still a man." As Euless refilled the cup, the old man said, "It's been just as long since you visited me in person. So have a seat, my boy, and tell me, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company and your gift? Start with the bad news." "No bad news. Phase 1 is complete, and I've given orders to enter Phase 2. Everything is working according to plan." The slightest crease appeared between the old man's brows. "Are you sure about that? I understood there were some issues." Euless wanted to throttle him, and wondered if that desire showed in his expression. The curious smile he gave Euless convinced him it did. He'd have to be careful. Even at his advanced age, the old man was still formidable, and had any number of assassins at his beck and call. "Well, there was one issue," Euless said coolly, "but I resolved the problem and eliminated the cause of it." "I see. And how did the boy's mother take the news?" "She's always been a flighty thing. She doesn't know yet, but she won't be a problem." "Well, it certainly seems you've covered all the bases, my boy. Let's have another toast to Phase 2. I should be home by the end of next week, so you can deliver your next update in a much more comfortable setting." Euless nodded and smiled triumphantly at the old man. He would be glad indeed not to have to come back to the nursing home ever again. Chapter 1. Dulcie. "This sucks," I cried out, throwing myself down on the couch and flailing about. No one listened. Deacon rolled his eyes and shot James Randall a glance, who also did everything he could to ignore me. Daddy tried to manage a sympathetic look, but it fell a little flat. I said, "This sucks. I'm not doing this, and you can't make me." Deacon rose and struck like a cobra, slamming his hands down on the coffee table in front of me. "Oh yes you will," he hissed. "And I can make you even if I have to tie you to the bed to keep you here. You're staying. And don't tempt me to do just that. I'd enjoy it too much." He sheepishly glanced at Daddy. "Sorry, Carter." I flipped him off, and he replied with a grin. "Honey, I know you're tired of this, but it's the best option we have right now. Hopefully, you won't be here too long." Bless his heart, Daddy was trying. Still, I was having none of it. Grateful at least to have someone addressing my concerns, I said, "I don't want to do this, Daddy. This is ridiculous. I'm perfectly safe at Ulysses' house. Why can't I stay there?" "Dulcie, you know quite well why you can't stay there," James Randall, who apparently wasn't ignoring me after all, said. "We changed all the alarm codes at the house and even hired extra staff, but Travis still knows the layout of the house and grounds. He can get in undetected. He's the one who practically designed the security system, so no, you're not staying at Dad's right now. You're going to the safe house. At least until we figure out our next move. It won't be forever. It's just a temporary situation." It had been 3 days since my crazy brother Travis escaped from jail. He'd kidnapped me and attempted to exchange my best friend Callie, whom he'd also kidnapped, for Jason, a man I used to think was my friend. But he betrayed me. He and his traitorous sister, Shelby. I had taken her out when she was trying to hurt Deacon. Actually, since Jason was Callie's boyfriend, he'd betrayed her too, much more than he had betrayed me. The men in my life had spent that time scurrying me away from danger, attempting to stay one step ahead of Travis. I was grateful, but I couldn't stop thinking there had to be a way for me to have some semblance of a life while waiting for him to be recaptured. A random thought popped into my head. But doesn't Travis know about the safe house too? I asked what I thought was a valid question, but Deacon rolled his eyes again. "Yes," James Randall said. I think he was trying to sound patient and understanding, but it came across as condescending. I felt tempted to tell him he'd been hanging out with Deacon for too long. He knows we have safe houses, but he doesn't know about this one. I got it yesterday, and the guys spent all morning furnishing it in a way they thought you'd like it. You're staying, and I don't want to hear another word about it." I sighed in exasperation, and Deacon attempted to persuade me. "You know this is the best thing for you to do right now. Until we find him, you have to stay out of sight." He grabbed me by the waist and pulled me close to him. "I'm not taking any chances of losing you right now. I just got you back." "Fine," I whined playfully. I included an eye roll of my own, for good measure. "But you're staying with me, aren't you?" "I'll be here as much as I can, baby. But the best place for me to be is out there looking for that jerk brother of yours." James Randall glanced at Deacon and said, "The other jerk brother." "Right, jerk." He turned toward me. "Dulcie, look. I need Deacon right now. Until we know for certain who was working with Travis, I can only trust Deacon, Charlie, and Dave to be thorough in this search. I'm sorry, but I can't spare him. Can you understand?" Despite understanding, I was still disappointed.
Yes, but I don't have to be happy about it.
"No one is happy about it, honey, but our only purpose is to keep you safe." Daddy stepped forward to separate Deacon and me. Though he was trying to be outwardly encouraging, I knew he still had reservations about us seeing each other. I didn't know why exactly, but I had too many other things going on to attempt to figure that one out too. "We need to find Travis as soon as we can so you can get back to your normal life." "Normal life? What normal life is that? I don't remember the last time I had a normal life. Will that be the normal life of me being chased around by goons or being in my father's prison mansion? Well, at least I'm a good-looking goon, right?" Deacon quipped as he and James Randall exchanged smirks. "You're not helping, son," Daddy said to Deacon. "Look, I know this hasn't been easy for you, honey, but once we find him, you and Deacon can start building that normal life you want. Together." Deacon's arms went around me, and I felt the electricity in his touch. "He's right, Dulcie. You'll see." I promise it will be perfect. Just give us some time and let us do our jobs." James Randall's cell phone rang, and my stomach lurched at the sudden noise. My nerves were so frazzled that I constantly jumped at the slightest things. He glanced at the number and motioned for Deacon to follow him outside. It alarmed me when Deacon's phone rang too. Judging by the looks on their faces as they both barked into their phones as they took off, I was not alone in my concern. It didn't bode well that someone was calling both of them at the same time, and I exchanged a worried glance with Daddy. Something was wrong. While they rushed out, Daddy gently put his hand on my shoulder and my attention came back to him. "Honey, you need to let these boys do what they do. They're good at it, and they both want you to be safe. Right now, just sit back, relax, and..." "Please don't say it." "I will say it, and you'll hear it because it's the right thing. You need to do what they tell you to do, for once." He was right. They all were, though I hated to admit it. Wishing he and Mama hadn't raised me to respect my elders, I nodded. Mama. Just thinking of her tugged at my gut. I still hadn't processed my feelings about her possible betrayal, and I hadn't told a soul other than Callie. I trusted only 2 other people enough to tell. Deacon had so much to deal with, looking out for me and hunting down my evil brother, that I couldn't tell him yet. And Daddy? Well, I couldn't figure out how to tell him that his wife may have somehow been involved in the plot against me. I'd have to address it at some point, but only after I'd come to terms with it myself. The biggest obstacle I faced in talking to either of them was that we were never by ourselves. Ulysses' men were always surrounding us, and I had no intention of discussing it where anyone could overhear. I'd also have to confront her one day, and that thought filled me with dread. I guess you're right. Although, I swear, Daddy, sometimes I wonder if any of it matters anyway. Of course it matters, honey. You've been through so much, and you deserve to be happy. You need a bit more time. That's all. Finally. At least someone was trying to look at things from my perspective. Thank you, Daddy. When I think about this situation with Travis, I get frustrated. I've done nothing to him. I've tried to live a good life. I go to church. I volunteer. I donate to charities. I'm nice to people, even some of Mama's church lady friends, and you know how difficult they can be. But sometimes I think I'd be better off not worrying about other people and taking care of myself. Charity begins at home, they say. I've wondered over the past few months if it even pays to be a nice person. You stop it right now, Dulcie Brisand. This is not how we raised you. You are a good and decent person, and don't you ever doubt that. You don't deserve to be treated this way, honey. Did you ever think you were wrong to raise me that way, Daddy? Maybe I would have been better off if you'd taught me to be ruthless. Then I'd know how to take care of myself and handle a few of these crises on my own without needing you, Deacon, or James Randall to rescue me. I certainly wouldn't need Dulcie Brisand to take care of me. He said nothing for a moment and seemed to be carefully considering his next words. I know this is just anger talking. He hugged me closely. You are a kind, generous, and loving young woman. You do so much for others, especially at school for all those kids. That kindness will come back to you. Believe it. Have a little faith, honey. Something deep inside me snapped. Fear, anger, and frustration I'd felt for months took control of me.
Believe it.
Faith. I'm kinda over it, Daddy. I've been through too much recently to have faith in anything. Nice guys and girls finish last, and I am exhausted. Besides, you certainly have no room to talk here. I was screaming at him for the first time in my life. I couldn't stop myself. Ulysses warned me I might have a dark side to me, courtesy of him and my grandfather, and it appeared to be on full display. The noise compelled Deacon and James Randall to re-enter the house with caution. Daddy glowered at me, a dark shadow in his eyes. His neck was a blotchy red, and the color crept upwards. I'd struck a nerve or offended him, and I couldn't tell which. Exactly what do you mean by that, young lady? There is value in being a good person, and that's how I've tried to live, and that's how I raised you. I'm a Christian, and like people of all faiths, I try to live a moral life. Daddy had never been the type to yell, but he was dangerously close. I was already there. Oh, really? A moral life, huh? Is that why you lied to me for half of my life by telling me I was your daughter? You convinced me you loved me, but all along you were following orders from Ulyss. You're a lackey. A coward. You are the reason I am in this mess. So you don't get to have a say in how I live my life anymore, and you certainly don't get to tell me who I am or what I feel. The room was quiet as all three of the men gawked at me. My mind was reeling, and I couldn't fathom where these emotions were coming from. There was only one thing left for me to do. I stormed out of the room. Not knowing which bedroom was mine in the strange new safe house, I just picked a room, went inside, and slammed the door. I was being childish, but I didn't think I could listen to another one of Daddy's power of positive thinking speeches. I'd have rather eaten dirt. After being by myself for a while, I calmed down a little, though my anger continued to simmer just under the surface. At least it still wasn't exploding all over the people I loved most. The logical part of my brain understood that anger was a secondary emotion, and I tried to pinpoint what was feeding it. There were so many, it was difficult to choose just one. Fear of being hurt again was high on the list. So was worry for my friends, especially Callie. She claimed she was better, but I doubted it. Then there was guilt. That was a big one. I relived the night of the shooting at Kix repeatedly in my head. I'd had nightmares about it, though I said nothing to anyone. Was I experiencing PTSD? All the pain of that night overwhelmed me. And the guilt. Everything I felt from not only my own emotions, but what I knew everyone else must have felt as well. Fear. Worry. Anger. They were all there, threatening to erupt. I remembered Terry after being shot during the attack at Mama and Daddy's house after everyone left the bar. I wanted to help him, but he'd already passed by the time I got to him. He was a good guy, and the injustice of it all infuriated me. There were so many other things besides that one night at Kix. Like the brutality Callie had suffered, for one thing. Deacon almost passed. Ulyss's wife had passed. So had innocent people in Dulsan prior to the attack at Kix. I could visualize every emotion in my mind. In colors. Mostly red. And black. I stayed in the strange bedroom, trying to gather my strength. I knew I should apologize to Daddy. And probably Deacon and James Randall too. It was the last thing my pride wanted me to do, but I steeled myself regardless. After several deep breaths, I was ready to return and face Daddy's wrath. He never allowed temper tantrums when I was growing up, and I was unsure how he'd react to seeing me after I'd been so disrespectful. I didn't get the chance to find out. Much to my disappointment, he was gone when I returned. Neither Deacon nor James Randall spoke to me at first. They barely even looked at me. I finally asked Deacon, "Where's Daddy?" "Not here," was his reply. He picked up his backpack and walked out the front door. Great. He was angry with me, too. I glanced at James Randall for support, but he was pretending to count the number of stripes on the wallpaper. His phone soon rang and he left the room to take the call. It seemed a bit too convenient, and I wondered if he had some kind of app on his phone that would call him when he needed to be rescued from some awkward social situation. I looked around for another soul but saw no one else. I wasn't alone, because with all the extra security guards, I was never alone. But it sure felt like I was. All alone in a house full of people. That was becoming a habit for me. Chapter 2. Deacon. I'd expected him to be long gone, but I found Carter sitting in his truck, still parked in the driveway. I stood for a moment at his open window, and without acknowledging my approach, he said, "Bet you're wondering why my wife and I ever taught that girl how to talk." I chuckled. Well, I suppose if you hadn't, she'd have spent her life making inappropriate and graphic gestures at people. Some of those might have gotten her into real trouble with small-town obscenity laws. And she gets into enough trouble already without having to deal with that, so you really had no choice. Carter shook his head as he grinned. Ah heck, son. She gets that temper from her mother, I suppose. He paused and glanced at me as if making sure I understood which mother he meant. I did. I don't know how much you remember about Ellie, but she could explode sometimes just as fiery as that red head of hers. I turned my head to him with a slight grin of my own. She kept her cool with us kids mostly, but I remember a few times she didn't. The grin turned into a wide smile. Whenever JR and I would irritate Travis, which was nearly every day, he'd chase us through the house, and he liked to throw things at us. We knocked over more than a few tables, and I thought I saw Ellie's head spin around a couple of times. You know how boys are. I remember when I was a boy, so yeah. I can imagine that the three of you must have driven her nuts. She loved you like you were one of her own, you know. She'd be really proud of you if she could see you now, son. It surprised me that a lump in my throat appeared. Was I emotional because it meant so much that she would have been proud of me, or was it the idea that Carter thought so? I wanted his approval for Dulcie's sake. My words caught in that lump, and JR appeared at the door before I got the chance to say anything. Hey you two yahoos. You'd better come in. I have some news. Oh. He didn't look happy, did he? Carter asked as JR turned back toward the house. Nope. And for him to refer to you as a yahoo, he's not thinking clearly. It must be bad. Only one way to find out why, though. After you, sir. Dulcie was shaking her head when Carter and I returned to the house. JR's face was red, and he indeed did not look happy. You've got to be kidding me, right? Dulcie was asking JR. First you insist I come here, and now you're telling me I have to leave. Unbelievable. Make up your mind. What's she talking about, James Randall? Why would she be leaving? Carter asked. I've had a report of a couple of guys who look an awful lot like Ace and Cutter hanging around outside of town. This site may be blown. Crap. Now what do we do? I asked, frustrated enough that I wanted to throw the vase of flowers from the table in front of me against the wall. I think we need to move her. I have a call in to Dad, but I wanted to see what you two think. JR replied without looking at Dulcie. What about me? Do you want to know what I think? Dulcie had been pacing, but she stopped to ask her questions. No. JR and I answered simultaneously. She was about to say more, but Carter stopped her. Honey, for once hush and let us think for a minute, please. Whatever she thought Carter would say to her, she was not expecting that. Her entire countenance changed. She went from an angry, screaming grown-up to a child whose dad took away her candy. James Randall, do you really think she needs to leave? Yes, sir. I do. If it turns out to be Ace and Cutter, we know Buck isn't far behind. And we know Buck worked for Travis in the massacre at Kix. If they're still working for Travis, we have no choice. Dulcie isn't safe. And yes, Dulcie, we do want to know what you think, but we all have to weigh in. It can't be one person's decision. Travis is smart, so we have to be smarter, and we still don't know his endgame. JR looked each of us in the eye as he spoke. No one said a word for a few intense moments. I thought I had a pretty good handle on Travis's endgame. He wanted Dulcie gone. We just didn't know why. Where would I go if I leave here? She asked quietly. Without hesitation, Carter said, You'll come home to Dulsan. I'll look after you myself. It might be a good idea if Callie and Darby came along too. I would think they're not safe with Travis on the loose either. I'm not sure any of us will be safe until he's found. JR added. We all pondered Carter's plan until JR's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he said, It's Dad. I'll tell him what we're thinking. Chapter 3. Euless. My first reaction to the proposed change in location for Dulcie was anger. It meant Travis's foolish underlings had been reckless. They'd allowed themselves to be seen, and James Randall was much more astute than Travis had ever been. My younger son would never have permitted such negligence, and once again, I was glad Travis was out of the picture permanently. Even in his absence, his incompetence still caused problems. I blamed myself for not insisting he find other employees. After all, how much confidence can a person have in men named Buck, Cutter, and Ace? I'd been told that these were their given names, but I found that to be highly suspect. What do you want us to do, boss? I had nearly forgotten Charlie was there, until he spoke. I told James Randall I agreed with taking Dulcie, Callie, and Darby to Dulsan. They'll stay with Carter. It's not ideal, but at least Willa can monitor them. And what about those idiots? Charlie asked. Dave would love to settle the score with Buck and his men. You'll remember his friend Brad. We lost him when those fools attacked Dulcie at Carter and Willa's home, when she was there after the incident with Shelby and Deacon. They made Dave angry about it. He liked the guy, and he's asked me several times when he can get his vengeance. Hold off on taking any other action right now. I may have a task for the Three Stooges soon, but tell Dave not to worry. He'll have his satisfaction. I give you my word. You go on ahead with the plan already in place. The change in her location won't impede that. You got it. With a nod of his head, Charlie left me to formulate the changes in the rest of the plan. Listening to a voicemail I'd received earlier in the day, I discovered they had released the old man from the hospital. I made a mental note to check in with him once he had settled in at home. I was determined to stick to my plan and was counting on his health holding up until the right time. Since I'd been planning the mission for so long, I would see it to fruition. No other outcome was acceptable. Chapter 4. Dulcie. I rode to Dulsan with Deacon, and despite our earlier spat, I was glad to spend time with him before he left again to look for Travis. I treasured our time together, especially the long ride, when we could talk without interruption. James Randall was texting Deacon, and I was helping by reading the messages and sending replies. It was a pleasant distraction to clear my head before I opened the can of worms that I was about to set loose. It helped me gather my thoughts and consider exactly what I wanted to say to him. When the texting barrage finally ended, an uneasy silence fell between us. I was certain the task of finding Travis before he struck again preoccupied Deacon. It was, however, time to broach the subject I'd been avoiding. So, Deacon, we need to talk. Oh. Are you breaking up with me? He glanced sideways in my direction and winked. No, you fool. Though you drive me mad, you're not shaking me off that easily. Sometimes when he looked at me, I could barely catch my breath. He was beautiful. And he was mine. I've meant to talk to you about this for a while, but it's just so confusing. I don't know what to make of it, but I think you're the only one I can trust about this. Well, you and Daddy, though I'm not ready to tell him about it yet. Slow down, babe. Sounds serious. What is it? I don't think we can trust Mama. He turned to me again, but with a furrowed brow and no smile. What do you mean? Did something happen? When Travis was holding me captive, I hesitated to tell him anything else. Despite all the time I'd had to examine the events, my stomach lurched as I still tried to come to terms with my mother betraying me. I struggled to find the right words to tell him what needed to be said. A grimace crossed his face, but he reached for my hand, which trembled as he gripped it. I was terrified I would never see you again. He brought my hand to his lips and placed a gentle kiss on my folded fingers. I held it firmly, certain he could feel the tremors. But what does that have to do with your mother? I think she was involved somehow. You mean involved in another way than being kidnapped herself? Yes. She was never in any real danger. At least, I don't believe she was. I think she was part of the plot in taking me. I think my own mother was involved in trying to hurt me. Dulcie, why do you think your sweet little mother is somehow involved in a plot against you? I need you to start at the beginning and tell me everything. Don't leave anything out. I have a picture I need you to see. I think it proves Mama isn't trustworthy. Daddy sent it to me, along with a gun. The gun I used on Shelby. He hid them inside a hollowed-out book I stuffed in my purse and didn't realize what was inside. He listened intently as I told him more of my suspicions about her. It was too convenient that Travis took her too, when neither Daddy nor I knew she was in Nashville. I thought she was in Dulsan, and she told Daddy she was going on a church retreat. She's barely looked me in the eye since then. I couldn't tell if he believed me or not. He drove and listened carefully until I finished my tale. We both sat in silence for what seemed like an eternity. I had to tell him the rest. What my real suspicions were. You're sure it's a picture of Travis and Willa together? It's not photoshopped, is it?
Positive.
It's not a digital image. Actually, it's a Polaroid, and not one of the new kinds like Christina has. It's like what you'd see in your grandmother's photo albums. I don't have a grandmother. He was the most annoying person I think I'd ever known. Annoying in a sexy sort of way. Oh, come on, Deacon. Work with me a little here, please. I'm sorry, baby, but I don't have a grandmother. And neither do you, I might add. I do, however, know what kinds of pictures you're talking about. I've seen them on TV. Where have you seen them in photo albums? Callie's aunt's house. We used to spend time there when we were kids. But we're getting off topic here. The point is, it was definitely a picture of Mama and Travis. So, you're telling me Carter sent you a picture of his wife with Travis from years ago?
And a gun? Yeah. What do you think it means?
My breath caught in the back of my throat, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to say the words aloud. Only the reassurance of another squeeze of Deacon's hand gave me the courage to continue. Well, you remember how she was always doting on him when we first came to Nashville after Kicks, don't you? I didn't wait for him to answer. Even he responded favorably to her, more so than he responded to me, and I'm his sister.
So, what are you thinking?
That they knew each other before we brought y'all there. I know this sounds crazy and I don't have proof, but I think she's his mother. As soon as the words left my mouth, Deacon slammed on the brakes, swerving off the road, narrowly avoiding another car. The truck jerked to a stop, and I almost hit my head on the window. His mother. That's not possible. Travis's mother passed away before Euless married your mother. Before JR was born. Your mother was raising Travis as her own. I know that's what everyone thought anyway. What if that's not true? What if she really is his mother? That would explain his hatred toward me. He was silent for a moment, apparently still processing the new information. You think he hates you because your mother replaced his? If that's true, he'd hate JR too. He hasn't tried to hurt him, as far as I know. Maybe he couldn't bring himself to hurt James Randall because you all grew up together. I was basically a stranger to him. I was expendable. I don't know, Dulcie. That's a little far-fetched, don't you think? Well, I certainly don't think it's normal. But none of this is normal, Deacon. None of it. I know it makes little sense. With this family, Dulcie, making sense doesn't really matter. Nothing surprises me anymore. Where is the picture now? Lifting my purse a few inches, I said, in here. I always have it with me. Both it and the letter from my mother I found all those years ago. I was afraid for anyone else to find it, so I didn't want to leave it lying around. I'd like to see it. I dug into my bag, removing the picture. I gave it to him and scrutinized his expression. He knew I was right. The resemblance was just too similar.
What did Carter say about it?
I haven't had a chance to talk with him about it yet. He jerked his head around and looked at me as if I just told him the sky was green. You haven't talked to Carter about this? I shook my head. We sat in silence for a few minutes as we were both struggling to understand what was happening. It suddenly struck me how relieved I was to finally be able to talk to him about it. I could have talked to Callie, but I thought she probably had enough to deal with and didn't need me carrying on about it. Finally, he nodded, put the truck in gear, and we returned to the road. He reached for my hand. "We'll figure this out, okay? No matter what, you and I are in this together. I'm not going anywhere. Tell me you believe that." "Yeah, I do," I said. And I did believe him. "I know you have my back no matter what happens, and I am so grateful for that." He smiled that devilish smile that I loved so much as he brought my hand to his lips for a gentle kiss, and then squeezed it hard again. "Well, once we get you settled, I'm hoping you're willing to show me exactly how grateful you are. You'd be a scoundrel if you weren't such a gentleman, do you know that?" I may have been called a scoundrel before, but it's been a while. Not sure if the word gentleman applies. His smile made goosebumps appear on my flesh. "But darlin', you have no idea what a scoundrel I can be. Don't you worry though, I have plans to show you as soon as I can. We just have to get our timing right. We haven't had much luck with that, have we, Deacon? I can't wait for it to change. I want you to find Travis, so I don't have to worry about him anymore, and we can move on with our lives." "I want that too, baby. The problem, though, is finding Travis may not be enough for this to be over. You understand that, right? We have to find who he's working for, or none of it matters. I won't rest until you are safe. You have my word on that." I touched the back of his neck and felt him shudder beneath my fingers. "Deacon, I want to be safe too, but I have to wonder. What happens if you never find Travis? Or if you do find him, what if you can't determine who's calling the shots? Are we supposed to wait forever? Are we never allowed to be happy just because of that guy? Dulcie, honey, I don't know what the future holds, but I know I will keep you safe." He winked and gave me a side-eyed glance. I knew everything he said was true, but I was still terrified. Chapter 5. Dulcie. We caught up with the rest of the caravan and kept going until we were just outside of Dulsan city limits. While Deacon and I drove on to Mama and Daddy's house, Callie and Darby were heading directly to their new safe house. Daddy had wanted them to come with us, but James Randall said he thought having us all together would be too much of an easy target. He preferred separating us, which in turn would separate anyone who may be after us. We were guinea pigs in a science experiment, and he was eager to document the results. Like he was thinking, let's see if reducing the number of victims in one location would minimize the risk to Dulcie and her friends. I was so ready to find that normal life Daddy and I had argued about. James Randall initially suggested for us to be in 3 separate locations, but Callie and Darby outright refused to go along with that. Good for them, I thought. I wished he'd given me the option to refuse. I would have refused all of it in favor of going back to my own house. My guilt about Darby and Callie being pulled away from their lives yet again wouldn't go away. I wanted the ordeal to be over quickly, so I didn't complain when Deacon had to return to Nashville with James Randall, though I was sorry to see him go, and I knew I'd miss him terribly. The sooner they found him, the sooner the rest of us could get back to normal. Whatever that was. Before Deacon left, he informed the new guard he positioned to stay right beside me what would happen to him if he let me out of his sight. Then he instructed me to sit there and stay out of trouble. I hugged him tightly before he left, praying for the day I'd never have to let him go again. Daddy went to the garage to finish some work on a car, and then stopped by the church to check in with Mama. No one had told her I was coming home, and I wondered if that was because Daddy didn't trust her. Since he sent me the picture of Mama and Travis, I'd felt Daddy pull away from me, as if he wanted to keep our distance so he wouldn't have to have that discussion with me. I'd spent so much time in hiding, I'd streamed every movie and TV show that interested me. Some more than once. Euless declared it safe to reveal our existence to the world after Travis got arrested. Callie, Darby, and I were ecstatic. We could finally go back to somewhat normality. Callie and Darby could return to their families and jobs. I knew I couldn't teach again, at least not until they discovered who was behind the plan to hurt me, but I could go back to my house. Or that's what we'd hoped before Travis escaped and we returned to captivity. Although we were free to roam Nashville with an escort or 3, none of us had made it back to Dulsan before it started all over again. Tired of scrolling through channels of all the shows I'd seen, I couldn't take it anymore. I got antsy and fought the urge to go find out what was happening in town. I resented still being under strict orders to stay away from everyone I knew, and I was certain that if I could simply go to my own house and rest for a while, I'd have a completely new outlook on life. I missed my house, as I'd not been there since before the massacre at Kix. While I was in Dulsan when Deacon was in a coma, my house was off limits for me. We couldn't take the chance of anyone seeing me, since the whole town thought I had passed away. It ticked me off because all those things I'd hoped and planned to do were put on hold again. When I first came to Nashville, everyone forced me to stay inside Ulysses' house because they thought I'd be safer that way. Little did anyone know that I was cooped up in there with a person who was trying to hurt me. Because I couldn't get out and explore, I was unfamiliar with the city. That disappointed me, as I'd always wanted to visit there, especially when I was a little girl. I'd heard of Daddy's Nashville relatives, and I was curious to know more about them. I heard of different parts of town by watching the news or listening to others. I could picture the streets, buildings, and people in my mind. That wasn't the case with Dulsan. I knew every inch of that town so well I could have found my way around blindfolded. Sitting around all afternoon was proving more difficult than I'd thought. I couldn't do it, though I knew Deacon would be furious if he found out. I refused to stay there any longer. I waited for the new guard, Clancy, to go to the bathroom. I'd struck up a conversation with him and discovered that he was missing his girlfriend. A quick suggestion from me that he call her was all it took for me to have what I'd hoped would be at least half an hour to myself, although I didn't think I would need that much time for what I had planned. I borrowed the keys to Daddy's old farm truck. Daddy had always been a creature of habit, so I knew right where they'd be hanging. My house was too far to walk, and I wanted to be sensible. If I got into trouble, at least I'd have a way home. As I snuck out to the back of the house, I made a mental note to remind myself to find out if Clancy was his first or last name. I worried I wouldn't have enough time before Clancy finished with his phone call. That old truck always took time to start, but I figured out the trick to get her going years before. If the same procedure worked, I'd be home free. First, I turned off the radio and the air conditioning. Neither of them worked anymore anyway. I never understood why Daddy didn't replace them. He always left them turned on, all the way up, because he didn't want anyone doing exactly what I was doing. Stealing it. He said the harder he made it for thieves, the less likely they'd even try. I was no ordinary thief, though. Second, I made sure the emergency brake was engaged. I pressed down on the clutch and the brake pedals at the same time, remembering to punch hard on the brake. When I was a kid, I practically had to stand up on the darned thing. I pumped it a couple of times and released both pedals. It was then and only then, I put the key in the ignition and said a quick prayer that she'd start. She did. That process only had to be followed if the truck had been sitting for a while. Once started, she ran like a dream. Some things never changed. I still had to stand up on the clutch while shifting gears. I vividly recalled the day when I was a kid and astonished Daddy that I knew how to start the old battle axe. He thought I hadn't been paying attention. That was the day he began teaching me to drive. He said if I learned to drive that old thing, I could drive anything, and that's what he wanted for me. He wanted me to be comfortable and confident in any situation. I had to learn to take care of myself and not expect anyone else to rescue me. Perhaps he feared even then that one day someone would come after me, and I would need to take care of myself. Funny, after all that training and teaching, I'd spent most of the last year being rescued and taken care of by others. It thrilled Daddy when I picked up driving so easily. He said even though I was too young to get my license, he wanted me to know how to drive just in case of an emergency. I always felt a tad guilty about accepting his praise though. Because what Daddy didn't know was that I'd been sneaking off to see my boyfriend Chris for weeks and had needed the old truck to get to the lake where we used to meet. I was 14 years old and that boy was my first kiss. It was magnificent. By the time Daddy thought he taught me to drive, I'd already become an expert. I was tall enough to reach the pedals, and Chris supplied sufficient motivation to learn on my own. During my driving lessons, I pretended to be nervous and unsure about what I was doing. I also made sure I asked him lots of questions and faked a few near misses so he wouldn't catch on to me. I thought about that time in my life as I drove to my house in that same old farm truck. When did things get so complicated? I used to blame it on the day I found out who my parents were, but since then I'd learned much more about the story, and I wasn't so sure anymore. At some point, I decided it was probably the day I lost my mother, Ellie. That's when things took a rough turn. Years later, speaking that name still felt strange. I wondered if I'd ever be comfortable with all I'd learned about my family over the years. By the time I got to my house, I was exhausted and didn't want to think anymore. I wanted to be inside with my books, my clothes, and my furniture. My stuff. Daddy had recruited some neighborhood kids to keep the lawn mowed, and they'd done a respectable job. It wasn't quite the way I would have done it, but at least the yard appeared somewhat maintained. I sighed at the sight of my poor flowers, bushes, and other landscaping. They, in contrast, had not fared as well as the lawn. Someone had hacked most of them down along with the grass, instead of tending the beds properly. I supposed I couldn't complain. Most of what they had cut down were perennials, and I knew they'd be fine the next year. There were none of my colorful annuals to decorate the place, but they wouldn't have survived the indiscriminate lawn cutting anyway. I was so focused on the neglected portions of the landscape that I failed to notice movement from behind the shed until it was nearly too late. Fortunately, I was still close enough to the truck to grab the crowbar I knew Daddy kept under the seat on the driver's side. I took a deep breath and called out into the silence. Just to let you know, I'm armed. What do you want here? Nothing. No response. I know you're behind the shed. Come on out. I don't want any trouble, but remember, I'm armed. 3 people emerged from behind the shed, a diminutive woman, scarcely 5 feet tall, flanked by 2 colossal burly men. All of them wore suits. We don't want any trouble either, Dulcie, the woman said.
We're here to check on you.
See what you've been up to. They were all carrying guns underneath the jackets they wore. Her accent wasn't southern, and I considered pointing out to them it was the beginning of summer, and they looked like they were going to melt. Guns were unnecessary, as the 3 of them together looked like a terrifying bunch. Although the woman was small, she was muscular. She had a hard and cold look about her. Despite my height advantage, I knew she would best me in a fight. With my long legs, though, I could have easily outrun her, but I wouldn't have eluded her companions. I tightened my grip on the crowbar I still held at my side. The open door of the truck blocked their view of it, so they didn't know the weapon I held was not a gun. I don't know you. There's no reason for you to be checking up on me. So why don't you move on, and there won't be any reason for me to get angry. Well, the woman said with a side grin, we won't be staying long.
We only want to see how you've been.
Why is that any of your business? Who are you? She took a step toward me, but I snarled, that's far enough, lady. You and your goons can go back to whatever hole you crawled out of and leave me alone. Now, Dulcie, that's no way for a schoolteacher to talk. What kind of example are you setting for your students? Former students. In case you haven't heard, I had a little trouble some time back, and I'm not a teacher any longer. The youngest retiree in the county. I don't need to teach, since my father is taking excellent care of me. He's a pretty tough guy, in case you don't know. He won't be happy to hear people were bothering me, or trespassing on my property. Perhaps I should call him now, and see what he says about you being here. Yeah, we know who your father is. And I told you, we aren't staying long. All we wanted was to visit with you. Lay eyes on you. Now that we have, we'll be on our way. You can tell your dad we said hello, though. I don't think I caught your names. Just tell him some friends stopped by. We'll see you again soon, Dulcie. From the other side of the house, I heard a car engine turn over, which caught me off guard, as I didn't know anyone else was there besides those three. But I should have. I should have been more careful. More observant. Used my head. It hadn't occurred to me that there would be a car nearby, but of course, they needed one. How else did they get to my home? I was making mistakes, and that could be tragic. The car crept around the drive and stopped behind the two burly men. They and the woman got into the car, which was driven by yet a third big burly man, and drove away. The men never turned their heads or said a word, but the woman waved to me as they passed by. I stood strong while the car was still in view, though my knees shook and my heart raced. Relief overwhelmed me as I exhaled and let the crowbar fall to the ground. I was in over my head and knew it. I needed help, so I called the one person in the world who wouldn't pass judgment on me and would help, no matter what. Having just arrived in Dulsan, Charlie was supposed to meet me at Daddy's house. When I told him what had happened, he promised he'd pick me up in just a few minutes. Grateful no one saw me, especially the strangers I'd tried so hard to intimidate just a few minutes before, I crouched on the ground and cried until he got there. Chapter 6. Deacon. And she's sure that was all this woman said? That they were there to check on her? It doesn't make any sense. I roared toward my phone propped up in the cup holder. Dulcie said the conversation was short, Charlie said on the other end of the line. And she swore she told me word for word what they discussed. She has no idea who they were, or what any of it meant. My mind raced, trying to think of any known associates or enemies who matched the description Dulcie provided.
Any idea what they wanted, Charlie?
Not a clue. I'm not aware of any recent problems with the boss. And the way Dulcie described them, 3 huge guys and 1 tiny woman. Well, I don't know anyone who employs them. Where is she now? Let me talk to her. I grew more concerned when he hesitated. She was pretty shaken up, Deacon. It rattled her. She knew she was careless and allowed them to get close to her. I gave her a couple of shots of whiskey, and she went right to sleep. That girl usually handles her liquor much better than that, so she must have needed to rest. Will you? Of course. I'll have her call you as soon as she wakes up, kiddo. Don't worry. I'll look after her. I know you will, Charlie. Thank you. What would we all do without you? He started to answer, but I cut him off with another question. Have you told Euless? No, not yet, and I haven't told Carter either. Wanted to talk to you first. I didn't want either of them going all daddy-like on her until she'd calmed down and was more like herself, to at least give her a fighting chance in being able to defend herself against those two. I know what I'd want to do to her if she were my kid, and she gave me a scare like this. She's shaken up, but she also feels stupid. That's also the reason I waited until she was resting before I called you. I know you'll want to throttle her too. Darn straight I do. But it can wait. You tell Euless and I'll call Carter now. I want him to be on the lookout for this crew in Dulsan. Let me know if Euless wants me to do anything. Being stuck on the road to Nashville to meet with JR, I'd never felt more helpless in my life than I did when I hung up that phone. Chapter 7. Carter. Why didn't I lock that girl in the shed to make sure she'd stay put? An extended silence hung over the phone line. I heard a sigh and then a voice said, "You're not supposed to call me on this line unless it's important." This is important, I said, louder than I'd intended. Locking her in the shed wouldn't have done any good anyway. As stubborn as that girl is, she'd figure out a way to get out and run off to do something stupid. Another trait she inherited from her mother. I don't know about that. Some of that could have come from Euless. So, did you call me unsolicited to discuss genetics? Did you send your people to contact her? Another hesitation. I didn't authorize it, but yes, they were our people. Who did authorize it? I was trying hard not to lose my cool.
You know exactly who?
Why on earth? I could hear cars whizzing by in the background. Sirens too. making it harder to hear. The others thought it was time. They're becoming more impatient every day, Carter. I've tried to hold them off, but I don't know how much longer they'll listen to me. They'll listen to you if you mean it. Exactly how hard did you try to hold them off on this? And why wasn't I told about it? Carter, please be reasonable. We're not the only ones at risk if this falls apart. There are people here who've worked on this as long as you have. As long as I have. We're not in control of this. They're the ones calling the shots, and all we can do is what we're ordered to do. That's what it will take to get this job done. It will be over soon. Don't talk to me like I'm a child. I know what's at stake, and I won't throw a tantrum when I don't get my way. I simply wish you had told me what was happening, so I could have been ready. You're right. I should have told you. And you're right also about me sounding a little condescending. I'm sorry for all of it. Sometimes this job gets to me too. I know. Sorry I unloaded on you. How did you find out? Did she call you? I chuckled. No, Deacon did. She knew I wouldn't have approved of her sneaking off, so she called Charlie. Thought he'd go a little easier on her. He told Deacon, so of course he's upset now. I understand Dulcie's so shaken. Charlie gave her a couple of drinks and she had to go lie down. Well, that's unfortunate. You know that was not the intent of the visit. Unfortunate. Really? And what was the intent? Seems to me like it was a pretty gutsy move that could have backfired in our faces. The intent was, Carter, to see if she exhibited any signs she might not be as loyal as she appears to be. You know, we eventually have to find out if she'd ever consider betraying Euless. That means making contact and putting a little pressure on her. Learning her propensity for betrayal is key to the entire plan. Everything hinges on that. Yes, I know. Eventually seems to me to be the important word here. We're nowhere near ready to set that plan into place. So why risk it now when we're so far off? Another siren blared, closer that time, resulting in a longer pause in the conversation. I'm not sure if I have convinced the others of that. They're hoping we might move up the timeline. They told me, you know, we have been working on this for years. It may be time to test the waters, don't you think? I told them absolutely not, but they didn't listen. So you're saying they went rogue? I don't believe that. No, I'm saying they think we're the ones who've gone rogue. Carter, I'm on your side. I know she's not going to open up to people she doesn't know or trust, and they're of the opinion that it's time to set up those relationships. They're convinced we're running out of time. Give me time to work through this on my end. Things are about to get very interesting, and we need to focus. I think something's happening within Euless's organization that makes the others think we're within striking distance. Shocked, I asked, what do you think it is? Do you think it's because Travis disappeared? I'm not sure yet. It could be an issue with the old man. He's ancient, you know. I'm working on it. Trust me on this. You're the only one I do trust, I said. Fine. I'll keep quiet and see what happens. Great. Thank you very much. Listen, I have to go now, but call me on the other phone in a couple of days. I hope I'll have good news for you then. Will do, I said and hung up the phone. I knew things were bad, but I had a feeling they were about to get so much worse. Chapter 8. Deacon. JR sold all the properties he used for safe houses and bought new ones after we learned Travis had escaped, as he'd known about them all. He had to do it again after someone spotted Ace and Cutter near the new ones he'd just bought. I scheduled a ride-share car to pick me up from the diner after lunch, wondering if he'd have to find out if the third time really was the charm. I needed to check another house, but since they knew my truck, I couldn't take it to the new location. While waiting for the driver, I pulled up the image on my phone that Dave sent to me. Cutter's stupid face appeared on the screen, and he was hanging out at one of the brand new safe houses. Crap. They'd been there. I didn't know how, but somehow Buck and his idiots had been there. We'd hoped to find something reliable so we could move Dulcie away from Carter's. I wanted her closer to Nashville so I could watch her closely, especially after she snuck off to her house and ran into that woman and the 3 goons. The only positive spin I could put on it was if the mysterious woman was a threat, at least she was out in the open instead of hiding in the shadows. Still, I didn't like it. At all. If being chatty with their passengers was in the job description of rideshare drivers, the guy the first had was well qualified. I silenced him by lifting my finger to my lips and leaning back so he could see my gun in the holster. The ride was peaceful after that. I paid the driver extra to take a longer route and drive past our destination to make sure we were not being followed. I'd even put the wrong address in the app when I placed the order for the car. Once I was confident it was safe, I gave him the correct address and promised him a hefty tip to keep his mouth shut if anyone asked about me. I also promised him I knew where he lived and would come after him if he said anything to anyone. I could talk nonsense with the best of them, though I knew I could probably track him down if it came down to it. Not long after the driver dropped me off, I spotted Ace walking around the perimeter of the house. He didn't see me, as I was hiding in the yard of the neighboring house. We owned that one too, but I didn't think he knew that, as he didn't seem interested in checking out any of the other ones. We owned several houses on that street, and because of those fools showing up, none of them was safe any longer, and I dreaded telling JR he'd have to get rid of them all. Again. I considered jumping him to find out how he knew where to look, but I thought it would be best to have someone follow him. I had one of my guys posted down the street so he could tail him when Ace left. The dang fool never seemed to know he was being followed, and I planned to use his ignorance to our advantage. I went inside to call JR, and he volunteered to pick me up. I considered hiring another car, but I didn't want to risk getting another chatty one. Besides, since I knew for certain Ace had been there, I didn't want to put another innocent person in danger in case someone was watching me. So I took JR up on his offer. JR hit me with a barrage of questions as soon as he got there. Yeah, JR, I'm sure it was Ace. Even if I hadn't seen him, I would have smelled him from a mile away. It was definitely him. I wished we'd stayed at the house to talk so I could pace the floor. I always did my best thinking while moving around. How do you think he found it? I was careful not to use the same people in any of the transactions. All new realtors, banks, title companies, new aliases, everything. There's no way Travis could have found it through any of my sources. You don't think we have a leak, do you? I have no idea, but that's a real possibility at this point. Just too many breaches to explain them away as coincidences. There's no way we can move Callie or Darby to any of those new locations. Do you think it's safe for them to stay at Dad's? JR asked, but I thought he was thinking out loud more than asking for my opinion. He did that sometimes, and I wasn't always clear on when he wanted a response from me. He jerked his head around and looked at me like I was an idiot, so I assumed he wanted an answer. I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Ulysses' new security guy is still trying to lock the place down like a fortress. It may take a couple more days. The only thing I know to do is to send them to Carter's with Dulcie. I know you wanted to keep them apart, but at least there'd be safety in numbers. We could send another couple of guys there to help with security. Carter won't let anything happen to Dulcie, and Dulcie won't let anything happen to Callie. Make the call to Carter. My gut wrenched at his instruction. I tried to limit my contact with Carter since Dulcie showed me the picture of Willa and Travis and told me her suspicions. There were a couple of times I'd called him, but I thought it was necessary. I felt awful keeping the secret from JR, but Dulcie asked me to give her time to discuss it with Carter, and I agreed, if it didn't go on forever. I told her I'd give her just a couple more days. It was important for JR to know about his own brother. I shook my head. Why me? He likes you.
Yeah, but you're the one dating his daughter.
Throwing my hands up in frustration, I said, which is why he doesn't like me all the time. He knows what I want to do to his daughter. Dude. Remember, she's still my sister.
Okay.
Well, have I told you lately what I want to do to your sister? Forget you, Deacon. You're calling Carter. I gave up. Fine, but you're telling Dulcie. No way, man. She's your girlfriend, and she's going to be angry. And she's just as scary as Dad or Carter when she is. Just like Mom. Nope, son, she's your problem, not mine. What do you think about this? How about you just tell her she, Callie, and Darby are staying at Carter's until further notice, and that's just the way it's going to be. We don't need any arguments from her. Like I said, dude. Nope. I like my head where it is. Do you have any other smart aleck things to say? If all these new safe houses I just bought aren't secrets any longer, we can't use them, so now I have to get rid of them again. The realtor will surely think I'm nuts for selling again so soon after buying them, but he ought to love me with all the commissions he's gonna make this week. Good luck with that. Fine. I'll tell her, but I'm not wasting any of my guys to deliver Callie and Darby to Carter. You send yours. Telling Carter is going to be easier than telling Dulcie. Chapter 9. Dulcie. I was furious when two of James Randall's men dropped off Callie and Darby at Mama and Daddy's house the next morning. No one bothered to tell me what was going on, and it surprised me when my friends just showed up at the door. After running into that woman and her 3 goons at my house the day before, I was in no mood for more surprises. My brother tried to appease me by buying Darby a new truck. Jerk. 2 of James Randall's guys followed Callie and Darby, and she told me Darby was having so much fun that he tried to run off and leave them. Callie, bless her, was just happy to be back in Dulsan. I vented my fury to James Randall's guys, and they left not long after I started in on them. I intended to apologize later for my unjustified berating of them, when I should have directed it toward Deacon and James Randall. But neither of them had guts enough to face me. Cowards. If they thought I would let that slide, they had another thing coming. I'd found it more and more difficult to move past my anger. My bad attitude was becoming a permanent situation, and I really didn't like that side of myself. I wondered for the umpteenth time how much of that came from Euless or from Ellie. Or was I the problem? Spending time with Callie, which normally was one of my favorite things to do, just wasn't doing much to lighten my mood. I didn't mind Callie and Darby staying with me. In fact, I was looking forward to being able to relax with my best friend in the world. The problem, as I saw it, was twofold. First, I wasn't sure if Daddy would want to take on responsibility for my 2 friends, even with the extra men James Randall and Deacon sent to help. It stressed him enough having to deal with me, and I didn't want it to be too much for him. He was still avoiding me. Every time I approached him to talk about the picture, he made an excuse to leave. Of course, the second problem I was having was I didn't trust Mama. Not knowing what she was up to was driving me crazy, and I couldn't take the chance with Callie and Darby's lives. If she colluded with Travis, as I suspected, I'd have to watch her closely. I believed I'd feel better after I came clean to Daddy, but since he was making it difficult to do that, the fear wasn't likely to go away anytime soon. Maybe the next day. Maybe never. Neither of my concerns had any bearing. Callie and Darby were already there, unpacking their bags. Daddy would have a conniption if he thought they were staying in the same room, so I warned them off about that. They came downstairs to the kitchen after taking time to settle in. Callie would stay in my room with me, and Darby would take the guest room. He looked uncomfortable and wouldn't stop messing with his shirt collar. Callie just looked tired. Her head was listing to one side, and I worried she might fall asleep standing up. Hoping to lighten their mood, I said, "Hey, I have an idea. I'm guessing you haven't spent much time with Glenna since she found out you're still alive, right? I know you just got here, but she's your mom, Callie. Surely, she'd want to see you." Callie's expression perked up a little, but she said nothing. Darby glanced at her and turned to me. We were just talking about the same thing. What if we took a couple of the extra guards with us to stay a few nights with Glenna? I think it would be good for the 2 of them, Plus, it would keep us out of your dad's hair. Do you think Deacon and James Randall would be all right with it? Of course not, I laughed. But neither of them is here right now to argue with me about it, so their opinions don't count. Besides, I can't deal with them right now. Darby's eyes bulged. Are they on your crap list? Yes. I understand they're trying to keep me safe. To keep us safe, but I wish they'd let me in on the plans before they're made. I feel sometimes that all I do is wait around for one of them to tell me what to do. How to live my life. Who I can see and who I can't. You can imagine how much I dislike that. I'm waiting for one of them to tell me what I can say or think. Then I'll really have a problem. Spending time with Mom is a great idea, Dulcie. Callie said. She had a hard time when she thought I was, unalive, and I haven't had the chance to make it up to her. Maybe this is the perfect time to do that. Plus, you and Darby could use the time alone while your mom's at work. Red flushed both of their faces, and I thought it was adorable. Like we were back in high school. I know there will be guys there guarding the house, but they shouldn't be watching inside. If they do, you let me know right away and I'll make sure they won't be back. They glanced at each other again, nodding. Sounds wonderful, Darby said. I slapped my hands on the tops of my thighs. Good. It's settled then. This will give me time to spend with my parents too. It's been some time since it's been just the three of us. I know Mama and Daddy would love to have you stay with us, but it might be too much excitement for them, you know. They have so much to do and to worry about just looking after me, right? Darby's face changed to a pleasant expression, and I hoped that I'd convinced him. He pondered the idea a little longer before finally agreeing. Okay, it's fine with me if you're sure no one else would mind.
Positive.
I lied. I knew perfectly well, and so did Callie and Darby, that there would be a price to pay for it. But I didn't care. I could take care of myself. I'd unalived someone after all. Callie reached her hand to touch Darby's arm. Darby, would you mind repacking a few of those things we just unpacked? At least enough clothes for a couple of days. Then take them right outside and let me say goodbye to my bestie. The grin plastered on his face was contagious, and I felt my face crease into a smile of its own. Unless you want to come with us until your parents get home. You might be lonely here this afternoon. Callie said. I mean, I know you have your guards here, but I doubt they're much company for you. No, I'd better be here when Daddy gets back or he'll tan my hide. I wish I could go with you, but like I said, you and Darby need some time alone together. It'll be good for you. Truth be told, I am excited about that and about seeing Mom. She had a rough time while I was gone, and I want to make sure she's all right now. She started using again during that bad time, but she swears she's clean now that I'm back. I hope so. But I want to see for myself before I can rest easy.
Your mom is strong, Callie.
I am so sorry she had such a hard time. If I'd had a say in it, I would never have put her through that. She didn't deserve that heartache. It's not your fault, hun. I know it was safer for her that she thought I was gone all that time. She's not good at keeping secrets, so she would have blown everything if she had known the truth. Callie sighed and brushed back her hair. I pulled her into a hug, fighting back tears. If she could be that strong, so could I. Well, tell her I'm sorry anyway. I'm jealous though. What? Why? Well, you're getting to spend alone time with your boyfriend. I don't get that luxury at the moment. She placed her index finger in front of her lips to shush me. Don't say that. He's not my boyfriend, all right? We're still in the developing stage. Although, some time alone with him might move things along better than they've been. Besides, I'm sure you and Deacon will be back together soon. Once he finds Travis, he'll be back in your arms before you know it. He loves you, girl. You know that, right? I know. And I love him too, even though we fight like cats and dogs. That's okay. Before long, you'll be messing around like rabbits.
Callie.
You are terrible. I think my face is turning as red as yours did earlier.
Get over it, honey.
That man is so hot for you. You're going to have beautiful babies someday. And by the way, I've never blushed a day in my life." "Oh, okay. Sure," I teased. She laughed, and I didn't think I'd heard anything so beautiful in a very long time. Darby came back to the door and asked if she was ready to go. She gathered her purse and grabbed Darby by the arm. She glanced at the clock on the wall. "I'll be there before she goes to work. It'll be a pleasant surprise since she doesn't know we're here. Love you bunches, and we can be back here after my mom goes to work if it helps you explain things to Carter or whomever. We don't have to stay the entire night. If they want us back, we'll come back. Come on, Darby. Let's have some fun in those new wheels of yours." After they left, my stomach rumbled. It was mid-afternoon, and I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I wondered if Mama had some ready-to-heat and eat meals in the freezer. She developed a habit of keeping a good supply of them on hand because Daddy and I had always been almost useless in the kitchen. When she had to work late or volunteered at church, we were in danger of starving without those things, or so she thought. I rummaged around until I found a container of homemade tomato soup. While it heated in the microwave, I made a grilled cheese sandwich to go with it. Despite my ineptitude at most culinary arts, I can use a microwave and make grilled cheese, and she'd taught me a few things over the years, however basic my skills may have been. Deacon had fired Clancy, the bodyguard, after he allowed me to escape and go to my house. He'd sent 2 guys whom I remembered from Nashville, but I couldn't think of their names to save my life. Just another situation for me to feel guilty about. One of them ran into the kitchen as soon as I sat down to eat and said, "Miss Brisand, Charlie is calling us off your detail for a brief time. He's spotted some suspicious characters and needs our help. He ordered your friends to stay where they are, as he's pulling their guard too. Charlie said for you to stay put and keep away from windows and doors. He also said I should give you this." I looked into his outstretched hand as the gun gleamed against the sunlight coming in through the curtains. Hopefully it won't take long. He was gone before I could ask any questions. Later, I was rinsing my empty soup bowl and was putting it in the dishwasher when I heard someone pull around in front of the house. It was far too early for either Mama or Daddy to be home, so I went on full alert. Could that woman and her goons be back? Or was it someone else who meant to do me harm? I didn't breathe again until I heard Callie's panicked voice calling my name from the driveway. I ran to the front door in full-blown terror. She and Darby were already on the porch. "I'm here, Callie." "What's wrong? Why are you back so soon?" "She's gone." Callie was sobbing. "She's gone, Dulcie. We searched all over and couldn't find her anywhere." Darby was coming in the front door, and his face showed the same fear I heard in Callie's voice. "Who's gone?" "Your mother." "Yes, she's gone, Dulcie." It was Darby speaking because Callie was incoherent. "I don't understand. She's probably at work and you just missed her. Maybe she had to go in early. Did you stop by the bar?" Darby was shaking his head and trying to comfort Callie simultaneously. "No, Dulcie. You don't understand. She hasn't been there in days. Weeks, maybe. She locked up the place tight as a drum. We used Callie's spare key to get in. As soon as we got to the kitchen, I smelled something horrible. There were some bananas on the counter that were so black the peels were like leather. Fruit flies were everywhere. When I traced the horrible smell to the refrigerator, I found spoiled meat and wilted, watery lettuce. The milk expired a week and a half ago." I shook my head but said nothing. It didn't make sense. Callie went through the rest of the house, and I looked around outside. The kitchen smelled so awful, I had to get some fresh air so I wouldn't be sick. I talked to a couple of the neighbors while I was outside, and no one has seen Glenna for at least 2 weeks. "Are they sure? Nobody has seen her since then?" "That's what they said." He pulled me slightly away from Callie to keep her from hearing him. "I gotta tell you, Dulcie, the house looked, I don't know, lifeless. The dust was an inch thick, and I saw a couple of cobwebs in the corners of the living room. From the video chats we've had with her recently, she's been meticulous about the housekeeping, but this doesn't look right. I think she's in trouble. Something must have happened to her, and I don't know what to do with Callie. She's not taking this very well. I'm handling things just fine, Darby. I'll be even finer as soon as we find my mother. Dulcie, you're going to help me, right? Of course, honey. We'll find her. I have an idea. Let's go. Chapter 10. Dulcie. I couldn't let Deacon know what was happening because he would freak out, and I couldn't tell Daddy for fear he would tell Deacon. Nothing was going to keep me from finding Glenna, not even Scylla and Charybdis. It was the least I could do for Callie to make up for all the pain she's suffered because of me. I wanted to talk to Glenna's neighbors as I had some questions for them, and I wouldn't stop until I had answers. On the way to Glenna's, I called Charlie to let him know what was going on, since I didn't have phone numbers for any of the guards. Why the heck didn't I have their phone numbers? I'd have to change that. The call went to voicemail, so I texted him. I hoped that Callie and Darby just misunderstood when they talked to Glenna's neighbors, although it was hard to argue with the mess in the kitchen. The smell was horrible, just like they said. I saw a woman I recognized watching us from her porch. There's Mrs. Davis. You said you spoke with her already. Callie nodded, but she said nothing. I was starting to worry about her. She was a strong woman, but even she had her limits. Mrs. Davis, are you sure you haven't seen Glenna in 2 weeks? I asked as I crossed the lawn, leaping onto the bottom step.
Yes, honey.
Do you remember the specific day that you saw her last? She smiled and nodded. It's like I told Callie's young man earlier, I saw her when I was leaving for church on Wednesday before last. I was not feeling well that week and didn't go to midweek service then. And you're certain it was before Wednesday's service? Oh yes, dear. Absolutely positive. I thought she was going to attend service that night. She had been doing that for some time, you know, but I noticed she wasn't wearing her church clothes. So I asked her where she was going, and she told me she was going to work. I was confused and even questioned her further about it. I know the young man who owns the establishment where she works. He's a good Christian man, despite the type of business he runs.
You mean the bar?
I wanted to be patient with the older woman, but I also needed her to move along with the story. Callie was looking worse by the moment. I wished I'd made her stay at home and lie down, but she wanted us all to stick together. I suggested she rest in Glenna's guest room, but she said that was too depressing. Yes, the bar, Mrs. Davis continued. Even though it's full of sin and sinners, he is a good Christian man, like I said. He opens the bar later on Wednesday nights, so he and his employees can attend the early service. I suppose if you're going to partake in that specific refreshment, it helps to be full of the Holy Spirit before you arrive. I hoped she didn't see me roll my eyes. I didn't think she did. She was so absorbed in her story that she ignored me. What was she wearing? Oh, honey, it was some kind of something else altogether. She looked like a harlot. The dress was low-cut at the top, and short, very short at the bottom. It was red and it had sequins all over it. I'd never seen anything like it in my life. After service that evening, I found the young man who owns the bar, and I asked him about her work hours. He said she was not on the schedule to work that night, and it surprised him she wasn't at church. She had been so good about attending every Wednesday and twice on Sunday ever since Callie came back to her, that is. My mind turned over the possibilities of where she could have been going that night, and I didn't like any of them. It obviously wasn't her usual job. I knew the man who owned the bar where she worked too, and was familiar with his business. Mama talked about and prayed for him often. His waitresses had uniforms to wear, and they were kinda skimpy, but they were certainly not like what Mrs. Davis described. It made no sense. She wouldn't have been going to work that early on a Wednesday night. Mrs. Davis was quite adamant that it was a Wednesday, and she had no reason to lie. Mrs. Davis, do you remember seeing her dressed that way before that particular night? Is there anything else you can tell us? Was she acting strangely in the days leading up to the last night you saw her? Well, dear, I try to always mind my own business. I had to close my eyes to keep a straight face. That woman had not minded her own business since the Carter administration. But I noticed a few other strange things. I never saw her dress like that, but there were a couple of times when I saw strange men bringing her home. Very early in the mornings, I might add. What time in the mornings? Well, dear, I get up between 4:30 and 5 o'clock every morning and go sit in that chair to read my Bible. She pointed to a cozy-looking chair in her front room. It sat near the big bay window facing the street in front of her house. Through the glass, I could see a basket on the floor beside the chair holding her Bible, some notebooks, pens, and some devotional books. It looked like the perfect place to spy on the entire neighborhood. In the name of Jesus. So, you're sure you saw her coming in with strange men during one of those times? Well, not exactly. The men didn't go into the house with her. Oh no, they dropped her off and she went into the house alone. I didn't get a good look at any of them, but I didn't think it was the same person. They were in the same truck, usually driven by someone different each time. Finally, some information I could use. Can you tell me what kind of truck it was? And I don't suppose you could see a license plate, could you? Oh dear. I'm afraid I know little about trucks. That would have been my late husband's area of expertise, or my son's. And I didn't notice a license plate. It was too dark for all that. I recall the truck was dark, likely black, and it had large tires on it and roll bars on the top. She took my hand and gently squeezed it. Though I'm sure that describes about half of the trucks in Dulsan County, but that's all I remember. I was more focused on the time of day that I saw her, and if I recognized any of the drivers, then I was paying attention to the truck she was in. I'm sorry. That's great information, Mrs. Davis. You've been very helpful. Is there anything else you remember that may help us find her? I don't think so, dear. I do hope you find her soon. She leaned in to whisper, Callie must be out of her mind with worry. I wonder if Teresa may know anything more than I've been able to tell you. Callie came out of her daze, proving her hearing was fine, even if she wasn't always paying attention. We'll talk to Aunt Teresa next. Thank you so much, Mrs. Davis. You've been very helpful. You're welcome, dear. She dropped my hand and took Callie's instead. I'll pray for you, darling. We turned to leave, but I stopped mid-step and swung back around to her. Mrs. Davis, I have a couple more questions, if you don't mind. She nodded, indicating for me to proceed. First, do you know how many times you saw her come home early in the morning? And second, how long was this going on before she disappeared? Oh, let me see. I'll answer your second question first. It was about a month ago that I first saw her come in so late, or so early, whatever the case may be. I thought she'd had car trouble on the way home from work late one night, and had asked someone to bring her home. But her car was still in the driveway. I had planned to ask her about it, but I didn't have time to talk to her that day, and I had forgotten about it until later. If you'll give me a minute, I can give you an approximate number of times. She stepped inside the house, and in a moment, I saw movement around the chair she previously mentioned in the front room. When she returned, she had a notebook in her hand. As I said, I saw her during my devotional time, which is quite early. On the days I saw her, I knew something wasn't right, so I prayed over her. I would have made a note of it in my prayer notebook. She scanned through the notebook and looked up at me jubilantly. There were 5 separate instances when Glenna came home early in the morning, she told me. She also gave me the exact times of each of those days. I made notes on my phone as we thanked her again. My brain began working through all we'd learned before we made it back to the truck. Chapter 11. Deacon. I grimaced when my phone showed an incoming call from Carter, because I knew it couldn't be good news. I'd hoped to at least get back to Nashville before Dulcie started giving me trouble. No such luck for that. Hey Carter. What's Dulcie done now? You won't like this, son. If you're having to call me to tell me about it, I'm sure I won't. Didn't want to tell me herself, eh? Let's have it. What's going on? The worry in his voice put my teeth on edge. It may be nothing, but... Tell me. He hesitated for what seemed like an eternity before he finally blurted out, I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but she's not here. What, not at the house or not in Dulsan?
Could be either.
She was here when I left for the garage. Where are the bodyguards I sent down there? They're here now. Charlie pulled them off for some other darn thing. False alarm. They gave her a gun and strict instructions to stay put. You know how she gets when people tell her what to do. I wasn't planning to leave her for long, and I thought maybe she'd like to watch a movie with me this evening. I called her a couple of times, but she didn't answer, and I think she had a rough night. Didn't sleep well. I'll bet she didn't after that stunt she pulled yesterday. Any news on those folks who showed up at her house? None, but I'm still looking into it. Oh, by the way, Carter. We had a last-minute change in plans for Callie and Darby. Their safe house fell through, so JR had a couple of his guys bring them over to you. They should be there with Dulcie, too. I thought as much because of a phone call I had earlier. I'll tell you about it in a minute. But they're not here now. Looks like she was here until around lunch. She made some food and cleaned up a bit, according to your security guys. Her bags are still here, but she's gone. She didn't steal my farm truck this time, so I don't know what kind of transportation they have. Crap. I do. JR bought a new truck for Darby. An olive branch. He feels guilty about everything Travis did to him and Callie. Well, that explains one thing. About the other thing, son, I think I may know what she's up to. Let me guess. It's dangerous. Probably. I got a phone call from Mrs. Davis, the lady who lives next door to Callie's mother, Glenna. She said she thought of one more thing she wanted to tell Dulcie after their conversation this afternoon, but she didn't have a phone number for her. She asked me to give her the message that she found one more date in her prayer notebook when Glenna came home early in the morning. What was she talking about? What does any of this have to do with Dulcie and where she is now? I asked. Well, hang on a minute and I'll tell you. I swear you're getting to be as impatient as your old man was. That stung. I wasn't aware Carter knew my father. I would have to remember to ask him about it later. Sorry. Please go on. I asked Mrs. Davis those same questions. She said Glenna has been missing for about 2 weeks. Apparently, Mrs. Davis was one of the last people to see her before she disappeared. Anyway, Dulcie, Callie, and Darby were there this afternoon asking questions about the last time she saw Glenna. Had you heard anything about this before? Well, I heard some gossip, but I thought nothing of it. I've been so focused on Dulcie that I've paid little attention to anything else. Looking after my daughter is a full-time job, as I'm sure you already know. Anyway, Willa hears everything in that women's group she's in at church. She didn't say anything about it, but she knows I've been worried about keeping Dulcie safe, so she may have decided not to tell me until later. Though we all love Callie, her mother has had some issues in the past. Dulcie had mentioned Glenna's issues, as Carter called them. She'd been a drug addict when Callie was growing up, and hadn't been the most attentive mother, to say the least. She'd been clean for a while. I didn't want to get into it much with Carter at the moment. What concerned me was Willa. If she wasn't playing straight as Dulcie thought, could we trust anything that she said? I believed I could trust Carter, though I wasn't sure why. I didn't believe he'd let anything happen to Dulcie. He adored her. I thought he and Willa seemed like any other married couple, but people had fooled me before. I was hesitant to think Carter could work against us, but I couldn't rely on him until I was certain. Willa will be home soon. I'll ask her if she heard anything about Glenna, and let you know. Did this Mrs. Davis mention if Dulcie said where they were going when they left her? No, but she said Dulcie had this determined look on her face. She said it reminded her of once when the girls were young, and Glenna had gone on a bender and came home threatening to beat Callie for not taking out the trash. Callie locked herself in her bedroom and called Dulcie. Well, I guess they were about 12 or 13 years old. Dulcie ran out of the house without saying anything to Willa or me and jumped on her bike. I got in the car and followed her, the whole time screaming for her to stop. She didn't, of course. I chuckled. Well, that certainly sounds like Dulcie. Yeah. So when we got there, Glenna was yelling at the poor child so much you could hear her through the walls. Mrs. Davis, being an old busybody even back then, was standing outside her house listening. When Dulcie tried to run into the house, Mrs. Davis grabbed her and told her to go on back to me so she wouldn't get hurt. She'd already called the police and was sure they were on their way. Dulcie looked both of us squarely in the eyes and said, "No. Her mom won't listen to you or the police, but she'll listen to me. Stay here. I'm going to get my friend." She had the most determined look on her face that night. According to Mrs. Davis, she had that same look this afternoon when they left. I've seen that look before too. She can be pretty stubborn, can't she?
You have no idea, son.
You've only seen the beginning of her stubbornness. It just gets worse from here. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. It goes without saying that she could be in trouble. You'll let me know if you hear from her. Wait, Carter. What did Dulcie say to Glenna that night? He laughed. She told her that the police were on their way, and if she knew what was good for her, she'd let Callie go with us. And did she really want her daughter to watch them cart her off to jail? So she's had guts all her life. Guts. Yes. Brains? No. I'll let you know if I hear from her. I was so angry I wanted to throw the phone out of the truck window when I hung it up. Dulcie was going to end up getting herself hurt, no matter what anyone did to stop it. I tried calling her, but of course she didn't answer my call. Her impulsiveness was going to be the end of me. Or of her. Chapter 12. Dulcie. I didn't expect to find all the answers we needed at the bar where Glenna worked, but I knew that was where we had to go next. She had worked there for years, since Callie and I were children. The bar had transformed from an 18 and over establishment to a family restaurant with a bar in recent years. When old Mr. Flannery passed away, his son took over and decided he wanted a different establishment. The rumor was that the younger Mr. Flannery resented his father drinking his inheritance away for most of his childhood and wanted to stop serving alcohol altogether, but his wife was smarter in business than he was and refused to go along with the idea. So, it became a restaurant during the day and early afternoon. They started serving alcohol at dinner. The rougher crowd came around later, after most of the families had long gone. It was hard to be incognito because everyone in town knew us. Some of the looks we received were not friendly at all. I was leaving myself vulnerable to anyone who may work for Travis, since I had no security for the first time that I could remember, but I was being extra vigilant. I had the gun in my purse that the bodyguard gave me. Callie was so upset I didn't mention a weapon to her, but Darby had a knife in his pocket. That boy was a skilled hunter, and he knew how to use it. I was sure we'd be fine. Engrossed in thought, Callie was not her boisterous self and wasn't talking in her normally loud voice. That was good, because I didn't want anyone to know we were trying to get information. Darby focused on her, so I was on my own trying to get leads. If we didn't find Glenna before she did something stupid, or worse yet, before something bad happened to her, I worried how Callie would handle it. My criminal family and I had put her through so much, I wasn't sure how much drama she could take. I prayed Travis wasn't responsible for her mother's disappearance. I didn't think Callie would ever abandon me or our friendship, but that would be a hard pill to swallow. I kept thinking about the scientific studies showing that her mother's addiction made her more likely to try drugs. Callie had done nothing like that and only drank socially, yet I couldn't ignore the warnings. Addictions sometimes run in families like a predisposition. I wholeheartedly believed that if we could uncover Glenna safely and speedily, I would have my old Callie back. Not wanting to think about the alternative, I didn't discuss it with her. I prepared myself for being forced one day to talk to her or Darby. I couldn't muster much compassion for Glenna herself, and I felt a pang of guilt about my lack of sympathy. She'd hurt Callie so many times over the years, and she was my primary concern. Glenna was a big girl and knew the consequences of her actions better than anyone. To give her credit though, Glenna was sober for a long time until she thought Callie was gone. All that happened because of me. Another thing for me to feel guilty about. The crowd was mainly drinkers, not families, when we arrived at our table, though it was a weekday and barely 7 p.m. This raised a red flag for me, since it was my understanding that the rowdier crowd rarely arrived until much later, and then, typically on weekends. Or at least they used to. More than a few things had changed in Dulsan while I was away. Perhaps the clientele at Flannery's was one. One boisterous group congregated in the back near the pool tables. Our server was young, not long out of high school, and she whipped her head back there warily every time a noise came from the back of the room. I didn't recognize the young woman, but I'd not been in there for a long time. Daddy had mentioned a few new families had moved in after so many left, following all the homicides. Many people in town, especially the new arrivals, cared more about affordable housing than the danger. Thinking of those poor people made me sick to my stomach. They'd been my fault, no matter what anyone else tried to tell me. Those people were hurt because I was the actual target, and no one wanted to anger Euless. To my relief, we didn't have to hide any longer. "Your food should be out soon," our server said when she refilled our drinks. Someone whistled from the back and she jumped. "Hey," I said, "are you all right? Those guys back there seem to bother you." "Oh, I'm fine. I'm just new, and I don't know who's friendly and who's not sometimes." She turned to Callie. "You're Glenna's daughter, aren't you?" Some of the other girls said so. "She helped me a lot when I first started here, and I'd love to thank her. Do you know when she'll be back?" "No," Callie said. "In fact, that's why we're here. We were hoping someone here might know where she is." She took off somewhere, suddenly and without telling anyone. "Does she do that a lot?" the girl asked. A patron at a nearby table answered instead of Callie. "She does. Or at least, she used to take off a lot like that when you were little, didn't she, Callie?" I recognized the bristly customer as another of Glenna's neighbors, Mrs. Jacobson. Instantly, I remembered why I'd never liked that old woman. I thought she got all that mess out of her system a while back, but those old demons keep rearing their ugly heads, don't they, honey? She was right, though. At the height of her addiction, Glenna would spend every penny she had on drugs. When the grocery and rent money were gone, she would send Callie's brothers to her Aunt Teresa and Callie to our house. She didn't ask permission, or even come into the house to talk to Mama or Daddy. She'd just send Callie in with the clothes she was wearing, maybe a couple of decent outfits and little else. Callie would give the eviction notice to Daddy, so he knew what was happening. Then, Glenna would snatch anything from their house that she could quickly take to see if she could sell it to buy more drugs. Once those were gone, she'd sell the only thing she had left that was of value to anyone, her body. Callie looked surprised when she realized the woman was speaking to her, but she eventually nodded her head. I wondered if she blamed herself for her mother's disappearance as much as I blamed myself for the massacre at Kix. "When was the last time you saw Glenna?" I asked Mrs. Jacobson. I couldn't remember her husband's name, but I knew he worked at the post office. "It's been a while. When she's at home, she sleeps most of the day because she works late into the night. She spends most of her time here, I understand. I haven't been here in a long time, and by the looks of those hooligans in the back, I think this may be my last visit until the crowd improves." Darby peered toward the back of the bar. "Who are those guys? They don't look familiar to me." Mr. Jacobson answered him. "I hear they're from Hawthorne County. I think they've come here to see who might be interested in what they're offering. One of the good things, and one of the bad things about living in a small town is that everyone knew something about everything." I wrinkled my brow. "And what would that be?" "Drugs, Miss Brisand. They're drug dealers. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Heat rose in my body, and my shoulders tensed as I stared back at the old man. And what is that supposed to mean? I'm not a drug dealer, nor am I a user.
I never have been.
But your father is, allegedly, the biggest drug lord in Tennessee this side of Nashville. Mr. Jacobson seemed genuinely surprised this information offended me. Did he think I was proud of that fact? Taking a moment to pull myself together, my eyes landed on both of them. Even so, I continued, I don't know anything about him being a drug lord. Those rumors have been floating around for years, but there is no evidence of it being true. I think some people, I stared directly at the nosy old man and his wife, just like to spread nasty old gossip. Maybe so, Miss Brisand, but I'd rather deal in gossip than in drugs. Okay, I think that's enough, Callie said. Her eyes lit up with a fire I hadn't seen since before our lives turned inside out. Everyone needs to calm down a smidge. Dulcie, let's not lose focus on why we're here. You're right, Callie. I'm sorry. And I was sorry I had upset her, but I didn't mind at all if I had upset that old busybody. Either of them. However, I was determined to be polite if that's what she wanted, so I wouldn't upset her anymore. Do you remember the last time you saw Glenna?
Same as everybody else.
2 weeks ago.
What do you mean, everybody else?
I mean that you've been asking everyone close to Glenna when she was last seen. You've lived here in Dulsan long enough to know that nothing happens here that everyone else doesn't already know about or will find out soon. We all know you're asking around town. And if you think Dorothea Davis didn't immediately tell everyone gathered at Mrs. Barnsby's house over tea before Bible study this afternoon that you're asking questions about Glenna, then you're not as smart as you think you are. Darby leaned in close to whisper, afternoon tea and Bible study are like TikTok for old people. I was concerned that if everyone knew we were looking for her, the ones who took her would know too, so I had to hide my fear. Nosy people are like circling sharks. If they smell blood in the water, they don't let up. Well, I would hope someone could give us information that will help find her. The old man shook his head and looked at us with sympathy. Callie, honey, I am truly sorry you're going through this. But you have to understand something, Miss Brisand. Some people don't want to be found. Maybe that's what's going on with her. I couldn't argue that to a point. I understood someone with her past wanting to disappear. There were plenty of times I wanted to do the same thing, and my past wasn't nearly as shady. Or at least my ancient past wasn't. I had few words to defend my recent past. What I couldn't understand in Glenna voluntarily disappearing was why now. She'd come through the hardest part. She had been clean for so long. Although she suffered a setback when she thought Callie was gone, she was doing so much better since it was over. Callie had a budding relationship with Darby, and her mother seemed genuinely delighted for her. At least that's what I gathered. Why throw that away now? No, it still made little sense. I convinced myself that something bad had happened to her, but I wasn't ready to share my concerns with Callie. Chapter 13. Dulcie. When we finished our dinner, Callie and Darby asked other people in the restaurant about Glenna. As it was late in the evening, we didn't recognize any of them. All the families had left already. To clear my head, I went outside to get some fresh air. The weight of the world was on my shoulders, and I could feel the room constricting around me. I stood in front of the building under the awning, thinking about our options for what to do next. A couple strolled toward the door, and I stepped out of their way to let them pass. Taking another moment to psyche myself up to go back into that stifling place, I stepped a little further back into the shadows. The door had scarcely shut after the couple passed through it when it flew open again. It swung so far that if I'd still been standing close to it, it would have knocked me to the ground. My mouth opened to tell the jerk to watch what he was doing, but when I saw who it was, I closed it and quietly pressed myself against the wall. A small group of the rowdy men from the back of the restaurant filed out. I froze and prayed they couldn't see me. What time did the boss say he wanted the girls at the place? the one who looked like he could be the leader, asked. He was gigantic, a behemoth, really. Tattoos covered every inch of the part of his muscular body that was exposed. I deduced he was the leader, not based on his physical appearance, but on his bearing. He exuded confidence. He stood head and shoulders above the others. At first impression, he reminded me of Deacon, an inverted version of him. Strength and determination they shared. But it was their demeanor that separated them. Where Deacon was protective and deliberate, that guy scared me. I don't know if he set a specific time, but I'll go get them now if you want, another one said. Yeah, drop me off first. And Bill, make sure you take a couple of guys with you. That little one might give you some trouble. I can handle her. His lewd smile told me all I needed to know about how he intended to handle the girl, whoever she was. In one swift movement, the leader drew his gun, pointing it directly at Bill's head. No one moved. Suddenly, he swung the butt of the gun forward, hitting his companion in the face. Bill immediately collapsed onto the ground, and the other man remained motionless, not trying to protect Bill or assist him in standing. The expressionless face suggested this wasn't the first time the leader had pistol-whipped Bill, and it likely wouldn't be the last. With bullies like that, there's always a next time. No, don't handle her. Do what I said. She can't make us any money if she's injured. And don't get handsy with her either. She's strictly for customers unless the boss says it's all right. So keep the gag and restraints on her, take a couple of guys with you, and watch your backs. That one is a Spitfire. The other one, not so much. I wasn't sure what I was hearing, but it didn't sound good, and my stomach lurched. The leader walked away, and the other man helped Bill to his feet. As they walked on, I fell back further so I could see inside the restaurant, so I could intercept Callie and Darby before they came out. They were just a few feet from the door, and I rushed over to them.
Come on. We need to follow those guys.
Whatever questions Callie was about to ask, she stopped herself when I raised a finger to my lips and pleaded with her with my eyes. When Darby attempted to object, she shook her head resolutely, and he backed down. We bolted to Darby's truck as silently as we could. I made a play for the driver's seat, but it was Darby's turn to shake his head. He motioned to the second row seating in the dual cab. I rolled my eyes, but I climbed into the back, muttering under my breath. Once we were all in, I pointed toward the truck pulling out of the parking lot. That looks an awful lot like the truck Mrs. Davis described, doesn't it? It could be, said Darby. But surely, we're going on more than a truck. Did something happen? Yeah, I heard them talking about picking up some girls, I said, twisting my head around to keep the truck in view.
So, we're following them because they're looking for dates?
Callie finally spoke. No, they're not looking for dates, Callie. One of them asked about what time his boss wanted the girls brought someplace. The other guy mentioned gags and restraints and said one girl may fight him. I got a sick feeling in my gut when they passed me, and I'm positive we need to follow them. I don't know if it has anything to do with Glenna, but it sounded like there were at least 2 girls in trouble. Maybe we could help them. I thought it best not to disclose the pistol whipping part until later. I didn't plan on us getting close enough to risk any of us getting hurt, but I knew if I said something, they'd never agree to follow them. That does sound suspicious. Okay, I'm sold. But what are we going to do when we catch up to them? Darby was following, but not too close. I don't know, Darby. I suppose we'll look around to see if we see Glenna or anyone else who may be in trouble. Those guys didn't really look like they were trying to hide anything. Maybe there are lots of people who need help.
And then, what are we gonna do?
Jump them with our magic ray guns? Come on, Dulcie. If you think there are people in trouble, shouldn't we call the police? Or Deacon? Darby pleaded. What do you think we would tell the police? My friend heard some guys talking about picking up girls. Better come check it out. Callie asked him. The way Darby's head spun around, I didn't think he expected her to defend me. Neither did I. We won't do anything dangerous, Darby. And Callie's right. The police won't take us seriously. How long have you known those fools at the sheriff's department, Jim, Kevin, and Paul? I wouldn't call them to bring a gas can to me if I'd run out on the side of the road. And there's absolutely no way I am calling Deacon. He'd throttle me. Darby's voice grew icy. He may not be the only one who would want to do that, you know. Callie reached for Darby's hand across the seat. Hey, it could be about my mom. Please. The look they shared nearly brought tears to my eyes. She and Jason never looked at each other like that. Neither did Darby and Shelby. They finally had a chance to be happy. If I didn't get them hurt first. Fine, Darby said. But if it looks like we're the ones in trouble, I'm getting us out of there. Got it? Right, Callie smiled at him. Absolutely, Darby. I promise I won't let us get into anything we can't control. He glanced into the rearview mirror and caught my eye. We both knew it was improbable I could keep that promise, yet he said nothing. We followed the truck to a warehouse outside of town. Why criminals always choose warehouses as hideouts was beyond me. I would think, since they end up spending so much time hiding out, they would at least pick someplace more comfortable. The parking lot was almost empty, with only a few box trucks at one end. It was dark. Really dark. By keeping quiet and turning off the lights, we were sure they couldn't detect us in the darkness. We sat there for a few minutes, the three of us looking in all directions for any sign of movement. There was none, except in the truck we were following. We watched the three men exit the vehicle and walk into the building. I finally allowed myself to take a breath. Despite the darkness, the night was pleasant. The open windows in the truck provided us with a nice fresh breeze, which I desperately needed. I was so nervous I couldn't stop sweating. A solitary door stood in the middle of the building. We were near enough to make out the awning above, yet the sign to the left of the door remained unreadable in the light of the single mounted fixture. Now what do we do? Callie whispered. I could tell she was making a concerted effort to keep her voice down. That is exactly what I would like to know, said a voice from behind us, crystal clear through the open window of Darby's truck. We froze. I knew that voice. Chapter 14. Dulcie. He wasn't happy, but that seemed to be his usual humor. My own emotions were all over the place. As much as I didn't want him to be angry, I also wanted to make it perfectly clear that I didn't need him to rescue me again. On the other hand, a large part of me was relieved when he arrived. He could be so much help in finding Glenna. I just had to convince him to look past his anger. Helping Callie was so important to me, I was not above groveling. Deacon. I squealed a little louder than I intended, forgetting we were on a stakeout. I attempted to jump out of the truck while still wearing my seatbelt, which pulled me back into the truck. I pawed at the buckle and finally released it. Turning back toward the door, I tried to leap at him again, but he used his massive body to push me along the seat and hopped in beside me. I threw my arms around him and kissed his neck. I have never been so glad to see you in my life. He grabbed my waist and pulled me so close to him, I was as good as sitting in his lap. Gently, he put his face against my neck and held me there for the slightest of moments, as if drinking me in. Knowing he'd been worried about me and was simply relieved that I was alive brought the guilt back. I wrapped my arms around his broad shoulders to reassure him I was all right. Suddenly, with as much force as he used to pull me to him, he pushed me away and said, "Are you insane, woman? What do you think you are doing?" Before I answered, he turned on Darby and Callie. "And you two? What in the world are you doing? Y'all are supposed to be safe at Carter's, so no one has to worry about you. Not only do I find you far away from where you're supposed to be, but you are all out following goons around. I know she doesn't think about the consequences before she runs off and does foolish things, but I would have thought you two knew better." He focused on me again. "Do you know how much you scared everyone? Your dad is beside himself." "I'm sorry," I said, but he cut me off before I could finish. "You are driving everyone crazy, Dulcie. I had to leave JR in a lurch to find you, and he's furious. Travis is still out there, presumably looking for you. Carter is worried sick, and I'm going out of my mind. Even Euless was frantic when he called me. Well, if you'll stop yelling at me, I'll tell you what I'm doing, I exclaimed. I don't know if I want to know what you're doing anymore. He couldn't hold me responsible for my words if he planned to be so unreasonable.
Make up your mind.
I snapped back. I'm trying to tell you what's happening, but you won't let me. Please, just shut up and let me talk. Fury burned behind his eyes, but he stopped talking, at least for the moment. Callie's mother has disappeared. We've been looking for her, and I think we have a lead. He exhaled and inhaled. I sensed he was about to argue with me, so I continued talking hastily, hoping he wouldn't have time to interrupt me again. We went to talk to the people she worked with, and while we were there, I heard some men talking about something that made me suspicious. So we followed them. What did you hear? He asked me through his teeth. If his narrowed eyes and clenched jaw showed he doubted my logic, I spoke faster and told him the story of the conversation I overheard outside of Flannery's. The more confused he looked, the faster I went. I hoped the more I talked, the more he would believe me. At least, that's what I told myself. I also wanted to prevent him from reaching the conclusion that Glenna's disappearance had anything to do with Travis. I would discuss that possibility with him later, in private, but I didn't want Callie's mind going there. When I finished my story, he stared at me for the longest time. Are you going to say anything? I don't know what to say to you, Dulcie. I'm sorry. I drew back, remembering why we were there. I don't mean to make you crazy, Deacon, but we've got to find Callie's mom before something terrible happens to her. I glanced in Callie's direction and she finally spoke.
Deacon.
I'm afraid my mother has gotten herself into some trouble. It isn't like her to disappear like this anymore. She used to do that all the time, but she's been clean for a while. If it's happening again, that means she needs me. Dulcie, for all her impulsiveness, is trying to help. I felt the tension melt away from him. She must have sensed it too because she kept on talking. It seemed we both wanted to keep him from stopping us. Now that you're here, you can help us. You're good at finding people, and I feel safe with you. She glanced at Darby. No offense. Darby shook his head. I know Dulcie feels safe with you too. Make that 3 of us, added Darby with a grin. Callie also grinned as she continued. It would mean so much to me if you would help us find her. I mean, if you're planning to stay for a while. Unless you have to get back, that is. Considering the notion, it appeared he found Callie hard to resist. With a sigh, he nodded his head. The 3 of us squealed, softly at least, as Deacon shushed us. Chapter 15. Deacon. Fine, I growled through gritted teeth. I'll help you find her, but I have some conditions. Ground rules, you could call them. I'm in charge. Got it? You all do what I say or I walk. Understood? They eagerly nodded their heads in agreement, but I wanted further confirmation from the one I knew would give me the most pushback. Dulcie, this is especially important for you. If I tell you to stay put, I mean it. You stay put. No running off half-cocked or slipping out in the middle of the night on a wild goose chase. I will need to know where you are at every moment. The first time you mess this up, I'm gone and I won't give you a second chance. Understand?
Yes, Deacon.
I understand. Thank you so much. I am so glad you're here. I know we'll find her soon now because of you. Well, you keep that in mind when I tell you something and you don't want to do it. You do it anyway. You hear me? Do you all hear me? My gaze fell upon the 3 of them. Callie and Darby were nodding. Despite their willingness to follow my lead, I had a bad feeling about the whole thing. Callie and Darby might play by my rules, but I suspected Dulcie would never do what I told her to do. It just wasn't in her nature. That woman was so headstrong and reckless and beautiful and sexy. Oh, Carp. What was I doing? I was getting lost in her eyes instead of using my head. I feared I'd end up regretting going along with her cockamamie scheme. But I figured if she were so bound and determined to go through with it, I'd better be involved to keep her safe. So, tell me what you know so far. Who have you talked to, and what did they say? What's the deal with these guys you followed here? Tell me everything. The progress they'd made impressed me. Interrogating Glenna's neighbors and visiting her workplace was an astute move, but the disagreement with those customers at the bar could be problematic. Public displays of emotion only lead to unwanted attention. Because of the circumstances of their presumed homicides last year, they would already have all the attention they could manage. Covert operations required low profiles, and that ship had sailed. Besides, as the man at the bar told them, Mrs. Davis talked to everyone at tea that afternoon. I'd bet my bottom dollar their confrontation at the bar would spread all over Dulsan by morning. We had to work fast. I had to figure out a way to work around their notoriety. Following those guys from the bar was one of their dumber moments. Dulcie and her friends were a lot of things, but they were not the super sleuths they believed themselves to be. I was confident that if those guys were competent criminals, they knew they were following them. Perhaps that was the plan. The more they told me about the evening, the more questions I had. And you have no idea who those guys are that you followed? They shook their heads. Daddy said new people have moved here, but we don't know if they were among them or if they're from another town. All right. It worked out for you this time, but next time don't follow people you don't know. Especially without having a plan or anyone for backup. You should have called me instead before you did something stupid. Dulcie sucked in air through her teeth. Now you wait just a darn minute, Deacon. That's not fair. We didn't think you were available to help. You've been off chasing Travis, and you made it perfectly clear that finding him was the most important thing to you. And before you get your drawers all up in a wad, I know it's important to find him. I want you to find him, so I don't have to worry about him trying to hurt me again. But I didn't think you could get away to come and help us. So don't tell us what we did was stupid. It was the best option we had at the time. Are you finished? We glared at each other, but she was too angry to respond. You asked for my help, and part of that is me giving you my assessment so we don't make mistakes. If you don't want to know what I think, I don't have to help. I can leave right now. Travis is still out there, and yes, he is still going to come after you. You don't realize how losing you would devastate so many people. Think about us for a second. And think about the people who have already given up so much to keep you alive. Don't you understand, baby? You being this reckless is a disservice to them. I hadn't looked at it that way. She tried her best to hide her feelings of guilt. Well, you should have. Don't you remember your mom giving you this same speech back in Nashville when this whole thing started? I instantly regretted mentioning Willa, given the recent change in circumstances with her. Given Dulcie's stunned look, I'd probably end up paying for that remark. Anyway, I can help you find Callie's mom, but you need to know, finding Travis is my top priority. Always.
Understood.
And I'm grateful you're trying so hard to find him. I don't want him to come after me, or anyone I love, ever again. But please, do me a favor, and don't tell me I'm stupid for trying to find Glenna. I didn't say you were stupid for trying to find her, Dulcie. Geez. I didn't say you were stupid at all. What I said was that following these guys was a stupid thing to do. She started to say more, but I put my hand up to stop her as I hadn't finished. But I am not going to argue with you about that right now. I'm going to pay you a compliment, so brace yourself. She rolled her eyes at me. You did a great job getting information from the people who saw her right before she disappeared. Your instinct was good, even if your methods weren't. I'm proud of you. Wow. Did that taste like vinegar? She asked with a smirk. It did. But I can manage it. Seeing that look on your face when I said I was proud of you was worth it to me. I leaned in for a passionate kiss, but I heard stirring from the front seat of the truck. Callie was grinning at me. Are you two finished fighting and going to make up now? Could we please get back to the important business at hand? Like maybe, seeing as we're still sitting in this potentially dangerous parking lot, trying to find my mother. What's our next move? I winked at Dulcie and turned toward Callie and Darby.
Your next move is to let me think.
We need to find out who these guys are and who they work for. I may need to make a couple of phone calls. Wait, Dulcie interjected, why don't we just keep following them? They said it was going to happen tonight. She became more agitated as she spoke, as if she was trying to talk me into something. What if they're moving Glenna and we lose their trail? We can't let that happen. I grabbed her flailing hands. And what if they don't have Glenna at all? Would you calm down, please? I said I need to talk to some people. We can't bust in on these guys. Maybe they're having a weekly poker night. In a warehouse in the middle of nowhere. After discussing picking up women who are bound and gagged. Women who may fight them instead of going with them willingly. Sounds more like kidnapping than card playing if you ask me. Good thing I didn't ask you, Dulcie. I told you earlier, I'm in charge here. We do things my way or I'm gone. You agreed to that, did you not? You all agreed to that.
Yes, but I didn't know you were going to call me stupid.
Crap, Dulcie. I didn't call you, you know what? Never mind. I've had it. I'm tired of arguing with you. Come on, I'm taking you all back to Carter's. Follow me, Darby. If you veer off for any reason whatsoever, I'm heading straight back to Nashville, and you'll be on your own again. Got it? He nodded, and I avoided slamming the door as I got out of his truck despite being so angry I could chew nails. That woman was the most infuriatingly dangerous woman I'd ever met. It was like she was on a path that we'd all be lucky to survive. And I was hopelessly, completely, passionately, madly in love with her. Heaven help me. Chapter 16. Dulcie. I didn't speak to Deacon once we got back to Daddy's house. I was aware I'd been pouting like a petulant child, but I didn't care. He was behaving like a condescending jerk, and I wouldn't put up with it. Not without a fight, anyway. Daddy was angry about us taking matters into our own hands, too. Mama was home, but I wouldn't have to see her that night, as she'd already gone to bed. Since I was mad about everything else, I didn't want to have to deal with that drama. I lacked the energy required for such a thing. Callie and Darby went to the guest room to watch a movie, and Daddy said he was going to bed early. He wasn't very talkative before then, either. Fine by me. I was mad at the world, and I didn't need a lecture from him on top of everything else. At least Charlie was still there and acting like a normal person, but he was lying low so he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire between Deacon and me. Would you please talk to me? You can't go on ignoring me forever. He briefly closed his eyes and drew in a breath. His irritation rubbed off on me. Want to bet? I asked. That's it. I've had it. I have tried to be nice to you and treat you with kid gloves because I know how hard this is for you. But that's getting old, Dulcie. It's time to grow up. I thought my head might explode. Grow up. Grow up. Is that what you said to me? How dare you? You come in here and take over everything. We were doing fine without you. No, you weren't. The three of you were outside a warehouse, suspecting that those guys you followed had kidnapped, bound, and gagged 2 women, and you were wondering what to do next. You and Callie practically begged me to help you. Callie did, but I didn't. I thought it was a good idea at the time, but I've changed my mind. It's a horrible idea. No, it's stupid. You like that word, don't you? I'm telling Callie right now. Though she was right upstairs, I pulled out my phone and dialed her number. It instantly went to voicemail, which infuriated me even more. Was she ignoring me, too? Or was she just spending time with Darby? I threw the phone across the room and heard it shatter. I supposed Euless would buy a new phone for me soon. What is your problem, Dulcie? Could he truly be that oblivious? My eye twitched and I could feel my heart race. You are my problem. You and Daddy and Euless and James Randall. All of you. And Travis. Let's not forget about Travis. Remember him? My brother who kidnapped and threatened me. Do you remember any of that, Deacon? I was pacing by that time, frantically scanning the room for another object to throw. I wanted to break things, to smash everything in sight until I wasn't so angry. So out of control. I grabbed a lamp from the table and hurled it across the room. Then, I tossed a mason jar full of flowers that someone must have thought would cheer me up. It went flying and water splashed back onto Deacon's shirt. Fortunately for both of us, the glass dropped to the floor instead of breaking. Darned indestructible mason jar. What the heck, Dulcie? Stop. He grabbed my arm as I was reaching for another lamp. You want the entire household out here watching you throw a tantrum. Calm down. Have you lost your mind?
Yes, Deacon.
Yes, I have. I've gone stark raving mad. This happens when a person's life gets turned upside down. Dulcie, stop and listen to me for a minute. His voice was calmer than I expected it to be, given all the things I had been throwing. Calm down and listen to me, baby. That does it, I turned to him. Don't you know you are never ever supposed to tell a woman to calm down when she's raging like I am now? It only makes her crazier. Well, what do you expect me to do when you are acting like this? From the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the hallway. I also heard doors opening and closing upstairs. It became glaringly obvious that other people were still in the house. Charlie and my family and friends were witnessing our terrible argument and my attempts to destroy every object in sight. When Deacon saw Charlie peek his head in, he said, "She's fine, guys." She did a little redecorating. What do you think? Nice, huh? He hesitated a moment, then turned to Charlie. I'm going to guard the perimeter. I don't want to watch her hurl things through the air. She's not a good pitcher, and the next thing might come straight at my head. Come get me when she goes to bed and I'll help clean up this mess. He picked up the remnants of my broken phone and passed them into Charlie's hand on his way out the door. Tell Euless she's going to need a new cell phone. Again. I still flinched when he slammed the front door, even though I had expected it. Chapter 17. Dulcie. 2 days later, I sat at the breakfast table, trying to force myself to eat something so I could keep my strength up. Deacon and I hardly spoke the day before, which was fine with me. I was over him trying to protect me from myself. His words, not mine. I already had 2 daddies to worry about things like that, and I didn't need or want a third one, especially one who smelled as good as he did. Mama left for work by the time I got up both days, and she continued to come home late, going straight to bed not long after. Despite worrying about her motives, I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. I wondered if she suspected I didn't trust her, so she was avoiding me as well, and my stomach lurched just thinking about it. I was keeping an eye on her, though Deacon was too, I noticed. Neither of us wanted surprises. I would eventually have to deal with her, but no matter how hard I thought about it, I simply didn't have the words. I needed to talk more with Deacon about her, and since we weren't speaking, it wasn't the best time to say, "Hey, let's talk about my possibly criminal mother." Callie and Darby were itching to get going, but thankfully, they stayed quiet while Daddy was at home. Again, I wanted to avoid discussing any of this with him unless absolutely necessary. I was positive the time would soon come, but I was glad to put it off for as long as possible. Deacon strolled into the kitchen, looking like a dream, and I nearly forgot I was mad at him. He was a whole freaking drink, and I was dying of thirst. Above everyone's objections, he'd been sleeping outside in his truck since he returned to Dulsan. He said he liked it better that way, because he could keep watch easier without being distracted by a comfortable bed. Until reinforcements arrived, he said he'd be outside. He strolled into the kitchen, his bedhead completely adorable and sticking up all over the place. The t-shirt and jeans he wore hugged him in all the right places. He was so delicious, I wanted to skip breakfast altogether and move straight on to dessert. I once heard of wearing a rubber band on the wrist to avoid bad habits. I thought about trying it when I got mad at him, but I didn't want my wrist to get sore. There would be no telling how many times I'd have to snap the darn thing. It would undoubtedly produce the same results if I did that whenever he made me want him, too. Hot for him, but angry simultaneously. I'd likely snap it so many times I'd cut my wrist off, slicing through bone and all. "So," Callie said after Daddy left, "what's on the agenda today?" "Coffee first and then talk," Deacon said. He could be grumpy until he had his morning coffee. It was endearing, though. "Fine," Callie said. "I could use another cup myself." "Darby, what about you?" "No, I'm good." Darby was unusually quiet. I stared at him until he finally looked up. "What?" he asked. "I simply wondered why you aren't talking much this morning," I replied. "No reason." He took a sip from his nearly empty coffee cup. "It's just that I'm so confused about Glenna. I don't know what to think about any of this. I mean, why would she have disappeared of her own volition? She'd been doing so well once Callie came back. Maybe the stress while Callie was gone had been too much for her. That happens sometimes too. I understand that for some people, the hardest time to deal with a traumatic situation is once it's over. You stay strong while you're going through it, but you let your guard down later. Then you don't have your fear, or your grief, or your anger to push you to keep going, and it becomes easier to fall apart. That's why people often get surprised when their loved ones harm themselves, as they fail to recognize the emotions that are hidden beneath the surface. The families think the person was doing well, had controlled their demons. They didn't realize that the person was hiding them. Neither Deacon nor Callie said a word, but looked down at the floor, pensive expressions on their faces. Uncharacteristically, both were silent, leaving me to rack my brain for something to discuss. Callie's mental health consumed my thoughts. Abruptly, she jumped up and said, "I think we should go talk to Aunt Teresa today. She knows Mom better than anyone else. If she can't give us any insight into what Mom was thinking before she disappeared, no one can."
Convince me why we should do that.
Deacon stood and walked toward the fridge. "But first, I gotta eat. I'm starving. Then you, Callie, can tell me all about Aunt Teresa. Who she is and why she knows your mother so well." He removed a dish from the fridge and peeled back the aluminum foil. "A meatloaf. Dulcie, toss me the bread, will ya? Anyone else want meatloaf sandwiches?" He grabbed the jar of mayonnaise and brought them both to the table, balancing a plate on top. Waving him off, Darby uttered, "We just ate breakfast, dude." Turning away in disgust, Callie said, "A cold meatloaf sandwich for breakfast? It's obvious a bunch of men raised you." With a shrug of his muscular shoulder, Deacon spread a layer of mayonnaise on the bread and placed a thick slice of meatloaf on it.
Suit yourselves.
"Besides, I slept late, so this is more like brunch." He put another slice of bread on top and pressed it down into the meat, squishing it so that some of the meatloaf pushed through the bread. As I watched, I noticed how jealous I was of him. Jealous that he could find such joy in a mundane thing like that. Like he hadn't a care in the world. I'd heard him joke with James Randall in the middle of situations that would make other people curl up in the fetal position. He amazed me, and I wanted to be more like that. Taking a huge bite of his sandwich, he said, "All right, Callie, tell me everything about Aunt Teresa." He ate while Callie spoke. She fought hard not to show her repulsion watching him eat. Finally, he said, "You've convinced me. How about we plan to go see Aunt Teresa this afternoon? I can make a few phone calls before we go, and still have time to plan the next step, depending on what information she gives us." "Sounds good," Callie said. "What do we do in the meantime?" "Whatever you want, as long as you do it inside this house." He cut his eyes in my direction and raised his eyebrows, challenging me. I made a face at him and rolled my eyes. "Oh, honey, you can pout all you want, but I'm done with you not doing what I say when I'm doing everything I can to keep you alive." Deciding I could get more flies with honey than I could with vinegar, I smiled sweetly at him. "I know. You've told me already. Look, I don't want to fight with you. Could we please make up? You want a glass of sweet tea to go with that sandwich? Another cup of coffee would make it even more gross than it already is. You're not trying to butter me up, are you? 'Cause if you are, I can help with that. I like butter. Jumping up to put his arm around my waist, he pulled me close, the same way he did when he found us in the parking lot of the warehouse. It sent shivers down my spine. I wasn't thinking about that, but now that you mention it, it might be nice, I said, smiling sweetly at him. Or you could have put rat poison in that tea instead of sugar. Either way works for me. You're just going to have to trust me, aren't you? I said as I grinned and fell further into his embrace. A moment later, I looked around to see if we'd grossed out Callie and Darby, but they were gone. When did they sneak out? Laughter from the living room drew my attention. When you two got weird. You guys need to figure out if you love or hate one another. This going back and forth is exhausting. We'll see you later. Darby called as they ran up the stairs to the guest room. Well, I guess I don't have to pour any tea for them, do I? I leaned in for a kiss. Deacon made me wait, but he eventually kissed me. The kiss wasn't as enthusiastic as I would have liked it to be, and I assumed he was still mad at me. I don't want to fight with you, Deacon. Let's call a truce. What do you say? Truce, he said.
Seal it with another kiss.
This time, like you mean it. Boy, did he mean it. His lips were soft and warm. At first, his kiss was gentle and sweet. His tongue parted my lips, and he deepened the kiss. Trembling, I knew I would feel it into next week. I had to fight to keep thoughts of things other than kisses out of my mind. I barely managed to remain upright. If his assault on my passion didn't stop then, I was afraid Daddy would find us in a compromising position when he got home that night. He pulled away, but his expression wasn't what I expected. His brow furrowed, and he stared me intently in the eye. Before we get too far out of control in this, he said, I need you to understand, baby. We may not find Callie's mom. You get that, don't you? Yes, I do. I still want to do everything we can to find her. Callie's suffered so much, and I want to ease her mind if that's even possible. I paused, battling the sinking feeling that had followed me for a while. We'll do what we can. You know, maybe Glenna just wanted to get away. Take a break. Or maybe she went off on a bender. Just because she's gone doesn't mean someone took her. I know that too. Glenna's fairly predictable when she's clean. She goes to work, she goes home, she calls Callie and Aunt Teresa regularly, and that's pretty much all she does. When she's using, her behavior is erratic, reckless, dangerous. I don't want Callie to be hurt anymore. It's time that they both put all those rough times when Callie was growing up behind them. You don't have to tell me what it's like to have an addict for a parent. I'm luckier than most because my mom didn't continuously run out on me like that. Though if she'd lived, I'm sure she would have done the same thing Callie's mom did. I moved closer to him, sensing his pain. That side of him rarely came out, but when it did, it could leave him very raw. Is that why you have such a soft spot for Callie and agreed to help us find Glenna? Partly, yes. I also want to keep you safe. Now I've found you, I don't know what I would do if I lost you. He pulled me closer. Please don't make me find out. I won't. Promise. I kissed him again, though I knew I might not be able to keep my word. You don't think Travis had anything to do with Glenna's disappearance, do you? I've gone around with that in my head since last night. You say she's been gone 2 weeks? I nodded. Waiting isn't his style. When he had you and Callie, how long were you there before he made you record that video? Not long, right? I took a deep breath, still struggling with that trauma. Just a few hours. Exactly. If he had her, I think he'd have let us know about it and given us his demands by now. He's not a patient man. Do Brysons know what the word means? I know I'm not very patient, and I don't think James Randall is either. He laughed. Euless has more patience than all 3 of you put together, and I've heard him complain about a 3-minute egg taking too long. It's like God said, I'm going to give them all looks, brains, and stones as big as boulders, but that all comes at a loss of patience. None of you has a drop, and certainly none to spare. I smiled and leaned in for another kiss, knowing he meant all that as a compliment. Chapter 18. Dulcie. As eager as we were to begin our Deacon-led search for Glenna and not having to do it on our own, the first day was a bust. I shouldn't have expected much for a Tuesday night, since not much happens in Dulsan during the week, but I'd hoped to get some new leads. We got nothing. Aunt Teresa wasn't home when we called on her, and we left a note on her door. Deacon made his phone calls, but he was grumpier afterward, so I assumed he didn't get the answers he wanted. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't want to talk about it. We went back to Flannery's, but we didn't go in, since it may have appeared obvious if we were there too often. Besides, Deacon was certain that because of my argument with the older couple, everyone there would have suspected me of something. Slow night for this place, isn't it? Darby asked. I spun my head around in the dark, checking out the parking lot in every direction. I spotted a dozen vehicles, and guessed that at least half of them belonged to employees. More like dead, I said, and when Callie sighed, I realized how hurtful those words could be. She was worried about her mother and praying that we'd make it through the night alive, and I had to say that. I could kick myself, but Deacon had already beaten me to it when he brushed his foot against mine. We waited patiently for about half an hour when we saw patrons leaving en masse, if I could describe 20 people as a large group. Darby rolled down the window and flagged down one of them. Did something happen for all of you to leave at once? Oh, not really. It's just so slow in there that they've closed early. They're getting ready to close the kitchen. If you hurry, you may be able to get some food, but the picking is rather slim. Darby thanked him, and the man left. Something distracted Deacon when I was about to speak to him. Whatever was at the back of the building held his attention. I looked to see for myself, but there was no one there, and I couldn't see anything interesting about the structure of the building. Turning my gaze back to him, I couldn't help wondering what he saw. His face was expressionless. Before I could ask him about it, he swung open the door of the truck and climbed out.
Who's hungry?
I think I'll go inside and grab us some to-go boxes. We all interjected, but he held his hand up to stop us. No. Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no. You'll stay right here and wait for me to come back. You won't get out of this truck. All of you tell me you understand. You won't pass go, and you won't collect $200. Got it? We nodded, and I gave him an evil stare. I heard Callie say, "Be careful," but I didn't say a word. I will, Callie. Thanks. Then he turned to me and said, I don't have time to tell you what's going on right now. Just trust me on this. Please. He kissed me on the cheek and walked toward the bar, slamming the truck door on his way. We begged Deacon on the way back to Mama and Daddy's to tell us what happened when he went into Flannery's by himself, but he refused. He said he needed to think, and once he figured out one piece of the puzzle, he'd let us know. I believed him when he said he didn't want to get our hopes up if nothing panned out, but that didn't mean I was happy about it. Or even that I accepted it. Callie didn't need to hear me complain about anything. Before leaving for work that morning, Mama moved a casserole from the freezer to the refrigerator and left cooking instructions for Daddy. As was quickly becoming a habit for her, she went straight to the church after work to attend her meetings on the upcoming Bazaar and Vacation Bible School. For not the first time, I wondered if anyone else realized that she appeared to be avoiding me. I decided that I would confront her soon, although I hadn't quite worked out when or how I would do it. If my suspicions were correct and she really took part in the plot, I didn't want to push her into a corner. That's when a caged animal is the most dangerous. Deacon left for a couple of hours without letting anyone know where he was going after dinner. It didn't surprise me to learn that he could actually level up in the foul mood capacity. I guess that made us perfect for each other. I left him alone, so I didn't have to deal with his attitude. Upon entering my room, I found a bag containing a brand new cell phone sitting on my bed. He charged and programmed the new phone with my contacts and data. It was nearly impossible to stay angry with him when he did kind things. Daddy insisted that we all join him in the living room to watch a movie. He wanted everyone to take their minds off of the situation for a while, even if it would only be a temporary distraction. Who were we to say no? Halfway through the movie, Mama's headlights flashed in the driveway. Announcing that she wasn't feeling well, she went straight to bed. She kissed Daddy on the top of the head and disappeared up the stairs. Deacon glanced at me when she passed through the living room with a quick goodnight. So someone else had seen her cold shoulder toward me after all. It wasn't a figment of my imagination. The presence of extra guards outside the house made it difficult for Deacon to rationalize sleeping in his truck. We finally convinced him to come inside. As he was getting ready for bed, Daddy wondered aloud about the sleeping arrangements, and it occurred to me that Deacon had never slept over before. A flash in Darby's eye made me realize what he was thinking. While Daddy went through the house turning off lights, Darby said, "Do you think your dad would be upset if Callie stayed with me in the guest room? At least for a little while?" "Yes," Daddy answered from behind, making all of us jump as we didn't know he was there. "I would be upset." I lowered my eyes and jerked my head toward Deacon to suggest he do the same to avoid getting caught up in the coming maelstrom. He did. And so did Callie. I know she's not my daughter, but I darn near raised her anyway. I also know that you're all adults here, and what you do under your own roofs or someone else's is none of my business. But what you do under mine is most definitely my business. It already looks bad enough to the church members that you're all staying here together, but I won't let them think I'm running some co-ed dormitory over here. Or worse. And I certainly won't have the town assuming things about Callie that just aren't true. And you, growing up in this little town like you did, ought to know better than to ask an asinine question like that. I suppressed a grin. And it might have been the hardest thing I'd done in a while. Beside me, Deacon's shoulders almost imperceptibly moved up and down as he tried to conceal a laugh, but Callie stared straight at Daddy and smiled. "Oh, Mr. C. Leave it to you to look after my reputation, after everything that's happened to me over the last year." She ran to him and kissed Daddy on the cheek. "I'm lucky to have you in my life. I'll stay in Dulcie's room as I have been, just like we've done since we were kids, but the guest room has only one bed. That might be a little uncomfortable for Deacon and Darby to share. Do you have an alternative in mind?" "I think I do," he said. Daddy led the way down the dark hallway to the door that was such a mystery for much of my youth. The little room where my father, Ulysses, slept when he came to Dulsan to see me when I was a child. Of course, I didn't know he was my father then, and I knew nothing of the room itself until one day when I broke into it as a teenager and discovered my true identity. My life changed forever that day. I'd refused to enter the room since that fateful day, and I wasn't sure what to expect when I did. To my surprise, little had changed. The sheets and comforter on the bed were different colors, and a glance into the bathroom revealed updated towels. Beside the double bed sat a small cot, allowing for privacy when two men stayed at the house. Someone had replaced the alarm clock on the bedside table with a cell phone charger, but the Holy Bible was still there. I wondered if Ulysses, or anyone else, had ever read it. The one thing that was missing was the little desk where I had found the pictures of my mother and the newspaper clippings about her. I wondered where they'd gone, but I wasn't curious enough to ask Daddy about them. Ulysses didn't stay in that room any longer. The men assigned to guard the house since my ordeal at Kix began stayed there. My life changed again that night, and it would never be the same. The room had been in regular use, hence the charger on the table and the updated linens. Charlie had last occupied it. That night, it would be for Deacon. "This will be fine for me, Carter." "Thank you, sir. You said there was a concealed external exit. Where is that?" "I'd like to check it out." "It's through the bathroom, at the back of the linen closet there." It leads to the back of the house, and the siding is so expertly disguised, sometimes I have trouble seeing it myself. I never knew how Ulyss could find it so easily slipping in here, usually in the middle of the night like he did. One day, Carter, you are going to have to tell me how you got mixed up in all this in the first place. I mean, I know you and Ulyss are cousins, but I'm sure there's a heck of a story to tell. I'd like to know why you two hate each other the way you do, I said defiantly. Maybe it was a bad time to bring it up, but I just blurted it out. I don't hate your father, Dulcie, Daddy said. If he hates me, well, you'll have to ask him about that. Figures. They'd both denied hating the other one, but I knew they were lying about it. I vowed to get to the bottom of their feud one day.
Make yourself at home, son, and let me know if you need anything.
I'll see you two in the morning. Chapter 19. Dulcie. Seconds after Daddy left, Deacon pulled me against his chest. His hands dropped to my waist, and I was certain his finger dipped underneath the waistband of my jeans, trying to tempt me. I gave him a quick peck on the cheek and tried to slip away from him. He held me tighter. Watch yourself, mister. Don't think once he turns his back, he won't know what you're up to. At least let him get down the hall before you try to ravage me. Why did I fall in love with the one woman whose father, no fathers plural, really will make good on their threats of bodily injury if I touch their daughter? Yeah, well, I think right now they both like you better than they do me, so you may be safe after all, no matter what happens. I can imagine many things happening. What did you have in mind, my love? He stared at the corner of my mouth, and I thought the heat from his body would melt my skin. My knees were weak, feeling faint. Still, with the incredible sensations moving through my body, I couldn't get past the one pervasive thought in my mind. My father had slept in that bed. I couldn't have sex in it. Deacon, baby, please listen to me for a minute. It took every ounce of energy I had to pull myself away from his embrace. I can't spend the night in this room. I'm sorry, but it would be too weird for me. Frustration marred his face, but I could also see understanding. Yeah, I suppose it would be awkward for me too. I don't think I'd want to be naked with you in the same bed where Ulyss has slept so many times. Talk about a buzzkill. Thank you for understanding. I'm so sorry. We haven't had the best luck in this area, and I am as frustrated as you are. I promise I'll make it up to you. Reaching for his phone in his back pocket, he pawed at the screen, staring at it for a moment until I heard a text notification. With a devious expression on his face, he said, "Oh honey. I know you will. Sooner than you think." He picked me up and carried me out of the room.
What are you doing?
I whispered into his neck. I'm taking you to bed, finally. To your bed. If you keep your voice low and soft so your father doesn't hear you. But we can't go there, you fool. Callie's there. I kicked my legs feverishly, trying to get him to put me down. No, not yet. I just texted Darby and explained the situation. He and Callie are still in the living room watching some dumb reality show. I told him to stay put for a while. I gasped with excitement, hoping we'd finally be able to love each other the way we've wanted for so long if people hadn't interrupted us multiple times. Your mom and dad's room is all the way at the other end of the hall from yours, right? Yes, but I don't know if we should after his speech about people thinking this is a sin factory or about Callie and her reputation. Dulcie, when was the last time you did anything that anyone told you to do? He had a point, and I kissed him passionately as he carried me out of the dark little room. As we reached the bottom of the steps, I buried my face in his neck to muffle the sounds of my excitement. The scents of sandalwood and musk invaded my nostrils as a pleasing warmth consumed me. I made him put me down to climb the stairs. If Daddy saw him carrying me, it would ruin our plans. At least that way, he could drop to the floor in a hurry if we were in danger of getting caught. We reached the door to my bedroom, and I twisted the knob. Entering the room as quietly as we could, our shoes came off near the door so we wouldn't toss them across the room and make too much noise. It wouldn't matter about the rest of our clothes. We could take them off silently. And quickly. A groan escaped his throat and his eyes darkened. "Wait," I said as he started to take off his jeans. I ran to the bedside table and prayed Mama hadn't moved anything since I stayed there last fall. Bingo. The lighter was still in the drawer. I lit the 3 candles I had always kept on my dresser and placed them around the perimeter of the room, so the barest flicker of illumination surrounded us. I turned to his deep gaze full of desire and said, "I want to watch." He lowered his head but held my eye as he tossed the shirt he'd already removed across to the back of the chair. He stood in the center of the room and looked like everything I'd ever dreamed. It took my breath away. "Now you," he growled in a voice so low and gravelly I could barely hear him. It didn't matter if I could hear him or not, his meaning was clear. In a flash, he closed the distance between us. A jolt of electricity surged through my body as I touched him. His mouth crushed mine. A dark shadow crossed his face, and I knew I was helpless under his spell. I gulped. If the sexy smirk on his face was any sign, he knew at that moment I was his forever. I don't know how long we lay there afterward. He kissed me again on the forehead as he whispered love words into my soul, and sleep overtook me. I was barely conscious when he slipped out of bed and quietly dressed. The hallway light shone through the crack in the door and into my eyes as he opened it. His side of the bed was already cool. Chapter 20. Deacon. The house was still sleeping when I heard the chime on my phone showing I'd received a text message. JR was the one person I knew who would text me that early in the morning. Not wanting to get up yet, I reluctantly made my way to the bathroom. The hot shower felt nice, but I couldn't keep my mind on anything but the night I'd spent with Dulcie. It was fantastic, and I was eager to do it again. That would have to wait, because I had things on my mind, and none of them involved taking her back to bed, unfortunately. I had to find her brother fast, or I feared we'd never get a chance to be together forever. I got dressed and went to the kitchen to start a pot of coffee. I was glad to find I was the only one up. I liked to get my head together before seeing other people. Dulcie said I was grumpy first thing in the morning, but I liked to run over in my head the list of things I wanted to accomplish each day. At the top was talking to Dulcie about Willa. I decided to talk to Carter and ask him what he knew about his wife's role in the attacks. It was clear that Willa and Dulcie were trying to dodge each other. I wondered how I could look him in the eyes after his speech last night about keeping impropriety out of his home, considering what happened with Dulcie and me immediately after. I carried my freshly made coffee to the front porch, perched on the swing, and called JR. He answered on the first ring and didn't even say hello. "I need you to come home. We have a situation." "What kind of situation, JR?" "We're nowhere close to finding Callie's mother. They need me here, or they're going to get themselves in all kinds of trouble. I think I know where Travis is, and I promised you I wouldn't go after him by myself. If you want to release me from that vow, I'll be glad to go alone." I glanced around to make sure no one would overhear and said, "Not a chance, buddy. Do you have anyone trustworthy enough to come down here to help? I saw our friend Sonny last night, and I just don't want him to become a problem for them."
Sonny.
"Crap. I'm sure he was up to no good." "Where did you see him?" "Outside of the bar where Callie's mother works." The 3 amigos were with me, so I had to make an excuse to get out of the truck without them tagging along. I'm not ready for Dulcie to meet him. Yeah, good thinking. That would be a disaster. As smarmy as he is, he's liable to say something to tick her off. Anyway, as far as sending more guys, I don't have anyone in mind who'd be strong enough to stand up to Dulcie when she gets stubborn. Well, heck, JR. That's every day. You don't think Euless could spare Dave, do you? I know Charlie just got back to Nashville, but maybe Dave. I heard him sigh. I don't know. But I can ask him. I've been out most of the night following up on leads, and I'm heading back to his office now. Want me to call you when I get an answer? That'd be great. Hey, by the way, I banged your sister last night. Barely paying attention to me, he said, "Gross. How long before you leave?" "Now, you don't want me to leave your sister lounging in bed and not say goodbye to her. Don't you think that will cause emotional damage? She's tough. She'll be fine. Just get back here. Meet me at the house this afternoon." The call ended, and I wondered exactly what I was going to tell Dulcie. She would not be happy about the recent development. What emotional damage are you supposedly going to cause me? I jumped at the sound of her voice. "I thought you were sleeping, baby. Do you want some coffee? I just made it."
Maybe later.
I want answers first. So stop avoiding my question. Spill it. What's going on? JR found information on Travis, and he wants me to come home. I'm supposed to meet him at the house this afternoon. But what about helping us find Glenna? Are you going to abandon us? No, I'm not abandoning any of you. I will still help you find her, but like I told you before, finding Travis is my first priority. I have to find him to keep you all safe, not just Callie's mother. Fine. We'll keep looking for her by ourselves. We did just fine without you, and we'll do even better once you're gone. She turned to go back inside, but I grabbed her by the arm.
Hold up.
Not so fast, little mama. Listen to me, and promise you'll do what I tell you for a change. The glare she gave me chilled me to the core. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I'm trying to forbid you to keep up with your search. I'm not stupid, so don't get all belligerent on me, all right? As a matter of fact, I think you're going to be pleased with my plan. Let's get some coffee and have breakfast. Once your mom and dad leave, I'll fill you, Callie, and Darby in on the plan. I don't know if I like the sweet Deacon or not. I'm used to you being a butthead, so it may take some time to get used to you when you're actually being considerate. And just think, all it took for me to be considerate was for you to spend one night with me. Think how I'll be once we are together all the time. Walking back into the house, we saw Willa leaving out the side door. Bye, you two. Have a good day, she called before she was off. Does it seem strange to you? Her eyes followed Willa just as mine did. Yes. I think she's avoiding me as much as I'm avoiding her. I still haven't said anything to Daddy about it, but I don't want to keep secrets from him any longer than I have to. When do you think we should discuss it with him? Actually, I'd hoped to do it today, but that was before I spoke with JR. So now, it will have to wait until after we resolve the Travis issue. If it makes you feel better, I don't think he was involved, and he may know nothing about it at all. Your dad loves you, and I can't imagine him doing anything that would harm you. That's what I would have thought about Mama too, before the photo. What photo? Carter asked from inside the kitchen. He was pouring himself a cup of coffee, and neither of us had seen him. My detective skills were fading after allowing first Dulcie and then Carter to sneak up on me within just a few minutes of each other. I feared she would prove to be more of a distraction than I thought. It could become a problem if I wasn't more careful. Oh, nothing, Daddy, Dulcie said. Just a photo of Glenna sitting in a truck that we found at her house. We thought it might have something to do with her disappearance, but come to find out, it didn't. It wasn't a recent photo. She glanced at me and I nodded, hoping to confirm her lie. I caught the disbelieving look on Carter's face, so I changed the subject before he asked more questions.
It's going to be a fine day.
What's on your plate, Carter? His face told me he understood it was an issue Dulcie didn't want to discuss yet, and he would accept it for the time being. Just work. What about you? Same. Great minds think alike, I said. Now who wants pancakes? Chapter 21. Deacon. By mid-morning, I was on my way back to Nashville to resume the hunt for Travis, but I wasn't happy about it. Dulcie wasn't either. JR hadn't shared with me the new information he had, so I wasn't sure what was in store for me when I got home. Only one way to find out, though. I had to make a call, and knew I had to do it then, before I lost my courage. Hey Carter, it's Deacon. You know, son, I know how to use a caller ID. Sorry. What's this big secret you have with Dulcie? I don't like being kept in the dark with anything concerning her. Being direct definitely ran in the Brisand family. I don't know what you mean, Carter. He made a sound like he was stifling a curse. Cut the crap, Deacon. What's this about a picture the two of you were talking about when I walked in on you this morning? I wanted to tell him everything, but if Dulcie was worried about how he'd react if she talked to him about Willa, how would he respond if I did? It's not my place to tell you, sir. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll let you know what's going on real soon. So, if you didn't call to talk about the photo, why are you calling me then? You're not going to like it, but I have to go back to Nashville. JR has some new info on Travis, so he's ordered me home to continue the search. That's great news. Why do you think I'm not going to like it? He scoffed. I drew in a breath, still trying to gather my courage. Because that means I'm leaving Dulcie to her own devices, and that may not be such a good thing right now. Better tell me what's going on, son, so I can head her off at the pass if need be. She found some leads on Callie's mother. It was after she talked to Glenna's neighbors, but before I got there. When I came to Dulsan, I found her, Callie, and Darby staking out some people they thought might be involved in bad things. Oh, good grief. Yeah, it gets worse. Not only were they staking them out, but they were also following these guys. If I hadn't shown up when I did, they planned to confront them. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if those clowns were involved somehow, but I can't say for sure. Anyway, I told them I'd help them look for Glenna, but they had to follow my orders. And you think with you not being here, they're going to ignore you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right. Not a one of them knows how to follow instructions. So, what do you want me to do? I need you to watch them if you can. I told them to keep up the surveillance, but I made Dulcie promise me not to do anything stupid, but, well, you know. She's probably going to ignore me. So I wanted you to know I had gone, and I think she'll get herself into trouble again. I told her if she found anything important, she was to let me know at once. I would either get to her as soon as I could, or I would send one of my guys if I couldn't leave. Either way, it would take a couple of hours before help from me would get to her. But since I'm right here, I could be there much sooner. Exactly. I've also asked JR to send someone down to help, but we're still facing the same problem. It'll take a while for anyone to get there. Who are you sending, so I can be on the lookout? You know most of our guys. Got a preference? Nope. Just as long as it's someone my daughter can't intimidate. Someone who can keep her safe. Thanks for the heads up. I'm sure you're right. She'll go off and do something stupid. I'll keep an eye on her.
Anything else you want to tell me?
Yeah. Watch out for Sonny. I think he may go rogue. Chapter 22. Deacon. Someone sent me this video anonymously, JR began. I must have had a confused look on my face. That means there wasn't a name on it, so I don't know who it's from. I know what anonymous means, jerk. Alright. Let's see this no name on it video. JR grinned as he stuck the thumb drive into the computer, and with a few clicks, all three monitors in front of me showed a grainy image of Travis entering a warehouse. He was alone, and it appeared to be night. It looked to be a video from a surveillance camera across the street from the immense building. It was recorded soon after Travis broke out of jail, according to the timestamp on the footage. So, do we know where this place is?
We do.
But you need to keep watching. I tapped my holster, reassuring myself that my gun was still there. Don't need to.
Let's go get him.
I stood to leave, but he grabbed my arm to stop me. Wait, Deacon. Keep watching. Please. That didn't sound good. He seldom said please. Cautiously, I sat back down while he clicked a few more times to speed up the footage. A second man appeared, but just as the camera panned toward his face, the image got blurry. Whoa. What just happened? Do we know who that guy is?
Working on it.
My tech guy says someone manipulated part of the footage that starts here.
Manipulated how? How do you think?
Like somebody messed with it to disguise the identities of some of the people.
Some of the people.
I assume that means more people are going to show up other than Travis and this guy. I pointed to the image of the blurry man who appeared on the monitor closest to me. Yep. Keep watching. I watched as the blurry man walked through the main door and out of the frame. JR sped the video up again. A few minutes later, the blurry man passed through the main door again, leaving the building. The only thing I could make out about him was that he was wearing a dark business suit. Odd for walking through a warehouse. I glanced at JR, but he was already speeding up the video again. He stopped it when two other men, also blurry, walked toward the building and disappeared inside. I guess we don't know who these guys are either, right? He confirmed with a dip of the head. Notice they're wearing casual clothes. I watched in awe as the two men reappeared on the screen carrying something. Is that a body? It looks that way to me. And I think that body is Travis. He moved closer to one monitor and pointed to the image. Half of the scene was blurry, yet the rest showed what he presumed to be Travis's body, being hauled out of the building by two men. I think the first unidentified man we saw incapacitated Travis, and these two are moving him. That's what it looks like to me too. Do you think one of them is the one who did it, or are they two other guys altogether? Do we know how much time passed between when the first guy left and those two came in? Was it enough time for someone to change clothes? I don't know. My tech guy says someone altered the video to show it was Travis without a doubt, and also to obscure the identities of everyone else. My head spun. Did someone put a hit out on Travis too? Did that person know that he'd betrayed us, or was it an attempt on the life of another one of Ulysses' children? But is there a sign somewhere that shows the address? You said you knew where this place was. Again, keep watching, buddy. I turned back to the wall of monitors while JR sped up the video one last time. He stopped, and I saw smoke climb in the air at the back of the building. I watched as it grew darker and rose into the night sky. It took a few more minutes for the first flames to appear. Soon, the entire building was alight. I was so drawn into the images of the fire that I could almost smell the smoke and hear the roar of the flames. JR stopped the video soon after that. I won't bother showing you the rest. All it shows is the fire department arriving, but there was nothing they could do by the time they got there. The building was a total loss. The other information I got from this thing is a couple of the numbers off the fire trucks. I had one of my guys track down which station sent those trucks. And when we got that, we discovered that the station dispatched trucks to only one warehouse fire on the date that corresponds to the timestamp. That's how you knew where this building was? He nodded. I've already checked it out. I went there myself. There was no sign of Travis that I could see. I'm not as well versed in searches like that as you are, so I figured you'd want to go too.
Heck yeah.
When can we go? The best time is tonight. It's being condemned tomorrow, and the city will put up new cameras after then.
Okay.
Let's make a plan. There's one more thing, Deacon, you need to know. I cocked my head to one side, inviting him to tell me. That building, it's one of ours. I shook my head from side to side, trying to make sure I understood him correctly. Do you mean to tell me he was hiding out all that time in a building we owned? Are you serious? Yeah, I already took care of the crew who supposedly checked out that building when I had someone looking for him in every one that we own. If he was there, then they should have found him. Incompetent jerks.
Anything else you want to tell me?
He ejected the thumb drive and held it out to me. I need you to confirm the authenticity of this. And see if you can get those images cleared up. Don't you have a buddy who can do that? Yeah, but he's not gonna like it. Oh well. That's his problem. We have to find out who those guys are. And we'll start by going over the scene with a fine-tooth comb. Are you ready? I was as ready as I would ever be.
Yep, I'm ready.
Chapter 23. Dulcie. The new security guards weren't taking any chances of me getting away from them. Deacon must have threatened them within an inch of their lives. Or Daddy. Or both. Not only was I not allowed to leave the house without an escort, but I also had to check in with one of them every hour. I thought that was a little much, but they insisted. Because we had little to do except wait around the house, Callie and Darby took naps in the late afternoon and were still sleeping when Daddy got home from work. I was in my room reading a book. Well, I was in truth reading the same page repeatedly, since I couldn't think about anything other than finding Glenna and wishing Deacon was there to put his arms around me. My room still smelled of him, and my mind raced back to the night we'd shared. I'd made nothing for supper, since Mama would never have allowed me in the kitchen to cook an actual meal. That was her turf, and it always had been. I knew better than to invade that space. Making a sandwich or reheating a casserole was one thing, but that's about all she'd ever let me do. She wasn't home yet, and I was glad. With her gone and Callie and Darby sleeping, it was time for me to talk to Daddy about the picture and my concerns about Mama.
Hey, honey.
How was your day? He asked as soon as he saw me enter the kitchen. Aren't I supposed to be the one asking you that? You're the one who could leave the house like a normal person. I'm the one cooped up in here like a common criminal. He narrowed his eyes at me and laughed, for the first time in a long time.
Now, honey.
Don't be like that. You know everyone wants to keep you from getting hurt, right?
Yes, Daddy, I know.
Deacon is driving me nuts, though. I know he wants to keep me safe. I just don't like the way he does it, that's all. He's too bossy. Daddy laughed. You're one to talk about being bossy, young lady. You've been bossing people around since you were... Never mind. You know how long. I smiled. Daddy and I used to joke around often, and I missed that. I knew if I broached the subject of Mama's potential betrayal, we might not have many more times like that. What if he took her side? I didn't think I could stand it if he did. There was only one way for me to find out. I took a deep breath and went for it. Daddy, why is Mama avoiding me? He shook his head and sighed in exasperation. What are you talking about, Dulcie? I mean, most of the time, she leaves before I get up in the morning, and she gets home after I leave. Then she's in bed when I get home at night. On the rare occasion that we are in the same room together, she just does a flyby. I think she's avoiding me. He started to speak, but he hesitated. He appeared to be trying to excuse her behavior. I tried to get him to meet my eyes, but he avoided them. I knew it. Why though? What does she have against me? I don't think it's anything she has against you, honey. I think she has always been afraid of Ulyss, and here you are getting close to him. He is my father, Daddy, biologically, I mean. It's normal that I would want to get to know him, isn't it? Of course it is, honey, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, there is a history you don't know. Ulyss is my cousin, but he's not always been very kind to us. He knew Willa and I wanted to raise you without his negative influence, and he used that information to intimidate her and me. You know how he is. He doesn't bother me now, but when you were little, we wanted to keep you safe. We weren't sure he always had your best interest at heart. That bothers your mother. Daddy shielded Mama from any fault, causing me to rethink if I should raise the issue of the photo. It was odd that he never mentioned the picture since he sent it to me. Maybe he wasn't ready to hear about the possibility that she betrayed me. I decided I wanted to wait until Deacon was with me before I talked to him about it. And now she thinks I'm betraying the two of you by getting to know him? I think so. He controlled our money for a long time too. He set us up in this house and got us our jobs years ago when you came to live with us as a baby. Every month, he sent us money to help with your care. Of course, you know, we didn't get in this for the money, but I have to say we couldn't have done it without it. Neither of us had any marketable skills when we first started out. We were just kids ourselves. There were times Ulyss would threaten our jobs or stop sending money to show us he was still in charge. I know it doesn't make a ton of sense to you, because you didn't know Ulyss back then. He was pretty scary. He's still pretty scary, Daddy, if you ask me. I get it. I don't think he'd ever hurt me on purpose, but he certainly does always look for any advantage to intimidate me that he can get. Well, at least I won't have to worry that you don't see him for what he is. Don't worry about Willa. She'll come around. Now, how are you feeling about Deacon leaving? I flung my hands in the air and said, I don't like it at all. I know finding Travis is important, but he promised to help us find Glenna. Honey, finding Travis is not just important. It's crucial. As long as that maniac is out there, everyone is in danger. I hate to say anything, but there is the possibility Travis could have Glenna, you know. My fears about that rushed back to me as I exhaled. I know. The thought of it terrifies me, Daddy. I don't think Glenna is stable enough to withstand anything that Travis might do to her. Like what he did to me or to Callie. And part of me, I hesitated, not sure how to say what was in my heart. Part of you worries Callie might never forgive you if something terrible happens to her mother. How do you do that? How the heck do you always know what is going on with me? They say there's mother's intuition, but I think dads have a pretty good idea what's going on with their babies too, you know. Well, there must be something to that, because you sure have it. You always did, even when I was a kid. Maybe I can have some good fatherly advice now too. Dulcie, Callie loves you, and she knows you are not responsible for Travis's actions. She also knows you would do anything in the world to keep her and those she loves out of danger. You need to trust in your friendship and stand by her because she needs you. I hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. What would I ever do without you, Daddy? Well, honey, I hope you never have to find out. Now, why don't you tell me why Deacon was in your room so late last night, instead of the little room where I left him? Oh, it appeared Daddy truly knew everything that went on in my life. Chapter 24. Carter. Dulcie, Callie and Darby left to continue looking for Glenna shortly after supper that night. At least they took their security guards with them that time. Willa wasn't home yet, but she was probably on her way. I had a brief window of time to do what I needed to do. By the end of the fourth ring, I was preparing to leave a scathing voicemail, but I noticed my phone ringing. Someone was trying to call me. I disconnected the call I was making and frantically swiped the face of my phone, trying to answer it. We may have another problem. Dulcie suspects a problem with Willa. She came to me this afternoon and asked what Willa had against her, I said as soon as the call connected.
What did you tell her?
I shook my head, as if the person on the other end of the line could see it. I did the best I could. I said Willa has always been afraid of Ulyss, and she's feeling the pinch now that Dulcie is getting to know him. I'm fairly sure she believed me. So why are you still concerned? Because Willa is treating her differently. Since the kidnapping incident with Travis, she's pulled away from Dulcie emotionally. I suppose that's to be expected, but we can't afford for Dulcie to get too suspicious and start digging around. She has a way of finding trouble. A long pause followed, as if expecting me to say more. Is there something else happening I need to know about? Callie's mom has disappeared. Dulcie, Darby and Callie are snooping around trying to find her. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Not a clue. Confident that wasn't the truth, I asked, are you sure about that? Perhaps it was your colleagues, the woman and her 3 goons who paid Dulcie a visit. I haven't heard anything like that, but I'll ask around. What else do you know about Callie's mother? Not much. Just that they pulled Deacon in on it, but James Randall called him back to Nashville this morning. They think they have a lead on Travis.
What do you think?
If I know Euless, Travis is long gone. May never find his body. I'm not sure what to make of Callie's mom, though. She tended to go off on benders when the girls were younger, but I thought she was past that now. I don't think it has anything to do with our job, if that's what you're thinking. I agree with you on all accounts. Keep me posted on the situation with Dulcie and Willa. And for Pete's sake, don't let her snoop around and find too much yet. That would ruin everything. I'm telling you this so your people can make a contingency plan in case this blows up in our faces. If this goes off the rails, I don't know if anyone can steer clear of this one. I'll be in touch. The call ended and I was angry. I was no closer to bringing this entire nightmare to an end than I was 6 months before. My daughter and her friends were still in danger, and I was powerless to stop it. Chapter 25. Dulcie. We set out that night to observe, but not to engage, just like Deacon had instructed. For all intents and purposes, we were a group of friends hanging out, enjoying a few beers, and having a good time. That was the plan, anyway. We would adapt, even though the security guards chained to us made it a little weird. We couldn't bring ourselves to go to Kicks, so we went to a new place for a ribs basket and some burgers. We knew most of the people there, and I would have sworn some of them were flashing me dirty looks. Most people, though, were either friendly or ignored us. No one there looked like someone involved in a kidnapping. After dinner, we made plans about where to go next. Darby needed gas, and I desperately needed coffee. The convenience store was off the main highway, but close enough to town that we wouldn't attract suspicion if anyone was following us. I hurried in before the bodyguards, and when I saw one of them filling up the car and the other one shrugging at me, I knew they would be okay with me going into the store alone. I just needed a little space to breathe. I didn't notice when the woman came into the store, but I felt her eyes on me as I poured the coffee. She kept her distance, but I wasn't in the mood to play games. She was following me, and I knew it. I took control for once. I stepped back toward the cooler for a bottle of water, and she moved right beside me. If you have a message for me, you'd better give it to me now before I tell my friend out there that you've been following me. She grinned, but the hair stood up on the back of my neck. Oh, you mean Darby? Well, either him or the armed bodyguards who are with us.
No need to bother any of them.
I'll be quick. As she scooted closer to me, I tried to get a good look at her face. She was young and pretty, with a blonde ponytail swinging from the back of her Tennessee Titans cap. She didn't seem to be worried about being seen, and didn't shy away from the security cameras. I wouldn't come any closer if I were you. I'll scream if you do.
You don't have to do that.
I won't hurt you, Dulcie. I'm here to help. Who are you? A friend. That's all you need to know right now. She took another step closer, and I instinctively backed up. She saw the movement.
Seriously, Dulcie.
I won't hurt you. I just want to let you know we're here to help you if you need us. Who's we? Are you with those goons who showed up at my house the other day? They are our friends, yes. You have many friends willing to help you if you'd let us. More than you'd ever imagine. Don't worry, though. We will not interfere with you looking for Callie's mother. None of that concerns us. I looked at her askance, wondering how she knew so much about me. Who was this woman? A woman is missing, and that doesn't concern you? What an awful thing to say. Her expression didn't change, so I concluded I'd get no sympathy from her. Then what do you want? Dulcie. I already told you. We're here to help. When you need us, we'll be here. Don't worry. She turned to leave, but she hesitated and turned back to me. Oh, and Dulcie. Callie and Darby wouldn't understand, so it's best if you do not tell them we spoke. They seem so sweet, and I'd hate to see them get hurt. But you can tell Deacon we said hello. Deacon sent you. Why would he send you? Is he trying to scare me so that I don't go off half-cocked, looking for Glenna?
No, honey.
No one is trying to scare you. I'm serious about wanting to help you. And I've never met Deacon, though I think we could help him too. See ya. I climbed into the truck as Darby finished pumping gas. I didn't remember walking outside, and I hoped I had paid for the coffee. We certainly didn't need the store clerk notifying the police because I stole a $3 cup of coffee. My heart nearly stopped again when a car driven by the woman from the store crossed in front of us as Darby started the truck. The driver looked our way and had an enormous smile on her face. She waved at me. "Friend of yours?" Callie asked. "No. Just a girl from the store who was chatting with me." "Dulcie, you surprise me sometimes," Callie mused. "You've never been someone to chat with strangers, and here you are making new friends." I smiled at Callie, hoping it disguised the worry on my face. She had enough problems, and I didn't want anything else popping up to bother her. I had the overwhelming urge to go home and tell Daddy all about the run-in with this woman. He had a way of calming me that no one else ever had. But when I thought about the way he dismissed my concern about Mama, I thought I shouldn't burden him with more of my problems. If he was covering up for Mama, it had to be tearing him up inside. I was so disheartened. I told Callie and Darby I wasn't feeling well and wanted to call it a night. After they exchanged glances, I knew they didn't believe me, but they didn't ask questions. "Good news, baby," Deacon said when I answered the phone the next morning. I needed some good news as the search for Callie's mom had stalled. "Tell me, are you coming back to help look for Glenna?" "Soon. But that's not why I'm calling. Honey, listen. I don't think that Travis is going to be an issue for you anymore. We think he's passed away." As awful as it was for me to say, I did consider it good news. "Really? Are you sure? How?" "I don't want to go into all the details now, but it's looking that way. I'm still trying to confirm some information, and it will be longer before I get that, but I think the threat to you is nearly over." "But you said you needed to find out who Travis was working for, too. You said it wouldn't be over until you got to the bottom of it." "That's right, and I'm not saying you're fully out of danger, but with Travis out of the way, it means you can relax a little." "Oh, Deacon, I'm not sure I know what it means to relax anymore." "I know you'll figure it out. There may still be someone out there gunning for you. But no one has seen Buck and his crew for over a week, so we think it's safe to drop down to one guard when you go out and just one at the house. You'll still need to be careful, especially mindful of non-locals, but it should be a little less crazy for you. At least for a while." I couldn't tell him about the run-in with the woman at the convenience store the night before. I doubted she meant me any harm. She had plenty of chances to hurt me if that was her goal. But if I told Deacon about her, he'd double my security instead of reducing it by half. I prayed the decision not to tell him didn't come back and bite me in the rear. "Thank you, baby. I'm so glad. When do you think you'll be coming back to Dulsan?"
We need you here.
"As soon as I can, but I still have a lot of work to do to confirm everything. I'll let you know. I can't wait to see you again. Do you know how much I love you, Deacon?" "Probably the same amount I love you, baby." I'm so excited to tell Callie and Darby the good news that I'm going to wake them up. I hesitated, wondering if perhaps they weren't napping after all. A text from Charlie saved me from potentially making a fool of myself. He said Euless wanted to talk to me, and I was supposed to call him as soon as possible. I figured since I had nothing to do until the afternoon, I might as well get it over with. On second thought, they may be otherwise engaged. Anyway, gotta go, babe. Euless wants me to call him. Good. I figured. I'll see you soon. As soon as the call ended, I scrolled for Euless's number. He answered on the second ring. "Hi, Dad. Charlie said you wanted me to call."
Yes, darling.
"Have you spoken with Deacon this morning?" "I just hung up with him, actually." "Then you've heard the news about Travis? That Deacon and James Randall believe him to be, out of the picture."
Yes, sir.
He told me. I'm very sorry. I wasn't really, but I thought I should offer my condolences anyway.
Why?
Because he's your son. He's my brother. I think the whole thing is an awful situation for our family." He hesitated before speaking again. "I am gratified to hear you refer to us as a family. Our bonds tie us together, even though we are a strange little bunch. For better or for worse, as they say. Family is important, especially during times of sorrow. History and literature are full of examples of that. I'm sure if we stick together, we will survive." I thought I heard a faint chuckle. "Along those lines, I want you to come home, darling. Come home and spend more time with me. I want to get to know you better." I was not expecting him to say that. "I would love to do that, but I can't right now. Have you heard that Callie's mother is missing? I promised her I'd help look for her. So I'm sorry, but I can't." I wondered for a moment if he would be angry. Few people ever said no to Dulcie Brisand. "Yes, Deacon told me about Callie's mother. I'm sad to hear it. I enjoy Callie's company, and I am sorry trouble follows her like this. Is there anything I can do to help? Pray for us, please. Callie is worried, and so am I, to be honest with you. I want to find her soon, so I can live that normal life everyone keeps saying is out there for me. It sounds lovely. Your life will be lovely again soon, my darling. You need to get this mess behind you and come home. Return to your family. Thank you. I will be there as soon as I can." I heard faint sounds in the background, and what could have been Ulysses' hand covering up the receiver. "I'm sorry, darling, but it seems I'm needed elsewhere. If you need aid in finding Callie's mother, let Charlie know what you need. Whether it's additional men or other resources matters not, just let him know how I can render aid. Goodbye, my dear." He hung up before I was able to say a word. Chapter 26. Dulcie. A myriad of thoughts raced through my head after the phone call with Ulysses. Unfairness was the first word that came to mind. I thought of my own brother trying to harm me. I was relieved that Deacon and James Randall thought he was out of the picture, and I wondered what that said about me. What kind of person was I becoming? I thought of Callie, and all the pain her entire family was going through. And what about Glenna's descent back into the drug culture she had worked so hard to overcome? Had that been my fault as well? My thoughts fell on my own two mothers, Willa, who may have betrayed me, and Ellie, who passed away when I was very young. I thought of Deacon's parents. His father, who lost his life in the service of my father, and his mother, who'd fallen into madness and addiction after her husband passed. Selling her son to my father was the only choice she believed either of them would have. She thought she was giving her son a better life by leaving him. Maybe she was. I searched in vain for answers. I realized at some point, while lost in my thoughts, the one person who seemed to have all the answers was Ulysses. What must it have been like not to worry about someone taking advantage of me, or being out to destroy me? Ulysses didn't worry about those things. He was the one who did the destroying and taking advantage of other people, and there was power there. I wondered if I could ever want that power. What would I do if I wanted it and went after it? If I wielded that same power, would anything stop me? I had to stifle a laugh when I wondered if Ellie would approve of me. Would she like the person I'd become, or would she prefer me to be more like Ulysses? Since the day I found out about her, I'd always been told how much like her I am. I had seen photographic evidence. The physical resemblance was hard to deny. But I'd also been told how tough she was. I didn't feel tough, and I believed I would probably disappoint her. There it was. The thought that had plagued me for years. Would she be ashamed of me? Both of my mothers had abandoned me. I could reasonably explain partially why I felt that way about Willa, but why did I feel that way about Ellie? She didn't choose her fate. It wasn't her fault that someone took her away from me. From us. From her family. I'm sorry, Ellie. Wherever you are, I am sorry for these feelings that you let me down, and I know it makes little sense. You didn't have a choice in the matter, and I promise I will one day deal with this. Let's hope I find a good therapist. As I apologized to a ghost, one I'd never met, I had to laugh at myself. I looked around to make sure no one saw me. I would take a fast track to therapy if someone did. With so many issues depending on me and my decisions, I was feeling the pressure. Callie was counting on me to find her mother. Sure, Darby was helping and so was Deacon to some extent, but Darby couldn't do it on his own, and Deacon was only involved because of me. I wondered if I was up to the task. Regardless of how I felt, I had to be up to it. I dug into the bottom of my purse for the one thing that had given me strength in the past. My mother's bumblebee earrings. To stay connected to her, I kept them on me to give me a lift. I desperately needed her support at that moment. I felt as though I had an elephant sitting on my chest, and I wondered how I'd ever feel normal again. Chapter 27. Dulcie. In the evening, Callie, Darby, and I went back on surveillance duty, which still ticked me off. I wanted to do more than watch people I thought might be bad guys. I wanted to find Glenna so we could all return to a somewhat normal life, whatever that was, and I was beginning to wonder whether it was possible. We stopped at the same convenience store where the woman approached me the night before. I dreaded going in, but I didn't want to alarm Callie or Darby by telling them about that conversation. Callie and I went in together, and I was glad I wouldn't be by myself. I surveyed the parking lot before we went in, and again once we were inside the building. The coast seemed to be clear. After a few minutes in the store trying to decide what kinds of snacks we wanted, I gave up and told Callie to just pick what she wanted. I went to the restroom, and she was paying for our stuff when I came out. As I approached the front of the building, I could clearly see Darby through the glass of the store windows, and it looked as if he was arguing with someone. It took a moment for me to comprehend exactly what was happening, despite seeing it with my own eyes. Callie walked ahead of me, and she didn't notice at first either, so when she opened the door and heard yelling, her head snapped up toward the voices. My word, Darby was defending himself with the squeegee he'd used to clean the windows. Then I saw the second man. They were getting closer, despite Darby wildly swinging the squeegee toward the head of whichever man was nearer to him. The men looked familiar to me, but I couldn't exactly pinpoint how I knew them. Callie and I ran to assist him, and as we got closer, we could see Darby wasn't arguing with the two men I recognized. He was instead arguing with three more men whom I didn't know, and they were on the other side of the truck. Someone called my name, and I knew where I had seen those two men before. They worked for Ulyss. He'd sent someone to help us, after all. "What's happening?" I screamed. When I did, the three strangers took off toward their truck while Darby and the two men who worked for Ulyss stared at me. "Miss Brisand," one of them answered. "Your father sent us to help you." "Those guys," Darby said, indicating the men who were getting away, "we have to stop them." "Get in. I'll explain on the way." We did, and the men who worked for Ulyss followed us. Darby said, "The guys who work for your father approached me and introduced themselves. They had those other guys with them. They said they'd caught them and were planning to bring them to us. Before they could, some other guy showed up, and that's when the argument started. I never got a chance to ask your father's men what the other guys were doing or why they were bringing them to us. But I recognized one of them, Dulcie. He was one of the loud bunch from Flannery's the other night. The ones we chased to the warehouse. The night you heard them talk about restraining women. You think this might be about Glenna? I asked. I don't know, but you were pretty convinced the other night. Even Deacon said your instincts were good. And then for Ulyss's guys to catch them doing something. I think they're involved in something bad. We followed the truck all the way to the same warehouse we were in a few days before. Once we recognized the area, we stayed back so the guys in the truck would think they lost us. We parked across the street and waited for Ulyss's men to get there, and we hoped they took the hint and stayed back too. They did. There was more room in Darby's truck, so everyone piled in there for us to talk. What did you catch those guys doing, and why were you bringing them to us? I asked Ulysses' man, whom I remembered as Jake, and his partner was Chris. We stopped at a fast food place just outside of town. I waited in the car while my partner went in to use the facilities and get our food. I got out for a smoke and stood near their truck. By then, Chris had come back, and we just watched them for a minute. I didn't know anyone was in there until I heard them talking. I heard one of them say your name, so I got a little closer to hear better.
My name,
I said.
what did they say?
Their orders were to find you and take you to their boss. So, we jumped them and put them in the car to bring them to you. To see what you wanted to do with them. The other guy must have seen us and followed us to the convenience store where we found you. How did you know where we were? Darby asked. He stared at the floorboards as if he really didn't want to continue the conversation. His partner elbowed him and nodded his head. The younger Mr. Brisand put GPS tracking on your truck. We're not supposed to tell you. He did it for your safety, but he didn't want to upset you. So that's how Deacon found us so quickly when he got to Dulsan the other night. I just assumed he had the same idea we had about going to Mom's work to find out what happened to her and saw us when we were leaving, Callie said. Once everyone got up to speed, we quickly formulated a plan. Jake and Chris would go into the building to assess the situation. We were to stay outside and wait for them. I didn't like that plan, but I went along with it after Callie begged me. She also reminded me of my promises to Deacon, so I had little choice. We went to the back of the warehouse to check for another way into the building. Finding an open door, Jake and Chris nodded to us and went inside. I held my breath until they were both inside, but then I nearly lost my breath when I heard voices behind us. Callie and Darby heard them too, because when I turned around, they were looking toward an ancillary parking lot. I thought perhaps it was for employees, when that was a working warehouse. The area nestled into a line of trees. I searched for an entrance to the parking lot that would not require us to cross an open area where anyone could see us. I think if we follow the outside walls closely, we can get back to that area, I said and took off at a jog. Wait, Dulcie, Callie whispered. Shouldn't we wait for Chris and Jake? You guys can stay here. I just want to get a little closer. If I see someone, I'll come straight back. Darby ran to catch up with me. He grabbed my arm and said, we should stick to the plan, Dulcie. Come on. Please. This is how we get ourselves into trouble. It'll be fine. I'll be back before you know it. They won't know I'm here. He threw up his hands and turned back toward Callie. I focused on finding the source of the voices instead of my anger with him, even though I thought I heard him mumble something about famous last words. Sudden footsteps behind me made me jump, but then I heard Callie's reassuring voice. You're not doing this by yourself. I smiled at her, grateful to know she had my back. We crept along quietly, and at some point realized Darby was behind us. It overwhelmed me to know I had such support from my good friends. I turned once to see Darby's face, and he still didn't look happy, although he'd stopped mumbling about how dumb we all were. The voices got louder as we got closer to the side parking lot. We had to abandon the safety of the building and sprint to the tree line to get there. It didn't seem that far, so I figured, why not? There they were. Illuminated by the running lights of 3 trucks, several men sat in lawn chairs in a half circle around the vehicles. They were all men, and they were paying no attention to us at all. They peered at a few other men who leaned on the side of a truck, clearly delighted by something happening inside it. Callie stopped in her tracks beside me and gasped. No. No.
What is it?
Who are they? I asked her as I tapped the crossbody bag to make sure my gun was still there. The gun I had used on Shelby. Mom's dealers.
I know what they're doing.
Before I could stop her, Callie ran toward the truck.
What did you do, Mom?
What did you do? As I got to the truck, I saw 4 guys standing in line behind it. In the truck's bed, there was an air mattress and 2 couples having sex. Upon closer look, I wouldn't describe what Glenna was doing as having sex. She was so strung out, she couldn't have had any idea about what was happening. Callie jumped into the bed of the truck and pulled the guy off her mother. She screamed at the men and swung at them. All but one of them who'd been standing by the truck took off running, including the men having sex. The two guys who were fighting with Darby in the squeegee battle from earlier ran toward us. One of them yelled at Callie, "Hey! Get your hands off the merchandise." The other one jumped into the back of the truck, grabbed Callie's hair, and pulled. She screamed in pain. Darby ran into the fray and tried to pull the guy off Callie, but the other one punched him in the face. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jake and Chris running toward us, and I motioned for them to get those guys off Callie and Darby. Once everyone stopped fighting, I stood at the end of the truck, staring into the eyes of the one I supposed was the ringleader of this motley crew. He gave me a quick nod and a smirk.
What's going on here?
I asked, trying to be calm and authoritative. Callie, still holding her mother, said, "You can't do this. I'm taking her home." The ringleader said, "Not so fast there, little lady. She owes me money and had a few more customers to serve, but it looks like you've run them off. Oh well. More will be along shortly." He smiled and took one small step forward, but he watched me the whole time. "Hey, I have an idea. One of you can take her place. We could make some real money together." Darby's mouth flew open as he motioned toward me. "Do you know who she is? Are you crazy?" The ringleader smirked at me. "I know exactly who she is. I'm sure she and her father will understand this is just business, and I mean no disrespect. My name is Sunny. Pleased to meet you, Miss Brisand." He motioned toward Glenna and said, "This one owes me money. She can't pay, so she has to work it off. She knows the rules." My knees wobbled and bile surged in my throat when the realization of what I was seeing registered in my mind. He was forcing her to do that so she could pay off a debt. "How much does she owe you?" I asked and pulled my wallet out of my bag. Charlie had stuffed some cash in there the last time I saw him, but I didn't know how much, and I had no idea if it was even still there. "About $250. But you ran off my customers, and that's bad for business. So, it'll be a little more than that to withstand the hit to my reputation. If you pay cash, I'll take $400. Then I won't have to wait for her to finish the transactions. I can make better use of my time." I passed 4 $100 bills to him. He grinned again but shook his head. "Small bills, please, darlin'." I gritted my teeth. "I don't have that much in anything smaller. Can you take half and half?" He nodded, so I counted out 10 $20 bills into his hand, and he passed back 2 of the hundreds. "It's a pleasure doing business with you." Then he motioned toward Glenna and said to his guys, "Load her up in the back of Miss Brisand's truck. Be careful with her, though. We want to make sure she stays in one piece." Then to me, "You and I both know she'll be back in debt to me in a day or so." He winked at me and turned to go. I stuck out my hand to stop him. "Not so fast there, buddy. What about her?" I gestured to the other girl, who was still in the back of the truck, weeping. I stepped forward to get a better look at her. She was older than I'd first thought, but not by much. He spun back to me, and considering the glare he gave me, I wondered if I had overstepped. "What about her?" I still held my wallet in my hand and said to him, "How much does she owe you?" The poor girl whimpered again. He laughed. "She doesn't owe me anything. Her brother, on the other hand, owes me more than $1,000. But look at her. She's so sweet. There has been a lot of interest in her. I'm thinking about keeping her on as one of my regulars, even after she pays off his debt. I think she'll be a gold mine." He said this as he picked up a section of her hair and pulled her to him as she winced. I glared at Sunny. "This is against her will." "No, Miss Brisand. It is not." I gave her a choice. She could either pay her brother's debt in whatever way she could, or she could bury him. I think she made the right choice. I thumbed through the rest of the cash and counted $400. I looked over at Darby and Callie. "How much cash do you have?" Callie tossed her bag to Darby, and he quickly scanned the contents of both their wallets and said, "We have $200 between us." I swore. "All we have is $600. I'll give you the rest, plus another $200 tomorrow." He beamed. "Perfect. You bring me $1,200 tomorrow. You can have the girl. Tomorrow." He turned again, pulling the girl with him. "You don't trust me?" I asked, jumping in front of him, forcing him to look at me. "Miss Brisand, it isn't a matter of trust. It is a matter of business. I'm sure your father would understand that." "Have you ever met my father, Sonny?" "I met him once. A few years ago. No disrespect, but he's the scariest man I've ever seen in my life. I worked for this guy who was an associate of your father's, and I went to a meeting with him. There were several of your father's men attending this meeting, too. The bosses were supposed to donate a certain amount of money to him, but they pooled their money instead of giving it to him individually, so no one would be accused of adding more to gain his favor. When the count came up short, your father wanted to know who had stiffed him. Well, obviously, no one wanted to admit he was short, so they all swore it had to be somebody else. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't imagine Ulyss taking that sort of impudence lightly. "So," Sonny continued, "your father went to each of the bosses one by one and said, 'I trust you' or 'I don't trust you,' as he stood in front of them. He had his guys pull the 4 bosses he didn't trust to the front of the room, lining them up as straight as could be. Then he walked up and down the line for what seemed like an hour. We were all shaking in our boots, each one of us in that room, but especially those 4 guys, but no one said a word. He finally came to a stop in front of this one guy and looked him in the eye. The guy started squirming around and broke out into a sweat. Sonny started to smile again, but a grimace instantly replaced it. The guy backed up saying, "Now Ulyss, you've known me for 20 years. You know you can trust me." "You can trust," but he didn't get to finish his sentence because your father plunged a knife straight into his heart. As he fell to the floor, your father said, "Sorry. I don't trust you," and told his guys to clean up the mess. My father isn't the type of man who can tolerate betrayal. I shuddered to think of being on Ulyss's bad side. Sonny's grin widened and laughed. "You haven't heard the best part, though." Less than a minute later, somebody said, "Hey boss. I found this on the floor beside the money table." And he passed your father a bundle of money. The missing money had fallen on the floor. No one had tried to rip him off after all. Your dad looked at the guy's body and said, "Well, I still don't trust you. Now I don't have to worry that you might steal from me." Just like that. It was all for nothing, and he walked away like it was no big deal. Knowing I couldn't back down, I related my own story. The one where I showed him I wasn't a person to be crossed either. Just like my father. "You know, Sonny, I was friends with this girl. We went to school together, we worked together, we hung out all the time. I'd known her for years. Other than Callie, she was one of my best friends. One day, I caught her messing around with my boyfriend. It's hard when you think you can trust somebody, but find out you can't. My father and I are a lot alike in that regard. Of that, you can be certain." "You think you're like your father?" "Right, little miss. What did you do to this girl?" "Have her membership at the country club revoked." A few of Sonny's men laughed, and I almost lost my nerve when I glanced at Callie and saw the fear in her eyes. But I kept going. "I'll tell you something, Sonny. You think you can't trust me. I believe my father will assume that you feel the same about him. Because when you make a deal with me, I know he'll back me up, and I don't think you want to tell him you don't trust him or his little girl." Sonny gulped, so I kept going. "So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you this $600 I have in my hand. The girl is coming with us right now. Tomorrow, I'll make sure you get the other $600 I owe you. If you have a problem with that, let's call my father right now, and you can tell him exactly why you don't trust him or me. There's one thing I think you can trust, Sonny, and that is you don't want to discover just how much like my father I am." He got up into my face and said, "Oh yeah. Why is that?" Because that friend of mine who tried to steal my boyfriend. I put a bullet in her head. I turned around and said, Darby, go get your truck. I grabbed the girl by the arm and led her away to wait for Darby. Let's go, I said. Then I turned back around to a dumbfounded Sonny and said, we'll settle up tomorrow. He looked at me in admiration as we drove past him, and he held up his hand to wave us off. As soon as we were out of sight, I told Darby to pull over, and I threw up on the side of the road. I was uncertain what disturbed me more, my gravitas in standing up to Sonny or his story about my father. Chapter 28. Dulcie. I attempted to send Ulysses' men back to Nashville with my thanks and a promise to call him the next day. They said they had instructions to stay in Dulsan that night, and after hearing Sonny's story about my father, they had no desire to disobey him. After putting their numbers in my phone, I sent them instead to Mama and Daddy's and told them to wait for me there. My priority was to get Glenna and the girl settled. My mouth was so dry from the horror I had witnessed, I could barely speak, and I couldn't imagine how they felt. I wondered where to take them. Did they need to go to the hospital? I told Darby to just drive. He didn't ask where. I rode in the front seat while Callie, Glenna, and the girl were in the back. We drove silently for a few minutes, and Darby and I exchanged uneasy glances. Let's get them something to drink and maybe some food, I said, and he nodded. When we arrived at the fast food place, none of us had any cash left, so I gave Darby my credit card and asked him to go inside to get the food. I thought the girl might be more comfortable and would open up more without a man around. The girl's eyes were closed and she jumped when I reached for her hand. I'm sorry. Sorry for startling you. I suppose I should have known better than to touch you like that with no warning. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I know you didn't mean to scare me. I smiled at her and tried to put her at ease. What's your name? Bettina. Hi, Bettina. That's a beautiful name. I'm Dulcie. I know who you are. Everybody does, she said. Could you please take me home now? Her eyes showed mistrust, and I was determined to win her over. Sure. Where's home? Graycoff Drive. Over off State Route 23. She motioned toward the highway, though we were nowhere near that road. I know where that is. You live there with your parents. And my brother, whenever he's home. I wondered if that was the brother whom Sonny said got her into that mess in the first place, or if there was another one. Look, you don't have to go home right now if you don't want to. We're getting you some food, and you can come with us to my house. We'll take care of you, clean you up, and let you get some rest. Then you can go home when you're ready. I'm ready now. Are you sure? You're welcome to. I'm sure, she interrupted. Just please take me home. Okay, no problem. Darby returned and passed the food to Callie. I told Darby where Bettina lived, and he nodded. Other than occasionally pointing Darby in the right direction, Bettina was quiet on the drive to her house, which didn't surprise me. She may have known my name, but she didn't know us from Adam, and we had seen her at her most vulnerable. What a terrible position to be in. I tried to get her to tell me where I could find her brother, or at least to give me his name. She said nothing. One thing was certain in my mind, though. Somehow, I intended to pay her brother a visit soon. In fact, I was looking forward to that. The house was quiet and dark when we got there, and she tried to rush in without talking to me. Instead, I got out of the truck and walked her to the door. Are you going to be all right by yourself? I can stay if you'd like. I'll be fine, she said. Thank you for rescuing me, and I'll somehow find the money to pay you back. But please go home and leave us alone. All right. I'll go for now, but I'll be back to check on you in the morning. And don't worry about paying anything back. You can pay it forward. I turned to leave but spun back around. I just couldn't leave without asking her one more time to let me help. Are you sure you don't want to come to my house tonight? She rolled her eyes. Look, you can try to be rid of me all you want, but I am concerned about you.
I want to help. Why? You don't know me. Why would you possibly want to help me? Because I've been where you are. Not exactly in the same situation, but I've been the victim before. It sucks. You don't have to live like this. Look, Miss Brisand, I thank you for saving me tonight. You didn't have to do that. Most people would have gotten your friend's mom and left me behind. I'm grateful. Truly, I am. But the thing is, unless you can get my brother off drugs, you're not really helping me. You can pay off his debt now, sure, but he's just gonna get high again. He has no money to pay for it, and he's too strung out to keep a job, so he'll run up another bill. Won't be long till those guys come back for me. A few days, maybe a week or more. But they'll come. There ain't nothing you can do to stop it. So why don't you leave us alone and let me pay this off as fast as I can? You trying to save me is going to make it worse for me. I wish you could see that. She slammed the screen door behind her when she went into the house. Desperate to show her I cared, I lifted my hand to knock, but lowered it when the porch light went off and I heard her skitter away. If the rest of her family was asleep already, I didn't want to wake them and embarrass her further. Silence filled the air as we drove from Bettina's house to Glenna's. Callie and her mom were alternating crying and whispering to each other. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I caught snippets of an apology and a response of forgiveness. I wasn't sure I forgave her. But I'd seen her do this way too many times to Callie over the years, and I wasn't in a forgiving mood. Unhappy memories from my teenage years flooded my mind when we arrived at Glenna's. I wondered how many times we'd brought Glenna back from a similar situation back then, minus the sex part. I remembered once we found the door wide open, the TV and every light in the house on. Glenna must have left in a hurry. The food remained on the table, and she had neglected to close the refrigerator door. Every time the woman got high, she forgot about everything else. She forgot she had a house, a daughter, and a life. All she knew was what she took, smoked or inhaled made her feel good, and that she needed more. Once when Callie was young, Glenna made canned tomato soup and grilled cheese for her and then put her to bed. She hadn't noticed the stove was still on and went outside to get high on the porch. While she was out there, she got distracted, or that's what she later said, and left with some guy who'd come by to see her. Soon, Mrs. Davis smelled smoke as she was letting her cat in before going to bed. She called the fire department while her son got a still sleeping Callie out of the house. After that incident, Callie spent all summer and part of the school year with us. Daddy had promised he'd look after Callie, so she didn't have to go to foster care because her mom had gone to jail that time. Callie's little brothers went to stay with Glenna's aunt. Once she got out, Daddy made her go to rehab, get a job, and clean herself up before he agreed to bring Callie back home. It worked for a few years, but she eventually got strung out again. Walking through the house and seeing so many of the old familiar patterns of behavior, I became more and more angry. Callie didn't deserve this. That poor girl from earlier didn't deserve what Sonny made her go through either. But then again, I didn't deserve to be hunted like a wild animal the way I was. None of it made any sense. Darby saw the look on my face and asked if I was all right. I hesitated to answer him, unsure if I was all right or not. It's not right, you know. The injustices of the world are getting to me. Things don't have to be the way they are. I wasn't talking about that, Dulcie. I meant that little exchange you had with Sonny earlier. That scared me. You didn't sound like you. You sounded like Euless. You say that like it's a bad thing, Darby, I laughed, though I found no humor in it. Well, it's not a good thing. He's a scary guy, and I don't think I like the similarities. Well, luckily I don't need your approval then. Regretting what I said almost immediately, I closed my eyes and gathered my thoughts. I'm sorry, Darby. I didn't mean that. You've always been a good friend to me, and I value your opinion. His face had a puzzled expression. Were you scared earlier, Dulcie? When you were arguing with that drug dealer, I mean? I didn't think about it at the time, but yeah, I guess I was. Why? Because you didn't look scared. You looked like a boss. You owned that guy, and everyone there knew it, especially him. Where did you learn how to do that? Do what? I asked. Intimidate people. You probably couldn't tell, but that guy was shaking in his boots. He was afraid of you. I laughed in disbelief. I couldn't tell that at all. I didn't think he was listening to me until I told him about Shelby. I could have kicked myself for saying that. It seemed like such a long time ago, but I had forgotten Darby had been married to Shelby. She had fooled not only me, but she betrayed him as well. I'm sorry, Darby. That must be hard for you to hear. Well, I don't love hearing about how my wife betrayed her best friends. But she fooled me too, Dulcie. You know that, right? You know, I had no idea about anything she and Jason were doing. Of course I know that, Darby. I know it wasn't you. Though we still don't know who all was involved in that situation, I'm convinced it was more than just Travis, Shelby, and Jason. You need to know I won't rest until I have this all figured out. I must know why this happened to me. Why, Dulcie? Isn't it enough that you are alive? Both you and Deacon are alive and in love. Why can't you enjoy that? If it's vengeance you seek, you're doing a disservice to everyone, including yourself. You sound like Daddy. He said almost the same thing. After he did, I was horrible to him. I couldn't understand why he wasn't angrier. He wanted me to be forgiving. Forget some of these things happened. That isn't something I can do. Your dad is right though, Dulcie. You have to forgive some of these things. Holding on to this anger will do nothing but eat you up inside. It will eventually destroy you. I think you can already see some of that happening. What do you mean? I mean the fight you had with your dad. The fights you're always having with Deacon. And the one you just had with the drug dealer, Sonny. These happen because your anger is getting to you. I think that's why you were so adamant about helping Bettina. You could see she was suffering from something she didn't cause, and it reminded you of yourself. You needed to help her because no one was there to help you. I don't know about that. I'd say between Deacon, James Randall, Daddy, and Euless, I've had plenty of help. Besides, I couldn't leave her with those guys. She is so young. She reminded me of my students. And that is the part of you that knows this is messed up. That side of you is trying to do the right thing, but you don't know how. He paused long enough to grin. At least, that's how I see this. How did you get to be so smart? I couldn't help but grin at him. Not smart, Dulcie. Not smart at all. Just compassionate. You can't lose that side of you. Don't allow anger to destroy the good parts of you. You can use anger as motivation to change your life, but don't let it rule over you and make those changes for you. You are the one in control of those decisions, not the anger. His words made sense, even if I didn't want to heed them. Chapter 29. Deacon. I didn't have a clue what would be involved in authenticating the video that JR showed me. I did, however, know a guy who would. He was a friend of a friend, so it took a couple of days to get in touch with him. I suspected he wouldn't be happy to see me again because of the last time I used him. One of his employees made a mistake that cost me time and money. Euless came down pretty hard on the guy, though it wasn't his fault. Euless held him responsible as the boss. I called our mutual friend, Leon, hoping he could help me convince the guy to let bygones be bygones. I don't think he'll want to help you again, Deacon. Don't you remember what happened the last time? Yes, I remember, but this time it's different. This is something I need. Euless isn't involved at all. Leon shook his head. I don't think he can separate the two of you in his mind. He was terrified. Your dad is a scary dude. Tell me about it, I chuckled. Remember though, he's not involved this time. It's my project, and Euless doesn't even know about it. He scoffed. I don't think that'll make him feel any better about it. He'll worry that you're going behind your dad's back and he'd be furious if he found out. It may not be easy to convince him. No, it's nothing like that. I'm not hiding anything, Leon. Come on. I mean, I'm just trying to get ahead of something. There's info on that video that's important to keep my girlfriend safe. Your girlfriend? The same one who just happens to be Dulcie Brisand's daughter. Yeah, this will not go over very well. I get it. Just reach out to him and tell him I'll make it worth his time. It's important, Leon.
I need to know about this.
All right. I'll reach out to him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree. I'll text you when I hear from him. I didn't ask how Leon convinced the guy to meet with me, but I knew I owed him one. He scheduled a lunch meeting, and I sent a generous sum to his payment app. I arrived at the restaurant early as usual, and tried to set things up so he'd be as comfortable as possible. It wouldn't be easy. Dulcie had come unglued last time I worked with him and threatened the guy's family. I figured it would be 50-50 if he agreed to meet with me. Through the restaurant window, I watched him warily get out of his car and scan the area like he feared his own shadow. I had my work cut out for me in making him feel at ease with the job. Thanks for meeting with me today, Gary. It's good to see you again. I wish I could say the same for you, Deacon. You're a good guy, and you've always been square with me, but I have to tell you, I'm not comfortable working with you after what happened the last time. I know, and I'm sorry about that. I understand your position completely. Leon told you it's different this time though, right? He told me your dad was not involved. How do I know for sure though?
You're going to have to trust me.
The dubious look on his face told me I had not convinced him. Look, Gary, he's not involved. You have my word. I've never lied to you. This is my job. He stared at me for a long moment, considering my argument. His shoulders rose and fell as he took a deep breath. What's the job and how much is it paying? I smiled a grateful smile. The job pays whatever you think it's worth. I like the sound of that. Now answer the first question. I passed the thumb drive to him, and he looked at it like it might bite him. I have a video that needs to be analyzed. Go on. I need several things. First, is it authentic? JR had one of his tech guys look at it already, and he thought someone had altered it in several places. Second, I need you to confirm and then remove those alterations. Third, I need to identify the people in the video. Right now, there are gaps in the footage and their faces are blurry. Lastly, I need you to see if you can recover the missing footage and clear up their faces. That's a tall order. What kind of video is it? Warehouse surveillance. The part we have is about 10 minutes long at most. We're hoping there might be additional frames in there that aren't deleted. That extra footage would help a lot. Do you think you can do it? He nodded his head, which encouraged me. Depends on the quality, but I'll look at it. Is this your only copy? Of course not. How long do you think it will take? I'll let you know after I take a look. I'll give you a time and a price this afternoon. Deal, I said. Let's eat. I'm buying. Chapter 30. Deacon. I'd hoped the best part of my day would be talking to Dulcie on the phone, but she had to go and screw that up. I told you not to engage with anyone, Dulcie. What the heck is the matter with you? I was completely safe, baby. Ulysses' men were there. You know they wouldn't let anything happen to me. And what about that girl you rescued? Did Sonny and his guys simply hand her over to you out of the kindness of their hearts? Or did you have a confrontation? It was a tiny confrontation, but I was safe. There were more of us than there were of them. It was fine, baby, she claimed.
How do you know, Sonny?
Never mind. I don't want to know. I sighed. There was nothing I could do now. The damage had been done. I'd likely need to have another discussion with Sonny, but I wanted to check up on him anyway. But I absolutely wouldn't accept him threatening her.
Despite my urge to lock you in a room somewhere safe, I guess I should support you and make sure you don't get into any more trouble. And find out about Travis as soon as I can. So, tell me about the girl. What's her story?
Oh, Deacon, it's awful.
She's barely 18 years old. Her brother is an addict, and he's using her to finance his habit. Is she rich?
No, baby.
The family is dirt poor, and they live in the worst part of town. She hesitated and seemed to struggle to tell me the rest. That horrible Sonny is forcing her to use her body to pay him off. I've heard of girls being put in that situation for other people, but I didn't think I'd ever witness it. Or that it would be that close to home. I'm glad you got her out of there. Good job. So the rumors about Sonny were true. I'd have to talk to him about that too. Well, I don't know if it's such a good thing after all. She thinks her brother will keep running up a bill, and she'll be back in the same position in no time. She whispered. And oh, Deacon, Glenna was doing the same thing, only it was her debt she was paying off. How does Callie feel about that? Not great. But it's not the first time her mother has done this. It happened a lot when we were kids. Saddened to hear that Glenna exposed Callie and Dulcie to such things as children, I asked, how bad was it? She'd sell everything she had, send the kids away, and then off she'd go whenever the eviction notices arrived. Her body was the last thing of value she had. But she still lives there now? How did she keep the house? Aunt Teresa would pay the landlord. They're old friends, so it simply took a phone call. And when Glenna's ex-husband came back wanting to take Callie's brothers, Aunt Teresa was the one who convinced her it would be in their best interest to let them go. He's not Callie's dad before you ask. He died when Glenna was pregnant with Callie. An overdose. So, she's been dealing with this stuff for a while. Like you did. Is there any way I can help? Don't fuss at me about this. I need your support, not your derision. Please don't be angry with me. I didn't like the sound of that. Don't fuss at you about what? Exactly what are you planning to do, Dulcie? I want to get this girl a better life. Hopefully, I will find a job for her, or training for a job. Something so she can have money to help her brother pay his debt, so she doesn't have to sell her body. How about her brother getting a job? Or go to rehab? That would solve the entire problem. That may not be an option. He's deeply involved in his drug habit. He isn't likely to turn into a reliable employee overnight, nor will he want to go to rehab. I'm not crazy about the idea of you getting involved, Dulcie. Some addicts are too far gone to help. What do you know about this guy? What do you know about this girl, for that matter? With a heavy sigh, she said, what happened to that support you said you'd give me? I hate it when you use my words against me. It was a slippery slope, and I didn't want her around anything or anyone who could hurt her. If she ticked off Sonny, she might very well be getting into something she couldn't handle. I didn't trust the guy. But I didn't want to push her into making a terrible decision just to spite me. All right. Message received. Now about this girl. Is there a specific type of job you have in mind for her? I know very little about her. I don't know when she graduated high school, or even if she did. She may not have any marketable skills. Really, she didn't want my help, and I don't know if she'll talk to me much. Though she was grateful I helped her, she was kinda hostile towards me. Like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It surprised me. Did you think she was going to kneel and worship at your feet? Don't be a butthead. No, I didn't think that, but I didn't think she'd be rude either. I'm sorry, honey. I remained quiet, wondering if she'd hung up. Finally, she asked, hey, how is the search for Travis going? You haven't told me much about that lately. What was the big clue that James Randall needed you back in Nashville for? I'm still working on it. I don't want to go into it until I have something more concrete, but let's just say it's promising. Are you still thinking he may not be alive? Yeah, that's the working theory. I'll know more in a few days.
So, I suppose that means you'll be in Nashville a while longer then. Was she trying to make me feel guilty? If so, it was working. Probably. I miss you, Deacon. Yep. She was trying to make me feel guilty. I miss you too. I'm hoping it won't be too long now. But I want you to promise me you'll stay close to your dad. Please, Dulcie. Don't go after Sonny anymore. Nothing good can come of that. Wait for me to come back, and I'll help you make everything right. Jake and Chris are at your disposal. Use them. If I'm going to be here for more than a few more days, I'll send more guys. But please stay put. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach as I waited for her to reply. I don't want to make promises to you if I'm not sure I can keep them. That's not fair to either of us. Then promise me and keep your word. It's not that hard to do. All you have to do is stay at your father's house. Eat your mom's cooking. Read those silly books you like. Binge something on TV or whatever. I don't care. Just stay put and stay out of trouble. I don't want to argue anymore, Deacon. I'll call you later. The phone went silent. There was no point in talking to the woman. She was determined to do what she wanted, and I was determined to keep her from doing it. Neither of us would be happy. The only thing I could do was try to set up some protection for her. There was one person I trusted to provide the same safe environment that I would have if I were there. I'd called him so much lately, I should have memorized his number. Carter, I need your help again. Let me guess. You want me to keep an eye on my daughter and make sure she doesn't get herself into any trouble with Sonny after she confronted him last night? So, you're already aware of the situation, I see. Yes, I am, and I don't like it either. I've talked to her until I am blue in the face, and she won't listen to me. I tried to get her to promise she'd stay at your house and out of trouble until I'm done with this Travis thing, but that went nowhere, of course. That's why I'm calling. I told her I would come back in a couple of days, and if she needed something before then, I'd send it. I begged her to promise she wouldn't go jumping into things that didn't concern her, but you know how she is. She's worried about that girl. I think she's more concerned about her than she is Callie's mother. She's just making excuses. I think so too. Makes sense to me though, and it would to you if you knew the history. You have to understand Callie's mother has done things like this before. I do understand. Dulcie told me, I said much more forcefully than I intended. The way it seems to me is if Glenna wants to fund her drug habit by doing that, no one can stop her. She's grown and knows the consequences of her actions. She doesn't think she's hurting anyone but herself, and doesn't realize how much it hurts Callie. But this girl Dulcie found. It's different with her. She's not running up debt with Sonny. The girl's brother is. And when that lowlife threatens her brother, she feels like she doesn't have a choice. It's making Dulcie crazy. Did you find out anything new about Sonny? Nothing we didn't already know. He's been dealing in Dulsan for a couple of years. I don't know where he was before, but I wish he'd go back. Do you know who the supplier is? Son, no offense, but with you working with Euless, you'd know more about that than I would. I'm not involved in any drug business, Carter. I swear to you, I'm not. I believe you. I can't say the same for my cousin. He probably has his hands in it elbow deep. I don't know. He used to, yes, but I thought he got away from it years ago. He saw what it did to my mother, and he's focused on other areas. Well, I hope that's the case. I would hate to think he's still doing that after all these years. He's a hard man, but I've always hoped he had a heart in his chest somewhere.
I knew Euless had a heart.
If he didn't, he would never have taken me in and raised me like his own son. He was a hard man to know, but I believed him when he said he wasn't a drug supplier. Chapter 31. Dulcie. That sounded suspiciously like a Butinsky boyfriend calling to ask for your help by keeping me locked up in my room, or something similar to save me from being a danger to myself. I said to Daddy,
as my way of letting him know I'd heard every word of his conversation with Deacon. Well, you standing there with your hands on your hips like that makes it pretty clear what you'd think if I agreed to help him with that endeavor. A slight grin curved his lips as he shook his head.
He's worried about you, honey.
You can't blame the man for that. Oh yes, I can. I can blame him for lots of things. Give me a minute and I'll think of a few.
So, do you have any more ideas about this girl and the rest of her family?
I shook my head. I know her name is Bettina, and I know where she lives. We dropped her off there, but I don't know her family name, her brother, or anything else about her. I know she's young. She's barely out of high school, Daddy. It's so sad. Why do you think you have a connection with this girl? This Bettina? I don't know. You didn't see her face. Not only was she scared, but it also mortified her, what she was doing. I can't imagine going through that. The thought of it made me want to be sick. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. People are many times stronger than they think they are. You made it through some pretty horrific things. She'll be fine too. Now sit down. You're wearing out the carpet, honey. I think better when I pace. Oh, Daddy, she has such an awful brother. She does, huh? Have you forgotten about your brother, honey? I think you may be the queen of terrible brothers. No, of course I haven't forgotten. I'm not excusing what Travis did, but it's different with her, don't you think? She grew up with this brother of hers. Has known him all her life. I just met Travis last year. We didn't grow up together in a loving home. He had a dubious look on his face. I tried to explain further. I'm not giving him a pass on it because he's still my brother, and well, these two siblings are supposed to love each other. Honey, I need to talk to you about something else. There was something I needed to talk to him about too, but I nodded to him as a sign to go ahead. I'm wondering how you are getting along with folks here in Dulsan since you've been back. Everything going all right for you? My eyes narrowed and I studied his face.
You're fishing, Daddy.
Spit it out. What is it you don't want to tell me? He took a quick, shallow breath. There was a lot of heartache in this town after those not-so-random attacks. You remember all those people they took out to make it look like you weren't the target, right? I'll never forget that. How could I? And I don't care what you, Ulysses, James Randall, or Deacon have to say. I'll always feel guilty about that. Taking another gulp of air, he continued, after everyone thought you'd been lost after the massacre at Kicks, honey, all those things took a toll on everyone. People are always looking for someone to blame, too. So they blame Travis, right? What's wrong with that? They don't all blame Travis, honey. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Some of them blame you. Me? What? Why do they blame me? His eyes widened, and his little face turned red in exasperation. You just said you feel guilty for it. It's only natural for some folks who don't know the situation to come to the same conclusion. But that's like picking on a family member. You can do it all you want, but don't let anyone outside of the family do it, or it starts a war. Of course I get it, honey. I think it started with some people who'd been in deep mourning, and they wondered out loud why their family members are gone when you were the target. It's quite a normal human thing to do, if you think about it. They were looking for reasons, and they didn't look very far once they heard about you. I sat there for a long moment, trying to understand what he was saying to me. So they're angry that I'm alive? I don't think anyone has said that, no. It's more of a resentment they have for you. They resent the person they love is gone. They've focused all their pain on you, no matter how misplaced it is. I know it's not fair, and I'm telling you about it now in case you run into some hostility while you're out and about. That may have happened already. I've gotten dirty looks from people, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. I'm sorry some people feel that way, but it won't stop me from enjoying my hometown. But I've missed everyone so much, especially my kids. And I've missed my house. I want to go home and relax in my own place.
It's been so long since I've had a peaceful night there. That's all I wanted when I took your truck the other day. I wanted to be back at my home. Is there anything wrong with that? Not a thing, honey. You know, when everyone thought you were gone, we had so many people ask us what we planned to do with your house. I can't tell you how many realtors tried to talk me into listing it with them. I finally had to put a not for sale sign in the yard. We talked for a few more minutes, and I wanted to say something else to him about Mama. Talk about the picture. Surely by him sending it to me, he was aware of her true nature. But if that was the case, how had he stayed married to her all these years? I wanted to talk to him about Euless asking to spend time with me. I wanted to talk to him about Deacon. He liked Deacon, and I knew they sometimes talked. I wondered how much they talked about me, and how much they were getting to know one another. I wanted them to be close, and it made me happy they were making time for that. But when I thought about them talking about how reckless I was being and how to keep me safe, I just got angry again. So I dropped the whole thing. Thank you for not selling my house, I said as I rose, kissed him on top of his head, and went to bed. Chapter 32. Dulcie. My first surprise of the day came when Charlie called the next morning to set up a Zoom meeting with Euless. I didn't know he knew how to do that, or why he wanted to meet with me that way. I thought he would wait until I was back in Nashville, but maybe he was as eager as I was to get to know each other better. I told Charlie I needed to find out from Callie when she and Darby were going to check in on her mother, though I was confident it would be early. They were planning to make breakfast for her. I wanted to meet with Euless in private, and I thought he would appreciate that as well. Charlie and I settled on 10 a.m., as everyone would be out of the house by then. As the time of the meeting approached, I grew nervous. It was ludicrous for me to be anxious about talking with my father, especially since he's the one who wanted to talk, but at the same time, he still intimidated me tremendously. He was such a dichotomy. He could be ruthless and cold, and his reaction to his losing his wife last year came to mind. Beneath his tough exterior was a compassionate spirit. After all, he took in and raised Deacon, lost both of his parents. I knew he was a monster deep down, but the whole heart of gold thing kept catching me by surprise. I wondered where I fit into his world. He already knew much more about me than I did about him, because he kept track of everything I did as a child before I knew he existed. Still, that wasn't the same as being involved in my life, like a normal father. Although there was nothing normal about Dulcie Brisand. I had still not asked Daddy why he and Euless hated each other, and that question had been on my mind. They were cousins, after all. And Daddy was the one person Euless trusted to raise me when he felt he couldn't keep me safe after my mother died. There must have been some good feelings between them at some point in time. That didn't explain why Mama was so afraid of Euless, like Daddy said. The more I'd thought about his explanation, the less sense it made. No amount of fear in the world would explain why she betrayed me the way she did. No, there was something Daddy wasn't telling me, and I needed to find out what it was. I wondered if I could get the answers I needed about Mama from Euless. Would he share with me any suspicions he had about her? How had my life gotten so complicated? I needed someone to shed light on the mysteries of my life, and if Daddy wouldn't do it, perhaps Euless would. The one bright spot in my life was Deacon. Every time I thought about him, I became weak in the knees, and not because of the great sex. But it was good. I couldn't wait until he confirmed everything about Travis, so we could be together all the time. I had to remind myself occasionally how morbid that was. At 9:59 a.m., Charlie texted me, asking if I was ready to begin my meeting with Euless. We connected 1 minute later. It seemed strange to talk with him that way, but it impressed me he was open to the idea. "Hello, darling. Can you hear and see me?" "Yes, how are you, Dad?" Laughing, he said, surprised at myself for trying this new form of communication. "What do you think? Am I doing it right?" "You are. I'm proud of you." He smiled.
Sometimes his smile held no joy, but other times it seemed sincere. I couldn't tell which one it was then. Well, that makes my old heart happy. It also makes me happy to hear you refer to me as Dad. I wasn't sure we'd ever get here when you and I first met.
Neither did I.
Listen, Dad, I wanted to thank you for the men you sent to help us find Callie's mother. They were wonderful. It was my pleasure, sweetheart. I'm glad they could help. How is Glenna now that she's back at home? She's better than we expected. Callie, on the other hand, is beside herself with grief and anger. She can't believe her mother did this again.
Again.
It astonished me how rapidly I spilled all those secrets, but I really wanted him to understand what we'd been going through. Yes. It happened a lot when we were kids, unfortunately. I suppose old habits die hard. Now, there's a new wrinkle that Callie's been trying to iron out over the last couple of days. She's searching for a rehab facility that will treat her since she doesn't have health insurance. She's not having much luck finding an affordable place that will accept payment arrangements. Nonsense. I'll pay for her treatment. Tell her to find the best place, somewhere she feels her mother will receive top-notch care. Then have her send the information to me, and I'll take care of everything else. My eyes widened, which drew an amused expression from him.
Oh no.
I didn't say that for you to. He thrust a hand in front of his computer, which amusingly covered the entire screen. I chuckled, but then felt bad, not wanting him to think I was ridiculing him. I had my face back to neutral by the time Charlie intervened and told him he was blocking the camera. There's no need for you to say anything else. I know you weren't asking for anything.
I insist.
Thank you. That's very generous of you. I don't know if she'll accept it, but I will tell her of your offer. It's the least I could do. I am partially responsible for her mother's relapse, after all. He certainly didn't mean the rumors were true, did he? I'd heard for years he was the biggest drug supplier in Dulsan County, and I overheard Daddy on the phone with Deacon that morning discussing the very same thing. Ulyss wasn't admitting to me those rumors were true, was he?
What do you mean, you are partially responsible?
I mean, I am the one who insisted your friends stay here and carry out the ruse. I wanted to keep you all safe, but my efforts may have been detrimental to Callie's mother. Am I correct in assuming her drug dependency re-emerged after Callie disappeared? Yes, I'm afraid that's true. For that, I am truly sorry. Please do your best to convince Callie to allow me to make amends.
I nodded.
Good. Now, if you don't mind my changing the subject, I have been wondering if you plan to go back to teaching. That question was my second surprise of the day. I'd thought very little about what I was going to do in the future. Becoming a teacher was my life's dream, and I devoted so much of my time to it. I finally achieved that goal, but I feared my career would be over for good. Given what Daddy told me the night before about the people of Dulsan blaming me for the homicides last year, I didn't hold out much hope that those same people would allow me back in the classroom teaching their children. Despite blabbing everything else already, I wasn't ready to share that part with Ulyss. I'm afraid until we find out who Travis was working for, I may not go back to teaching. As you yourself pointed out to me, I'd never forgive myself if something happened to my students or their families because of me. The guilt I feel is already bad enough, and I can't ever allow that to happen again, no matter how much I love teaching. His face was sympathetic, and I believed it. I understand why you would feel that way. And that shows how much compassion you have. Speaking of compassion, please tell me about this girl you found in that unfortunate position, along with Callie's mother. Did anything happen in Dulsan that he didn't find out about, eventually? When I told him the story, it shocked me to discover that telling it for the third time was easier. Did that mean I was accepting it? I hoped not. Desensitization. I didn't like the idea that I may have been growing accustomed to telling the story. Ulyss remained still as I spoke. When I finished, he looked as if he wanted to reach through the screen to hug me. The only time I'd ever seen much tenderness from him
was the first day we met. I'd suspected at the time he was more stunned by my resemblance to Ellie than it was the love he felt for me. I wasn't even aware he was capable of compassion, much less able to feel that way about people he didn't know, like Glenna and Bettina. What do you plan to do now? I want to find a job for Bettina, so she can support herself and help her brother if she chooses. Her entire family would likely benefit if she had a good-paying job. I also want to find that brother of hers. Bile rose in the back of my throat whenever I thought of him. See if there is anything I can do to convince him that having her pay his debt is deplorable. If I could find a job for him too, that would be great. He doesn't sound like a person who would be receptive to changing his life. What kind of job are you thinking of finding for him? I threw up my arms, not in frustration, but because I had no answers to his question. I don't know. You're not the first person to ask me that, I'm afraid. I've not met him and know little about him. I don't even know his name. If he has any special skills or training, they're a mystery to me. My guess is he is not a skilled person. It seems he knows how to do one thing, find trouble for himself and for his family.
So, do you think I'm wrong about pursuing this?
I think you should look for another answer to this problem. I narrowed my brows and asked, what do you mean? What other answer? He beamed at me, and this time I felt the warmth of his sincerity. You look just like your mother when you look at me like I've lost my mind. I'm afraid she gave me that look often. About your problem, let me think about it a bit. Put the pencil to it, as the old saying goes. I'll let you know if I come up with any ideas. Before we go, I wanted to talk with you about something else, darling. Sure. What is it? I want you to know you will always have a place in this house. I'm so glad to have been able to get to know you better, and you are very important to me. So is your well-being. I swallowed hard. Thank you, Dad. It means a great deal to me for you to say that. You don't have to thank me, darling. Having you as my daughter is thanks enough. I'm sorry to have to cut this short, but I have another meeting about to begin. We'll speak soon. Despite his encouraging words, the meeting with Ulyss rattled me. I wanted to trust him, but our relationship was a long way from me being able to do that. I couldn't pinpoint it, but something inside of me felt terribly wrong. Whenever I thought of accepting his help, I had a gut reaction that to do so would be a terrible mistake. Some of what he said implied sincerity, but so much of it seemed as if I would be indebted to him if I accepted his help. I sensed he was lying to me, but it was more than that. It felt as if everything he did or said was not based on what I knew to be reality. What game was he playing? The thing with Ulyss was his expression rarely matched the words he was saying. Just then, another crazy idea popped into my head. What if I didn't need his help after all? I'd had enough people in my life trying to tell me what to do. I knew I could handle that problem myself. The only problem left to figure out was how. Chapter 33. Dulcie. Callie, we are going to settle this tonight. What are you talking about, Dulcie? She stood in front of me, shaking her head, looking at me like I was crazy. You know, you're always shaking your head at me lately, or looking at me like I've lost my mind. What's up with that? I hoped my smile would ease the anxiety I felt deep in the pit of my stomach. That's because you're talking a lot of crazy lately. We agreed we would stay back, observe, and wait for Deacon. She didn't seem convinced my smile was genuine. Well, Deacon is taking too long.
We need to get going on this, and I think the three of us can manage it.
Dulcie. I was tired of being interrupted and depending on other people. No, really, Callie. We can do this. We have to do this. There comes a time when you have to stop depending on other people and start depending on yourself to make things happen. Are you saying that to me or to yourself? To both of us, Callie. You want to stop this guy from selling to your mom, right? Yes. You know I do. I took her hand and squeezed hard. Then let's force him to stop.
How?
Her exasperated expression and head shaking were becoming normal for her. Again, with the shaking of your head. Come on, Callie. We'll show him we mean business, and Glenna is off his client list. And he's gotta stay away from Bettina, too. At the risk of sounding like a broken record here, how are we going to do that? Well, hun, I haven't figured that out yet, but I'm working on it. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her into a tight hug. Leave it to me. What do you say? I say you're crazy, Dulcie. A slight smile formed on her lips before she tilted her head to me. Are you sure we should do this by ourselves? Look, if it makes you feel better, I'll let Ulyss know what we're doing. He can send someone to back us up.
Ulyss.
Or Deacon, or James Randall, or Daddy if absolutely necessary. We'll just let someone know what's happening, so we're not left on our own. Well, if you're going to let someone know, why don't we just wait for them to physically be here to back us up? Instead of just being with us in spirit. We don't have time to wait. It'll be tomorrow before someone can get here, other than Daddy, and I don't want to involve him right now. He has enough to worry about taking care of us. And we need to roll tonight. I have a feeling this may be one of our only chances to take this guy out. She looked at me askance. Do you know something you're not telling me? No, it's just a gut feeling. But we're going to lose our chance if we don't hurry. What do you say? Well, let me talk to Darby and see what he says. He wanted to get some fresh air and time for himself, so he took a walk. It's hard on him trying to be emotional support for both Mom and me. Let me go see if I can find him. Call you in about half an hour. That's perfect. Relief flooded me as her tone of voice told me she believed in me. It didn't matter what Darby said or thought. At that moment, she was on my side, and she could be very persuasive. They would be there. Daddy was right when he said I needed to stand by her. I would do just that because she had always stood by me. I had 30 minutes to come up with a plan. I tried to imagine what Deacon would do. How would he go about putting an end to the situation? I put myself in his shoes and then realized it didn't matter what he would do. Deacon wasn't there. Callie was depending on me, not Deacon. It had to be my plan, not his. I knew what I had to do then. After gathering the necessary supplies, I sighed and knew I had to face the unavoidable. I had to let Daddy know what we were planning, in case Callie was right, and we did need some help after all. Though I didn't want to call him, since I knew he'd try to talk me out of it. I decided on leaving a note, but I had to put it somewhere Mama wouldn't find it. I searched for the perfect place and smiled broadly when it came to mind. Chapter 34. Dulcie. Callie stayed with Glenna while Darby and I went to the grocery store. There was very little to eat in Glenna's house, as we had to throw away most of what she had before she disappeared. It took forever to clean the place, and though we gave it a good scrubbing with bleach, I could still detect whiffs of foul smells. We didn't want to give her any excuse to leave the house while we were gone that evening, so we needed to take care of it ourselves. We planned to stop by the Piggly Wiggly, and I was so anxious to see that goofy-looking pig sign. I never thought I'd miss that thing. I was ready to go to some place familiar with down-home ingredients. Angela, Ulyss's housekeeper, shopped at either Whole Foods or Trader Joe's. Nothing wrong with those, but I was used to something a bit different. But first, since I had cleaned out my sock drawer of cash I had stashed in there to pay Sunny, the bank was the first stop. I'd need cash if I found Bettina, or anyone else for that matter, being forced into anything, and I didn't want to be without enough money to pay off any debts. I still wasn't sure how he got my number to text me where I was to meet him that morning, to bring the money that I owed him for allowing me to take Bettina. The more I thought about it, the less I wanted to know how he got it. I just wanted to forget about him altogether. Though I told no one else, I was nervous and threw up twice before meeting with Sunny to give him the extra money, and I'd even taken both bodyguards, Jake and Chris, with me. The stares from the customers began the minute we entered the bank. I thought at first it was because I hadn't seen so many of those folks for such a long time, but some looks shot my way were downright hostile. The heat rose under my skin as many people wouldn't look me in the eye, and the ones who did looked as if they hated my guts. I'd known those people all my life, and it hurt that they were treating me that way. While we were standing in line, I thought I heard whispering. But when I turned to see who was talking about me, all I saw were stares. I was confused and angry. When we were next in line and I approached the teller, she instantly threw up her hand and placed the "This teller closed" sign in front of her. She locked her drawer and announced to her coworkers she was going to the restroom because she was going to be sick. I exhaled in relief. I'd thought she didn't want to wait on me, but it turned out she just wasn't feeling well. That was until the drive-thru teller said, "I don't blame you. I think I'd be sick if she were in my line too." She made no secret that she was referring to me. Some customers and employees mumbled to each other, but when I looked around, it stopped. No one said anything else. Two of the tellers who still had customers in their lines dawdled to make the other one wait on me. It was like some crazy competition, and the loser got me. Darby noticed and had a confused look on his face, but I knew exactly what was going on. He didn't know how catty women could be sometimes. I felt embarrassed, but I was also angry. How dare they treat me that way? I couldn't place one teller, although she looked familiar to me. I stared at her, trying to remember who she was, which made her slow down even more. As she twirled a strand of her hair in her fingers, I realized who she was. Her daughter did the exact same thing when she was concentrating on a test, or when she was nervous. She was the mother of one of my students, Josie. The teller's name was Josie. Before my life got so far out of control, and I was a normal teacher, her daughter came to school exhibiting signs of depression. I suspected there were issues in the home. I talked to the girl several times and discovered she believed her mother was having an affair with someone. I had an idea if I could just remember the guy's name. Josh. That was it. Josh something. I didn't think his last name mattered. I wasn't proud of what I did because it meant betraying a student, but I was bent on revenge, and I finally had some leverage that might shut these people down. "Darby, could I borrow your phone, please?" "I think I left mine in the truck," I asked sweetly. As he passed the phone to me, I met Josie's eyes for full impact. I dialed the number and waited for an answer. I also prayed Callie wouldn't think I was crazy. Or at least she wouldn't think I was crazier than she already did. "Hey, Callie. It's me." "Yeah, listen. Darby and I are at the bank, and I was thinking about that story you heard last year at school. Remember, we were talking about Josh. You know the guy who delivers office and school supplies? Well, the rumor is he was messing around with some married woman on one of his routes, right?" I stared directly at Josie and winked at her. "Yes, I heard it from a very reliable source, and I think I've finally figured out exactly who the woman was. If I have to wait in this line at the bank any longer, I might start naming names." I laughed like a maniac and continued staring at Josie. As I suspected, Josie finished with the customer so she could wait on me next. "Oh, honey, it looks like someone is about to wait on me at the bank, so I'll have to tell you about it later. Bye." I pressed a button on the phone and passed it back to Darby. He was looking more confused than before. I beamed at him, and then at Josie, and she gestured for us to come to the window. The satisfaction of victory gave me a boost, and I told Josie I needed to either withdraw money from my account or get a cash advance on my credit card, whichever was easier for her. After all, I was trying to be nice about it. She's the one who started all the nastiness with me. She requested 2 forms of ID, though she knew exactly who I was. I passed the documents to her and asked Darby if he wanted to get a chicken at the grocery store because Callie's fried chicken was amazing. It rivaled Mama's. I thought we were done, and then Josie said, "I'm sorry, ma'am. We have a problem." I looked at her askance, and she smiled sweetly at me. "It seems our records show Ms. Dulcie Brisand is deceased. Are you certain you have the right account number?" Rubbing my brow, I said, "Josie, sweetie, you know exactly who I am and that I am alive. Now just change those records in your little computer and let me be on my way. I don't have the patience for this." "I'm sorry, ma'am. No one can change these account records except for the bank manager, and she's out sick today. You'll have to come back tomorrow and speak with her. That is, if she's feeling better and is back at work."
You have got to be kidding me.
I could tell by her satisfied expression that she was most certainly not kidding. "Darby, I know you've used your account since our story has been public. Have you had any trouble with it?" "No, I have not. In fact, I was here a couple of days ago to make a withdrawal and had no issues at all." It appeared Darby was catching on to what was happening, and he didn't like it any more than I did. "Here's my ID," Darby said. "I want to withdraw $1,000 from my account right now." "Sure thing, Darby. That's no problem," Josie said as I gave her a dirty look. "As soon as I get this straightened out, Darby, I'll pay you back," I said. Glaring at Josie, he said, "Don't worry about it, Dulcie. I'll tell your father, Dulcie Brisand, what happened here today, and that I had to lend you some money, and I'm certain he'll take care of this situation for you." I had never been so impressed with Darby in all my life. I was still fuming when we got to the grocery store, despite Darby's best efforts to calm me. I could not believe the nerve of that woman. All I wanted was to get our groceries as quickly as we could and go back to Glenna's house. Then I wanted to go to my house and sleep in my own bed for days. But I knew Daddy wouldn't let me out of his sight for very long. I wondered if I'd ever be able to go back to my own house again. To my horror, I received more hostile looks from the customers and employees at the store. Some people had frightened looks on their faces. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Nearly everyone we saw was either disgusted or terrified of having me in their presence. Several people guided their small children away from me. I heard more whispering, like at the bank. Someone said, "I can't believe she'd show her face here." Then more whispering people walked by me. That did it. I was about to explode, and no part of Darby pleading with me to calm down was going to stop me. "Darby, I'm sorry, but I can't stay here any longer. Give me your keys. You finish up and I'll meet you at the truck." He handed them over, and I ran from the store. Before I got to the truck, my emotions had changed from anger to sorrow and frustration. I fumbled to unlock the door and leapt into the truck to cry. Everything from embarrassment to anger poured out of me. I surprised myself by realizing how angry and hurt I was. When Darby returned to the truck, I quietly helped him load the groceries in the back. He gave me a sympathetic hug, and we drove back to Glenna's without saying a word. Chapter 35. Dulcie. Callie met us at the door when we returned to Glenna's house to find out why I made that cryptic call to her from the bank. Darby told her what happened while we put away the groceries. As I listened, the hurt may have dissipated, but my anger remained. I clung to that like my red badge of courage. Hearing a sound from the back of the house that sounded like someone walking around, I glanced at Callie in confusion. "I thought you said your mom was sleeping." "She is," said a voice from the hall. I turned to see Callie's aunt, Teresa, standing in the doorway to the kitchen. "These walls are so thin I couldn't help but overhear what happened while you were out. I have to say, I am surprised at you, Dulcie Brisand." I couldn't believe that sweet little woman I'd known since childhood had turned on me. Tears reappeared in my eyes.
You too, Aunt Teresa.
I thought that of anyone, you'd have a bit more compassion for me than this. Teresa shook her head and tisked at me. She took my hand and said, "Come with me, dear. Let's talk about this." I didn't want to sit down or talk about anything, but I would do it for Aunt Teresa. I owed her that much for all the kindness she'd shown me over the years. She asked Callie and Darby to excuse us and slowly led me to the living room. She dusted off the cushion of Glenna's filthy couch before sitting down next to me. "I can't imagine everyone wanting me to pass away, Aunt Teresa. I know people didn't want to lose their loved ones, but for them to turn on me like that. It's so heartless. Dulcie dear, I am glad you didn't pass away. I have never, nor would I ever, hoped for you to be lost. Or anyone else, for that matter. I think the people who lost someone just need someone to blame. Unfortunately, honey, that's you. That's the same thing Daddy said. I sniffled. Your daddy is a fine man, and he's a smart one too. You didn't believe him though, did you? You'll do well to listen to him next time. She reached for my other hand and gave them both a hard squeeze. It made me think something else was coming that I would not like. The other thing, dear, that I think upset a few folks is people had a lot of worries that, as things turned out, were unnecessary. I didn't mean to do anything to upset anyone, Aunt Teresa. Really, I didn't. But Dulcie, allowing Dulcie Brisand to create the illusion that something awful had happened to all you young people. Dear, that caused so much heartache. Your students and Shelbys all had prayer vigils for you. People donated money to the families so they wouldn't have to worry about paying bills while they grieved. Offerings made of kindness. Many of the people in this town could not afford it, but they did it anyway. The churches all around here had bake sales and bazaars to raise money. Why, I even heard of one of those things that you kids do on the computer. What is it called? Fund for me. GoFundMe. I prompted. Yes, that's it. Everyone was upset, but it got bad when someone got that GoFundMe for Callie's mother. Now you know Glenna is my great-niece, my sister's granddaughter, and I love her very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I know. You raised Glenna after she lost her parents, isn't that right? That's right. I did. My sister was too sick to take care of her. I think she passed of a broken heart when we lost Glenna's parents in that house fire. My sister's daughter and her husband had 2 other children we lost that night too. Everyone in that house perished that night. The only reason Glenna lived was because she had snuck out earlier to go see a boy. Did you know about that?
No, ma'am.
I knew Callie's grandparents were gone, but I didn't know the circumstances. Glenna never talked about it. I don't think Callie knows about this. I'm sure she would have told me. I think you're right, dear. I don't think she knows. My thought was that she'd be a bit more tolerant of her mother if she did. Now, before you say anything, I don't mean tolerant of the drug use, the drinking, or the men she has exposed Callie to all these years. No child should have to tolerate that kind of behavior from a parent. I'm talking about tolerating all the other things. The issues that were caused by the tremendous guilt Glenna experienced since that night. Can you imagine?
Yes, ma'am.
I can. I felt it myself. They call that survivor's guilt.
What, dear?
She leaned closer to me so she could hear. I spoke a little louder. I said they call it survivor's guilt when a person survives an event that other people don't. The people who live sometimes experience terrible feelings. Some call it survivor's guilt. A doctor, my soon-to-be stepmother, mentioned it to me recently. She told me I should watch out for symptoms. She nodded like she understood what I was said, but it didn't convince me she did. A day or so after the fire, some ladies from church took up donations for anything and everything Glenna may have needed. It had been a long time since I'd had children in my home, so I had nothing useful in raising a teenage girl. Those wonderful women collected clothes, shoes, books, makeup, fashion magazines, school supplies, and all kinds of other items we desperately needed. People gave me food, snacks, why I even had people bring over whole roasts right out of their freezers. During harvest season, folks brought me things straight from their gardens. Some women came over and helped me put up everything from green beans to tomatoes and peaches from their trees. I had mason jars full of food stacked from floor to ceiling every fall. Everyone wanted to make sure I could take care of Glenna. That must have been helpful. Oh, it was. Friends and neighbors paid for my gas when I was out running errands. I'd get to the water company to pay my bill, and someone would have already paid for several months. People can be very generous amid tragedy. The story was coming together. And, knowing what I know about survivor's guilt, I imagine Glenna didn't appreciate everyone's generosity the way you did. Not to mention she was young and didn't realize how much we needed those things. She thought people were simply giving her charity. Charity that she didn't want and didn't think she deserved. She believed everyone pitied her because she was that little wild girl who ran out on her family. Oh, that must have been horrible for her. And for you? Well, it was difficult, but we managed. At least for a while. Then she discovered drugs and liquor, and I was afraid I would lose her forever. Boys were bad enough, but then when you add the other spices of life, as my mother used to say, it was a recipe for disaster. Glenna's husband passed away while she was pregnant with Callie, and the guilt returned even though she was not responsible for it. That was of his own making. When she had Callie, she changed for a time. Callie was her light. Her way out of the darkness.
Until she wasn't any longer.
That, I remembered. Exactly. Glenna struggled a great deal when she lost her husband. She was so lonely that she married the next man who smiled at her just to have someone to give her the emotional support she needed. Or so she thought. Then Callie's brothers came along and they were always such boys. I'm sure you remember that. She smiled as I nodded my head. Well, that marriage didn't survive those two boys. But through it all, she always had such a soft spot for Callie. She was her light, after all. Glenna looked to Callie as the thing that was going to save her. She never knew how or when, but she believed Callie would bring her out of the darkness. Even now, she is that for her mother. Neither of the boys has anything to do with Glenna anymore. Not that I blame them. She put us all through such terrible things. Nodding, I said, I'm sure she did, Aunt Teresa, but that's not the problem. Glenna never dreamed she would have to pull herself out of the darkness on her own, did she? It's fine for her to use Callie as motivation to get better, but she shouldn't have expected Callie to be the one to pull her out of that mess.
Yes, dear, she very well did.
Not only did she expect it, but she also depended on it. And so when she thought Callie was gone, well, honey, that was it for her. Then, when those very well-meaning people started that, what did you call it, GoFundMe? It reminded Glenna of the charity she thought she didn't deserve, but still received when she was young. Realization finally dawned on me. And that's why Glenna relapsed. By the time Callie came back and we could tell everyone what had happened and why, she was too far down to pick herself back up again. Exactly. And that's why so many people in Dulsan are upset with you. I still couldn't figure out why I was to blame for everything that happened, and I hoped she was getting to that part of the story too. Yes, some are so grief-stricken they aren't thinking clearly. And that's why they made you believe they wanted bad things to happen to you. They didn't, sweetheart. They didn't want to lose their loved ones either. For the older folks, Glenna's age and older, well, they remember how she was as a girl, and they saw her revert to her former way of life after being so straight and narrow for so long. I'd been so stupid. So that's why they're angry with me about Callie. They blame me for taking away Glenna's light to save myself. Of course. It made perfect sense. Not only that, but you allowed Ulyss to make those arrangements. You know, dear, some people say he is, or has been in the past, involved with selling drugs. I can tell by the look on your face that this does not come as a surprise to you. So, they saw Glenna return to drugs, and perhaps your father would benefit from that financially. Some people, I believe, thought he orchestrated the whole thing. I promise you, Aunt Teresa, I don't know anything about the drugs, but I do know those men were trying to get me. That wasn't fake. And one of those men was your brother, correct? Dulcie Brisand's son.
Aunt Teresa, you're not implying?
No, I'm not. I am most certainly not implying your father means you any harm. What I am saying, and what some people say, is that your father benefited from this in several ways. That's all. Well, thank you for telling me this, Aunt Teresa. I can understand better now why everyone is upset. Although it doesn't make me like it any better, it helps me empathize with their feelings. I'm glad I could help, dear. Are you planning to stay in Dulsan for long? Considering all that's happened today, and what you've told me, I think it would be better if I didn't right now. And I can tell by your smile you think the same thing. I'm not sure if I can leave immediately, although I would like to leave until everyone can come to terms with things better. They say time heals all wounds. So perhaps I need to give the town some time. Aunt Teresa smiled radiantly.
Yes, dear, I think you're right.
And I think you are as wise as your father. I mean your other father, Carter. I know who you mean, and I think you're right. He's pretty great, isn't he? Oh, sometime, dear, you'll have to let me tell you stories about his youth. I could tell you things that would curl your hair. I'll bet you could. Thank you again for telling me about Glenna. So many things about Callie's youth make so much more sense now. She held my hand as we walked back to the kitchen. What's next for you, dear? Well, I suppose I'll have Darby take me back to Mama and Daddy's and call Euless to come pick me up when everyone thinks it's safe for me to return to Nashville. After that, I don't know. That's wonderful, but it's not what I meant, dear. I mean, are you watching out for those symptoms, Dulcie? That survivor's guilt the doctor mentioned to you. Are you being observant about yourself? I hadn't been, but I will now. She hugged and kissed me, then went toward Glenna's room to check in on her. With her hands on her hips, Callie asked me, what was that all about? Maybe I'll have time to tell you one day. But for now, we have a drug dealer to catch. We'd better get going soon. Chapter 36. Deacon. My stomach sank as I received a call from Carter. I grabbed the phone, answering at once. Tell me she hasn't gone off and done something stupid. I'd love to tell you that, son, but I'd be lying to you. She left a message for me saying she, Callie, and Darby are off to talk with Sonny. Talk with him, huh? Crap. She's going to get herself in a mess she has no way to get out of. When did she message you? Did she text you or leave you a voicemail? How long do you think she's been gone? Slow down with the question, son. I found a note from her. She moved my old farm truck about 3 feet from where I usually park it. She knew it would be the first thing I noticed when I got home. I found it taped to the steering wheel. It's the same thing she used to do when she was little, and wanted to tell me something she didn't want her mother to find out about. It was our little secret if she left it in the truck. Her mother never stepped foot in that truck and wouldn't notice if either of us moved it. So, she could have been gone for hours or for a few minutes, right? Exactly. There's no way for me to tell. I suppose you've tried to call her? I was hoping he would say no. There's no answer. It goes straight to voicemail. Same with Callie and Darby. I looked around for something or someone to punch. She either has it turned off or the battery is out. The frustration in Carter's voice matched mine. I told her to stay put and out of trouble. I told her I would send someone if she needed help. What do you want me to do, Deacon? Let me know if she calls you. By the way, were you aware that she's now seeking Euless's help in confronting Sonny? I was not. When did that happen? Sometime in the last day. Euless sent some guys down there to help once JR called me back to Nashville, but that was just on a whim. Euless asked me this morning to give him a briefing of the mission so far, so he'd know how to coordinate granting her request for help. An idea formed that made me nervous. It had bothered me for a couple of days when I noticed that Dave, Charlie, along with a few other of Euless's men were avoiding me. And I was suspicious. Even though I wasn't usually part of Euless's business activities, it was unusual for me to be excluded as well. JR was as much in the dark as I was. For them to dodge both of us was concerning. I imagined some invisible puppet master was controlling everything, and he was nearby. A single thought filled me with dread. If I looked closely, I was certain I would uncover puppet strings attached to everyone I cared about. I'd felt like that once before in my life, and I had vowed then I would never allow myself to be controlled again. That feeling was all too familiar, and I didn't like it. Not at all. Chapter 37. Carter. I just got off the phone with Deacon, and I think Euless is up to no good," I said.
You mean more than usual?
The voice at the other end of the line was calming, but I was still pacing. Euless suddenly became involved in Dulcie's quest to fight Sunny over that girl she rescued. Bettina. Deacon said Dulcie went to him for help, but you know he didn't do it out of the goodness of his heart. I've been here in Dulsan, closer than Euless's men were, and she could have asked me any time. What if she went to him instead of me? Do you think she is concerned about Willa? She's been asking questions about her, wondering if Willa has something against her. Has she acted differently in any other way? No, just suspicion about Willa. They're both still avoiding each other, and I know why Willa's doing it, but I have no idea what set Dulcie against her. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But now she won't talk to me about the things we used to discuss. I think she's afraid I may not be trustworthy either. Or she could just be afraid Willa may overhear. Yeah, it could be, but I'm not so sure. Well, she did leave the note for you in the truck, didn't she? She wouldn't have done that if she didn't trust you. That tells me that even if she suspects Willa of some misdeed, she still trusts you. She knows Willa would never look in that truck.
Maybe you're right.
I hated admitting that. Of course I am, darlin'. Have you forgotten who you're talking to? Must be tough being right all the time, huh? A joyful laugh I hadn't heard in such a long time came through the line. Is what we're doing worth all the pain it's caused? How will we ever know for certain? We have to trust the process and each other. I shook my head to clear the cobwebs, and then asked what I'd been curious about for a long time. Do you think it's time for us to meet again? I'm getting uncomfortable doing our business on the phone. If Euless is preparing for something, we should be more careful. Things could get dicey for us in a very short period of time. I'll check with the higher-ups and see what they think. Anger and frustration threatened to take over. I don't give a hoot what the higher-ups think. I care what you think. You and I have more at stake in this whole situation than the rest of those fools put together. The other end of the line was silent. It was long enough to make me think I had dropped the call. Then I heard a sigh, and I exhaled in relief. I think we're good for now. We should monitor the situation, and if Euless makes any sudden or unexpected moves, we may need to switch gears. You mean more unexpected than attempting to hurt his own daughter? First his wife, then the attempts on Dulcie's life, and of course, let's not forget Travis. This latest scheme of getting involved in helping Dulcie confront Sunny just shows how depraved he is. I'd say he passed unexpected eons ago. Chapter 38. Dulcie. Despite being upset about the events of the afternoon, it surprised me to find I was more emotional that night. Bettina, and rescuing her from forced prostitution weighed heavily on my mind. She was scarcely more than a child, and her only crime was loving her brother. I'd rescued her once, and I wondered if I'd have to do it again. The girl thought so. I carried extra cash just in case. I was determined to fix things for her. She didn't deserve to be treated that way. No one did. It was barbaric. There were lots of organizations working to stop that sort of activity, and it troubled me deeply that it was occurring in the town I had grown up in and was familiar with. I should have contacted one of those agencies, but I couldn't let go of the feeling that she was my responsibility. The people of Dulsan believed Euless was a big drug supplier, and that made him part of the problem. When we spoke, I thought Euless himself was going to confirm his involvement when he tried to take responsibility. He claimed, however, to feel guilty about insisting Callie disappear when Travis and his men attacked me. That wasn't an admission to drug trafficking in my book. Had he ever thought about the horrors of human trafficking? I wondered how I would feel if Bettina was one of my students. How would Euless feel if someone forced me to do what she did? Are you sure we're ready for this, Dulcie? Darby asked. I looked up to find both Darby and Callie staring at me.
You zoned out a minute there, honey?
Are you okay? I'm fine, and yes, I'm positive we can do this.
We know what we're doing, right?
All we have to do is get Sunny by himself, and then let me do the talking. We know what we're supposed to do, Dulcie. Callie said hesitantly. It's just, well, we're worried. What if we're not capable of pulling this off? We're not crime fighters, after all. I know, but we have all been victims and we have the motivation. I'm sure we can do this. So let's do it. We waited until dark and then, just like that, we snuck into the warehouse we'd been staking out all week. There was no truck outside, nor was there a line of men waiting to have sex, like there had been the last time we were in that place. It was quiet. Eerily quiet. I wondered for a moment if Sunny and his thugs were even there. As we crept further into the building, we finally heard voices. Country music from the 80s was playing on the radio, and I had a sense of regret for a moment. Daddy always listened to that, and I wondered what he would do if something happened to me. I pushed that thought out of my mind before it could take over. While I was at it, I shoved down the warning bells going off in my head. Those sounded like Deacon. When we got close enough to see the men, we stopped and hid behind a shipping container. Darby counted the men, then held up 5 fingers. So they outnumbered us, but I was confident we could catch them by surprise and still be fine. We weren't close enough to see their faces, so I couldn't tell which one was Sunny. He wasn't a big guy, and I thought I could gain control, especially since I planned to be the one with the gun pointed at him. I didn't intend to actually shoot anyone, but he didn't have to know that. He just needed to believe I was serious, and that perhaps Euless had sent us. The plan was far from ideal, but I knew it would work. All I had to do was intimidate Sunny enough that he would leave Glenna and Bettina alone. I pinned all our hopes on Sunny being scared enough of Euless to take my threat seriously. Darby and Callie both took deep breaths. My stomach was in knots, and I didn't think deep breaths would help me. The only thing that would help was for that night to be over. Despite my nerves, I was proud of myself and my friends at that moment. Darby removed the fireworks from his pocket and disappeared around the corner, sprinting a good distance away from Sunny and his crew. I told him to get far enough away, before creating the distraction to make sure Sunny's men went the opposite direction. The plan worked. Darby shot off the fireworks and Sunny sent 2 guys to investigate. Half a minute later, more fireworks rang through the air, and Sunny sent his other 2 guys to check it out. Sunny was by himself. I pulled out the gun and made sure I was ready. We crept closer until we were a few feet away from him. Just as I was getting up the nerve to turn the corner and reveal myself to him, Callie gasped as someone behind us said, "That's close enough." Chapter 39. Dulcie. Like the first time we were at that warehouse, someone surprised us from behind. That time, it wasn't Deacon. "Throw down your weapons and turn around slowly or I'll shoot." I wondered if that would be the last moment for me. Would I ever hear Deacon yelling at me again? How I wished for that sweet sound. We did what we were told to do, and when we did, I looked directly into Sunny's eyes. Well, well, well. I'm so glad you paid me a visit. I was expecting you to come back around, although I didn't think it would be so soon. He motioned to one of his men, the ones we'd been watching moments before. The man moved toward us and took my gun. I caught a whiff of whiskey emanating from him, and he staggered a bit as he passed by me. He was drunk. If they were all drunk, they wouldn't be as alert, and we could get by them if we ran quickly enough. And if Sunny put down his gun. "What are you doing here, Miss Brisand?" "Let me guess. You wanted to find out more about my idea of the 2 of us making money together." Sunny's grin made me want to take a shower. "I wanted to talk," I said as calmly as I could. "So why were you sneaking around?" I held my head high, defiantly. "We weren't sneaking around. The music was loud. Your men didn't hear us." "Sure. Okay. And why the gun?" Sunny grinned again. "I wanted to protect myself. Your men are obviously drunk. I didn't want to be unprepared if they came after us." "Such a beautiful liar you are, Miss Brisand." "Why would I lie to you?" "I wanted to talk." You told me you wanted to talk too. I glanced at Callie and Darby. Let them go and then we can talk. You and me. Sunny thought for a moment and then walked straight to Callie. She looked down when he got close to her, and I could see a tear rolling down her face. He touched her chin and lifted her head.
You look so much like your mother.
I'll bet I can make even more money with you than I do with her. Darby tensed as Sunny threatened Callie. Careful, cowboy, Sunny said as he turned on Darby. Though I have gotten the request once or twice, I don't much need to employ men in my group. Don't make me have to get rid of you now, because you're causing me trouble. I stepped forward to get between them.
He won't.
We won't be any trouble, but you will not mistreat any of us either. Sunny glanced at one of his men, and they chuckled at each other. I won't. No, you won't. We're all going to be reasonable people, and work this out like adults. Okay. So, there's no reason for anyone to cause trouble for you. You make a powerful argument. Color me impressed. On the other hand, you two are the prettiest girls I've ever seen in my life. You're also healthy looking, not rode hard and put up wet looking like the other girls I use. He looked at Callie. Like your mama. She knows what she's doing, but sometimes the customers complain about how rough she looks. Now you, though, I could retire after a few months if I put you two to work. Tell me, did Glenna teach you how to please a man? Why don't we find out? It was only when he reached for her that I knew he was serious. My knees shook, but I refused to let him know. Look, you jerk, you will not touch a hair on any of us, or my father will. He interrupted my threat by lunging toward me to press his mouth to mine so hard I tasted blood. His hands moved around my waist, and he pulled me so close to him I could feel his excitement. He was enjoying this. When his tongue invaded my mouth, I knew I had to stop him. I bit his tongue as hard as I could. He pushed me away from him so forcefully I nearly fell to the ground. Then I knew he was the one who tasted blood, and it covered his lips and ran down his chin. Unbelievably, he smiled a bloody smile at me. Well, you're a feisty little thing, aren't you? I like that. I have some customers who will like that too. But don't worry, we won't start that yet. You'll need some time to heal. To heal from what? I asked warily. The first blow came at once after my question left my mouth. The lower part of my left jaw exploded in pain. I heard Callie scream, and I tasted more blood in my mouth, but I knew it was mine. The next blow came to my left eye. A punch to my gut followed it. I doubled over in pain and fell to the ground, but I wasn't clear about how many punches I received. I felt a sharp pain in my back as someone kicked me. Hard. Callie was still screaming, and I heard Darby yelling for them to stop. Then I heard nothing at all. The last thing I remember was the glint of the gun in Sunny's hand as he raised it above my head. A moment before the blow crashed into my head, I thought, so that's what he meant by needing time to heal. That's going to leave a mark. Chapter 40. Dulcie. It took a minute or two after I opened my eyes for me to remember what happened. When I tried to move and every bone in my body ached, the memory of the beating came back to me. And then I wished I hadn't awakened. Or moved. I cautiously scanned the room, not knowing what to expect. The room was dark. It looked to be a home office of some kind. The only light in the room was from a small desk lamp nearby. I was lying on a couch and had a blanket thrown on top of me. I moved my neck to see if anyone else was in the room, and my head throbbed. I had to push the pain aside if I was going to get out of there. My will had to be stronger than the pain. I sat up straight and tried to get my bearings. The world plunged into darkness again, and I passed out for the second time. I woke again several hours later as sunlight streamed into my eyes. It was morning. The heavenly aroma of bacon cooking somewhere in the house sent a wave of relief through my body. It was just a dream. Angela, or maybe Mama, was here making breakfast for me. When I tried to sit up, the pain shot through my body, reminding me of my whereabouts and the reason I was there.
I was still on the couch with a blanket on top of me. I thought I tasted a combination of blood and Sunny's kiss on my lips, but it must have just been my imagination. But then I tentatively checked underneath the blanket. Being fully dressed down to my shoes, I exhaled much of my tension. I wanted to be the one to get him for beating me like that. If he had hurt me, I knew I'd have to stand in line behind Deacon, James Randall, Daddy, Euless, and add in Dave and Charlie for that matter. I'd never get my vengeance then. And vengeance was all I wanted. Immediately, memories from the night before filled my mind. Callie and Darby had been there with me, and Sunny had threatened them both. If Sunny was brazen enough to beat Dulcie Brisand's daughter to a pulp, what would he have done to them? Getting my bearings in the little room in the daylight, I forced myself to get up and assess the situation. The room had one door and two small windows. I prayed I could squeeze through the windows, but someone had nailed them shut, though not particularly well. I wondered if I could pry them out. They weren't brand new, shiny nails, and I had to assume that they used that room to hold people hostage regularly. I doubted that I could pry the nails out since they had been entrenched for so long, especially considering how weak I was. Loud voices, followed by laughter from another part of the building, set every nerve in my body on alert. As footsteps approached outside the door, I searched in vain for a weapon. I gasped when the door opened, but was relieved when Callie stepped into the room carrying a plate of bacon and eggs. "Thank goodness you're awake, Dulcie. You scared me, Callie. Give me a second to catch my breath." She grimaced apologetically and put the plate on the table in front of me. "Sorry, hun, how are you feeling?" She took my hand and took me back to the couch. Like a Mack truck hit me. Twice. The movement required to lie down again hurt almost as much as trying to stand up. "Where are we?" "One of Sunny's henchmen lives here. We're being held for ransom. They've already called Euless once, and they sent him a picture of you lying on the ground unconscious. Darby and I have both talked to him, but he demanded to see you awake and talking before he goes any further in the negotiations." "Wait, how long have we been here?" "This is the second morning." Had I been unconscious most of that time? How was that possible? "It's Friday? How are you and Darby? Have they hurt you?" "No. They've treated us well. Better than Travis did. Whatever this penchant I have for getting myself kidnapped, I could live the rest of my life without it. Anyway, we have plenty to eat and we're free to roam throughout the house. Most importantly, they leave us alone. They haven't threatened us either. I really don't think they mean to hurt us." I looked down at my bloody clothes and would have raised my eyebrows if it hadn't hurt so much. "Really? I think it's a little late for that."
Oh, honey.
"I think Sunny only got angry with you because you bit him when he kissed you, and that's why he beat you. Good move, by the way. I hope I would have the courage to do the same thing." I smiled, but even that hurt. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, that wasn't one of my brighter moments. It was more stupidity than courage that made me do that. "Here, let me help get you comfortable so you can eat. One of the guys used to be an EMT, and he said he'd check you out if you were awake. You know, make sure there's no internal damage." She lowered her eyes, though as not to meet mine. She placed a couple of pillows behind my back as I attempted to pick up the plate. The weight of the thing pained me so much I almost dropped it. She retrieved the plate from me and gently placed it in my lap. "So, the guy went from EMT to drug dealer, huh?" I cautiously took a bite of toast. I'd never imagined eating could hurt so much. I suppose dealing drugs is more profitable. Anyway, the good thing about being kidnapped by drug dealers is they're sure to have some pain meds for you. I think you're going to need them. Does it hurt badly? Yes, everything hurts. My hair hurts. I took a bite of egg, but my mouth was too sore to eat the bacon or take another bite of toast. I passed them both to Callie, as I'd never known her to turn down the makings of a bacon sandwich. She smiled as she took a bite. "Where is Darby?" I asked. "He's still sleeping."
One of them took a liking to him and made him stay up late with him last night playing cards. You know what a card shark Darby is. She leaned in so she could whisper. He wants to stay on his good side. He thinks the guy could help us. At least, he says it's good to have an ally in this bunch. That was wise. I had a pang of guilt as I remembered my own actions. What on earth was I thinking, picking a fight with a guy with a gun? Thankfully, Sonny didn't get rid of us all. I'm glad you and Darby have better sense than I do, and have made some plans to get us out of this mess. I've only made matters worse. Don't beat yourself up, she said before realizing what she'd said. Sorry, poor choice of words, hun, we'll be okay. Besides, once you talk to your dad, he'll get us out of here. Let's stay alive and as healthy as we can until then. What do you say?
Okay.
But are you sure Sonny didn't hurt you? He implied that he'd try to make you work for him. If he tries that again, I'll take care of him myself. A grin spread across her face, but it vanished as she tilted her head and stared at me. You're serious? Dulcie. Please try to stay calm. He didn't mean it, he was just trying to scare us. He apologized to me later about it while you were sleeping. Was she that gullible? Callie, please don't trust anything he says. And stay as far away from him as you can. He isn't our friend. I knew for certain Ulyss wouldn't tolerate me being treated like I'd been, but I didn't have the heart to tell her I wasn't so sure he would protect her in the same way. Sure, he would try to keep her safe to appease me, but if it came down to having to allow one of us to do something like work for Sonny, or worse, to keep the peace in some stupid turf war, I knew who he would sacrifice. Chapter 41. Deacon. All right. Call me as soon as you finish the analysis. The sooner, the better. I hung up the phone and caught the look JR gave me. I'm about to lose patience with that guy. He needs to get me the information he promised. Deacon, JR said, you need to relax. He's well within the timeline he promised. Besides, your anger has nothing to do with Gary getting the analysis of the warehouse surveillance video. You're just eager to get this done so you can go get Dulcie. Of course I am. She's missing. And she could be gone. But she's not, and she's not even missing, you idiot. Dad knows exactly where she is. He's going to get her back. Sonny isn't stupid enough to really hurt her. He knows what that would mean for him. He might rough her up a little though, just to prove a point. Actually, I'm more concerned about Callie and Darby's lives than Dulcie's. They wouldn't carry the same consequences. All Ulyss wants to do is play around with Dr. Reynolds. I can't believe she's going to marry him so soon. She's too smart to get mixed up with him. I threw up my hands. And tell me again why he hasn't gone to get Dulcie yet. I need to know. Did you ask him why? Yes, and what he said makes sense. He doesn't want to start a war. The guy who has her works for Horace Gardner's bunch. You know yourself what would happen if Dad went in there on his own, without first making arrangements with Gardner. Dad has people on site right now watching the house to make sure nothing happens. As soon as they work out favorable terms and we have Gardner's permission, we'll go in and get them all. I paced back and forth, certain it was driving him insane. JR, I really hate this. The thought of her being held for ransom is infuriating. I hope she's not doing anything stupid, like trying to escape or something. That will end up making things worse. Well, you have a point there. She tends to make stupid moves at times. You don't think she'll do anything that might bring any harm to Callie or Darby? She'll take care of them, right? It depends on how mad she is. She might take care of them to her own detriment. If she's smart, she'll keep her mouth shut. I don't think either of us was sure she would do that. Yeah, he said.
What did you tell Carter?
I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs, as I hadn't been thinking straight since she got herself into that mess. I told him the same thing you're telling me, and he's going nuts just like I am. He's blaming himself because he thinks he was supposed to keep her from doing anything to get herself in this situation. I sure am glad my wife isn't one for finding trouble.
Everyone spends a lot of time worrying about whether Dulcie has said or done something stupid, and may or may not need to be rescued.
Yeah, you're the lucky one.
Your woman only gets herself in trouble when she wears out the magnetic strip on the back of her credit card. That's a serious thing, brother. You have no idea how much stress that causes her. I worry sometimes if I'll need to get therapy for her when that happens. Blockhead. Oh, you say the sweetest things, brother. Face it, Deacon. You'd never be happy with someone like Christina. You need the constant excitement only my darling feral little sister can provide. I once accused Dad of being an adrenaline junkie, and I'm beginning to think the same thing about you. I mean, think how dull your life would be if you weren't in love with the first woman lining up to be kidnapped all the time. I repeat. Block. Head. JR slapped me on the back and gave me a hearty laugh. What did Gary say on your phone call a minute ago? When does he think he'll get back to you? Soon. He didn't give me an exact time. I'm expecting it in a couple of days. Today would be better, but I can deal with tomorrow. I don't know if I can deal with you if it's tomorrow or later. You're driving me nuts. Does he think he'll be able to get much from the video? Do you think I should talk to Ulyss about the video? No. I thought your guy wouldn't do it if he thought Dad was involved, because Dad terrifies him. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and chuckled to myself. That was a skill I'd learned from Dulcie. Not about that, you idiot, about the plan to get Dulcie back. I think I should talk to Ulyss and see what he wants me to do. Are you not listening to me? He doesn't want you to do anything. There's nothing you can do anyway, at least until he gets it worked out with Gardner. I told you that. I'm sure once he's ready to get her, he'll let you know. He won't go after her without you. Besides, I need you here right now. We must resolve this Travis situation. We have to know if he's alive or not, or things will be a lot worse for her even after we get her back. Sighing, I said, I know, but I can't concentrate on anything without knowing she's all right. She's fine. She's the daughter of one of the scariest guys in the state. Anyone would be a fool to do serious, permanent damage to her. Chapter 42. Dulcie. Ulyss gasped when my bruised and cut face appeared on the screen, and I thought I noticed a moment of fear pass over Sonny's face. If he was afraid, he promptly regained his composure. I'm fine, Dad. I've seen a medical professional, and he gave me pain medication. Don't worry. They informed me you injured yourself in a fall, but I had no idea as to the extent of your injuries. A fall, huh? That's what Sonny told him happened to me. If Callie and Darby had not been there and depending on me to get them out of that mess, I would have told Ulyss the truth right then. Sonny probably feared Ulyss would retaliate if he hurt me more, but he may not think Ulyss would do the same if something happened to one of my friends. He didn't realize Ulyss wouldn't be the one to avenge them. That would be me. Like I said, Dad, I'm fine. In fact, the pain meds have helped me a great deal. I hardly feel anything. When do you think we'll be on our way home?
Soon, daughter, soon.
I will make sure you are home very soon. That's good enough, Sonny. I'm satisfied that she's alive and relatively unharmed. Or at least nothing appears to be life-threatening. Although you might have some soon, Sonny. That's what I wanted Ulyss to say, but I no longer heard his voice. He and Sonny had to discuss the details of our ransom. That was such a strange concept for me to believe was happening. My ransom. What had my life become? And where the heck was Deacon, and why hadn't he tried to rescue me? James Randall had been keeping him so busy with trying to figure out if Travis was alive or not, and I wondered if there was a possibility he didn't know that I was gone. Although Deacon and Daddy had become quite close recently, I was sure Daddy would have told him. Daddy. Poor Daddy must have been going out of his mind. I was missing. Again. Despite everything they all warned me about, I had gotten myself into more trouble and managed to drag Callie and Darby into yet another dangerous situation. How did any of them put up with me? As the tears welled in my eyes, shame filled my heart. Was I ashamed of crying, or because we were in that situation because of me? Maybe both. The pain medicine relaxed me, and before I knew what was happening, I drifted off to sleep. There must have been a celebration going on in the neighborhood because the fireworks woke me. Was it the 4th of July? No, it was too early for that. I tried to go back to sleep, but I heard the fireworks again. Then I heard people screaming. Suddenly, Callie and Darby were beside me, trying to wake me. I wasn't hearing fireworks. They were gunshots. Chapter 43. Euless.
You're sure she won't suspect you?
The old man asked, his face twisted up in uncertainty. I'm sure. None of them has any idea what is happening. They'll all focus on escaping their ordeal. They won't have a clue, I said, grinning at him. I was relieved he was out of that godforsaken hospital and back in his own home. I didn't want to deal with any of this distasteful business back in that place. What about casualties? How will you explain those? His questions annoyed me since we'd been over the plan multiple times already. Did he think I was an idiot? There won't be any. Despite the gunfire, I gave strict orders that no one is to be seriously wounded. That former EMT Sonny has on staff should be able to patch up any injuries nicely. Did you send Charlie and Dave? Of course. We discussed this. You know I would use my best men, right? I never enjoyed being questioned, and it annoyed me that someone too weak to do anything but use a bedpan expected me to explain myself. They are the best, aren't they? I'm glad I recruited them all those years ago, when they were just babes like you. What happens after you get Dulcie back home? That's the beauty of the plan. She'll be so grateful to me for her rescue, she'll be obligated to me. That's when I'll ask her to join me. Then, with a bit of training and coaxing from me, she'll be ready to make the changes we need her to make. She is my daughter, after all. There's more of me in her than anyone realizes. She is certainly very much like her mother as well. Headstrong, beautiful, smart. I'm sure she'll turn out better than those boys of yours. What a waste of pedigree those two are. Well, one was a waste, but the other still lives to disappoint, doesn't he? Travis had potential at one point, and I'm uncertain how he went wrong. I suppose too much of his mother and her failings were in him. To this day, I have never understood what you saw in that woman. She served her purpose then, and she has served me well since then too. You've always been too hard on her, you know. The old man shook his head. Her pregnancy was nearly a catastrophe for your relationship with my dear one. It took a great deal of work for me to convince my beautiful girl to give you a chance after that debacle. A distant smile crossed his face as he thought of the woman he and I had both loved. That woman could never hold a candle to my daughter. I couldn't agree more. No woman could ever compare to Ellie. Chapter 44. Deacon. Gary said he'd almost finished his analysis and would put the footage that he'd recovered into a coherent sequence. He promised he'd put everything on a new thumb drive, which would be ready for me on Monday morning. He said he had it handled, though the alterations were major. Since there was nothing else for me to do in Nashville until then, I convinced JR to cut me loose. Not 5 minutes after JR said I could leave, I was on the road to Dulsan, hoping I wouldn't be too late. Because of the many traffic laws I broke on the way there, it surprised me that no one pulled me over. Although, once I got some distance from Nashville, I didn't expect any problems anyway. I had asked JR to call ahead and inform the cops not to stop my truck, no matter how fast I was driving through their counties. The devil himself couldn't have stopped me from getting to her. The neighborhood where they were holed up looked familiar. Had Dulcie and I come this way when we were escaping kicks, the night of the shooting? I doubted it, but there was a chance. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd been there before. Charlie, Dave,
and a couple of other Ulysses men prepared to enter the house as I arrived. Why hadn't I been able to reach them by phone since I left Nashville? They usually switched off their phones an hour before a raid to maintain radio silence. Not all day. Regardless, they didn't know I was coming, and I somehow had to let them know I was there so they wouldn't shoot me by mistake. I saw my chance when one idiot shot at Dave's guy. He fired back and missed an incredibly easy shot. I could have made it blindfolded, with one hand tied behind my back. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he missed on purpose. I was going to have to talk to Dave about his hiring practices. Maybe suggest he take his guys to the shooting range more often. Or maybe only hire guys who could shoot. My aim was true though, and I didn't miss my shot. 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. I took out one of the bad guys while letting our guys know I was there. Someone cried, "Oh crap," and it sounded like Dave. Another guy shouted that there was a man down. You bet there was, and if those fools got in between Dulcie and me, there'd be a lot more. Someone cut the power lines. Our guys were entering the pitch-black house, and I reached behind the seat in my truck for my flashlight. Running into the house, I switched on the light and made my way in right behind Charlie. "What are you doing here, Deacon?" "I'm here to get Dulcie." "What do you think I'm doing here?" "Didn't know the boss was sending you," Charlie said as he gave a curious look to Dave. "He didn't send me. JR didn't need me for a while, so I came on my own." "Where is she?" Dave shook his head, but Charlie said, "I heard female voices coming from the back part of the house when I came in. Hopefully, they have the girls and Darby all together, so we can get them all out at the same time. I'd hate to go searching for them all over the place." "Fine by me," I said. "The more places I have to search, the more of these fools I get to eliminate." Dave and Charlie exchanged glances again. "What's up with you two? You're acting like you're not sure what's going on here. Is there something I should know? Is it a trap?" Before they had time to answer, I heard more yelling from the back of the house. Aiming the flashlight toward the voices, all I could see was flaming red hair. "Dulcie." I called out in that direction.
Deacon.
"We're here." Dulcie screamed. Someone ran into the room where Dulcie was, while another 2 ran out with terrorized looks on their faces. I heard grunts and screams from the room as I ran toward it. When I stepped through the door, I saw Dulcie trying with everything she had to beat the living daylights out of someone. Darby and Callie were attacking another man, who was falling to the ground. Dulcie was limping, like every move was painful, and it didn't look like she was landing any of her punches. I had to get to her before she collapsed. The man Dulcie was fighting saw me and drew his gun, but I didn't give him a chance to fire. I aimed right above Dulcie, told her to stay put, and fired 1 shot directly into his eye. He screamed in pain as Dulcie ran into my arms. When I saw the wounds on her face, I swore I would punish Sonny. He was gone though, and my vengeance would have to wait. I held her tight, and she winced as I squeezed her battered body. "You came," she whispered into my neck. "I'm so sorry I wasn't here sooner. Let me get you out to my truck, so I can get a better look at your injuries." She gripped my neck tighter and said as I carried her outside, "They're all superficial wounds. Nothing that some antibiotic ointment and some ice wouldn't cure. Are you going after Sonny?" "Not until I make sure you're out of his reach. I'm taking you back to Euless. Then I'm going to find him, and I'm going to make suffer. On our drive back to Nashville tonight, I'll tell you all the ways I'll make him pay." Chapter 45. Dulcie. The bodyguards for Callie and Darby took them to the house Euless had rented for them near the rehab facility where Glenna was. Before saying goodbye, I could barely look either of them in the eye, though they both said they'd always forgive me for anything I did. I wished they hadn't, as that would only give me permission to do dumb things in the future. As was my normal habit, I slept all the way back to Nashville. We arrived at Ulyss's house after 1 a.m., and I knew what I wanted to do first. The kitchen smelled amazing, yeasty, and warm. I stuck my head inside the large room and saw 3 loaves of sourdough bread on the counter. Angela knew I loved the stuff, and I grinned gratefully when I thought of her making them for me. 2 baguettes lay beside them. My mouth watered at the delicious, smothered in butter treat I'd have later. But first things first. I went straight to my room and drew myself a nice hot bubble bath in the oversized garden tub in my bathroom. I hoped it would help to slow my mind. Initially, it was perfect, but as I soaked in the warm, bubbly, perfumed water, it just made me hot and sweaty. My mind was reeling from everything that had happened over the last couple of days. Why did trouble always seem to find me lately, or was I the one finding it? Deciding the bath wasn't working, I climbed out and expected to see Deacon sitting on the bed waiting for me. I was relieved and disappointed when he wasn't there. Disappointed because I needed him to hold me. I craved him. His closeness. We barely spoke on the way back because I slept for so long, but I knew he was there. Even during my nap, I felt his hand caress my leg occasionally, attempting to comfort me. I was relieved because I wasn't ready to talk to him about any of it. I knew I'd messed up. Badly. Once again, I'd gone off half-cocked and endangered Deacon and the others when they came to rescue me. I'd also put Callie and Darby at risk, and I never would have forgiven myself if something happened to them. I could already hear the tongue lashing that was coming from Deacon. I went downstairs to the kitchen and set about making the one thing that had, since childhood, made me feel better no matter the circumstances: hot chocolate. Even though I was a disaster in the kitchen, Mama taught me to make it the right way, so no powdery instant packets for me. First, I mixed sugar and cocoa powder together in a saucepan and added a little water, just enough to make a paste, and heated them together. Doing that step first made blending the milk and cocoa much easier. Once the sugar melted, I slowly added milk and stirred until it was exactly the right color, taste, and was very hot, being careful not to boil the milk. While it was heating, I cut 2 thick slices of bread, 1 sourdough and 1 baguette, and spread a generous layer of butter on both. I put the plate on the table and returned to the stove to finish the hot chocolate. Smells good. I thought you told me you don't know how to cook. The sound of his voice startled me. Deacon? I was wondering where you were. He looked tired. As tired as I felt. I hardly think heating a pan of hot chocolate and spreading butter on bread counts as cooking, but Mama taught me a few things. What she didn't teach me, though, was to get the proportions right for just 1 cup. There's plenty. Want some? Maybe. Are you going to put those cute little marshmallows in it? I will if you get them from the pantry for me. I'm sure Angela has some hidden in the back there. She's been talking about making marshmallow treats for a while. Those are important, and she makes really good ones. When she wants to spoil us, she makes a chocolate icing for them and tops them with sprinkles. Are you sure you want to use up her marshmallows for our own selfish purposes? It might tick her off. I won't tell her if you don't. Besides, I don't think she could get angry if she tried. She's the most kind-hearted person I think I've ever met. You know, she always buys way more than she needs, and she'll never know they're missing. I'll bet there are 3 or 4 bags in there. 5 smarty pants, he said as he tossed a bag of fluffy white marshmallows to me. Drop a nice little half a handful of those in my cup, will you? I made a face at him, showing how I thought that was way too many marshmallows, and it hurt like crazy. What? I like equal parts marshmallow and hot chocolate. All right, but don't blame me the next time you go to the dentist, I said as I slid over his very decadent cup of hot chocolate. Before I knew what was happening, he was behind me, with his hands around my waist. His mouth went to my neck as he pulled me toward him. I'm not going to preach to you, baby, but you scared the crap out of me. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. How many lines are you going to drop on me? I teased. That's ridiculous. It's only a line if it works. So did it work? Maybe. I turned into his arms and realized he was so right. It felt good, and I missed him too. When he grabbed the back of my hair and pulled me even closer, I gasped. I missed this part more than anything. His mouth pressed against mine gently.
Despite his passion, he was careful because of my injuries. It surprised me when he pulled away from me.
Seems to me the feeling is mutual.
If we don't stop now, Angela is going to find a bigger surprise in her kitchen than a missing bag of marshmallows. Pushing me further to the edge, he licked my lips one last time before returning to his chair and the waiting hot chocolate. "Tease," I said, and picked up my own steaming cup. I gestured toward the bread to see if he'd like some, and he nodded enthusiastically. His face turned serious. "Baby, there's nothing in the world that would make me tease you. All you have to do is say the word, and I'll be ready to go. I'll take your mind, body, and soul far away from here. From this place, from everyone, from all your worries. But that won't happen until you realize you don't have to prove anything to anyone, especially to Ulyss." "I'm not trying to prove anything to Ulyss." "Your shaky voice shows you're not even convinced of that yourself, and you can glare at me all you want. I know the truth because I spent years trying to do the same thing." Passing the plate of bread across the table, he reached for the butter dish and sat down. "You really shouldn't antagonize a woman who's holding a sharp bread knife. I see what's going on here. You know, I'm not the same scared little girl I used to be when we first met, and you can't stand it. I don't need you to rescue me anymore, and that upsets you. Well, I'll have you know I can take care of myself. I don't need a knight in shining armor." He rose and strolled across the kitchen. He took one last gulp from his cup before placing it in the sink. Wrapping the bread in a napkin to take it with him, he lowered his head and hesitated a moment before turning on me. "And that's where you're mistaken, darlin'. You weren't a scared little girl then. As a matter of fact, I'd venture to guess that you've never been one a day in your life. When we first met, you were brave and headstrong. Foolish when you poisoned my water, but resourceful when you took off on your own. Powerful and compassionate when you nursed those people after the shooting. You faced everything that was thrown at you with more guts than anyone I've ever seen. That was the girl I fell for, and that's the girl I want back. Now you're just angry all the time and doing more and more reckless things. And you did, by the way, need me to rescue you today in case you've forgotten." We stood facing each other for a long while, neither of us willing to give up the power by being the first one to speak. The sound of a text notification on his phone broke our silence. He grinned in resignation and said, "Speaking of your father, he's sending me on a fool's errand. He wants me to find out something about Sonny. Does that man ever sleep?"
You're leaving me again?
You promised you wouldn't. What are you, just a little puppet he has on a string then? He positioned himself directly in front of me and sighed. It's funny you would use that phrase. I thought the same thing the other day. I suppose we're all little puppets then, aren't we? But here's the difference. I can walk away from Ulyss anytime I want, but I can't walk away from you. Can you walk away from him with a clean conscience? I wasn't sure how to answer his question. So I used my favorite avoidance tactic. I don't want to talk about my father right now. His eyes smoldered, and I thought for a moment I'd be his next meal.
Me either.
I have you back, and I want to enjoy every inch of you right now. Well, at least the parts of you that aren't bruised, even if you are a pain in the rear. He kissed my forehead and drew me near to him. Let's go to bed, baby.
I need you.
I smiled at the idea. And this time, we don't have to worry about Daddy hearing anything. Maybe I plan on making you scream this time. I wonder how much power I have over you. He scoffed but bent to pick me up. I can assure you that you hold all the power in this relationship, but I'll be happy to show you if you'd prefer. Chapter 46. Dulcie. Waking up in Deacon's arms again was what I needed to help me feel almost normal. I was safe for the first time in days, and it felt good. How easily I could grow accustomed to that. Promise me you'll not do something so stupid again, baby, please, Deacon said as we were getting dressed for lunch. Although we had slept so long, I wasn't sure whether Angela was serving lunch or dinner.
What do you mean?
I wasn't sure which stupid thing he meant, but I knew there were several, and I was sure he kept a list as long as the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Going after Sunny was not one of your more intelligent moments. Do you know how bad it could have been? You could have gotten yourself or Callie or Darby injured permanently. Why didn't you wait for me? I don't know, Deacon. I felt like we had to act, and act at that moment. When I saw our chance, I decided we'd take it. Well, don't do that ever again. You have multiple people whose only job is to protect you.
Let them do it.
I tried to believe he was being overly protective of me, but I was having a hard time with the tone of voice he was using.
You know, you're starting to tick me off.
Do you think you could be a little nicer? He gave me a hard stare.
You want me to be nicer?
Yes. I know I messed up, but you don't have to make it worse by getting an attitude with me. That's counterproductive.
So, you want me to be nice?
Is that right? It's not hard, you know. He tilted his head to the side and looked at me with a pleasant expression on his face. Okay, I can do that. Here's me being nice. Hey, Dulcie. Don't go after Sunny by yourself. I don't want to freaking bury you. Stop it, Deacon. I'm not kidding. This is not helpful at all. Deciding he only wanted to antagonize me, I turned to walk away before I got angry. Oh, walking away isn't going to make me nicer. And here's me being helpful. Hey, Dulcie. Wait for me to come help you or send some of my guys so you don't have to do this by yourself, because we've already covered the freaking burying you part, right? Okay, enough. That's it. You can get lost. I'm going downstairs to eat. I'm starving. I thought that by leaving the room, I would effectively end our argument. I was mistaken. It got even worse after that, because he followed me to the kitchen and continued yelling at me as I made myself a plate. Angela stayed to herself by the stove, and Eunice wasn't there yet. Christina approached the kitchen, but turned back when she heard us shouting at each other. Dave and Charlie seemed unaffected by it all, but James Randall was downright enjoying our little display. What are you grinning at? I asked him in between breaths. He never answered, just kept on grinning at us. The more he grinned at us, the angrier I became at him too. I wanted to say more, but then Deacon said something ridiculous to me, and I started back in on him. You are the most reckless and impetuous person I have ever met. Do you ever think about what could happen before you go off on your own? You don't consider the lives or safety of other people. You do what you want to do, never thinking about anyone else. He screamed. Look, Deacon. I don't need you to act like my father. I already have more fathers than I know what to do with, and I sure don't need you to be another one.
What do you want me to be?
Why don't you try acting like my boyfriend instead of my boss?
I need you to be supportive, not condescending.
I couldn't for the life of me figure out why he didn't understand that. I can't support stupidity, Dulcie. You should know that by now. Instinctively, I marched over to him and slapped him across the face. Angela gasped and James Randall stopped laughing. I watched as the red imprint of my hand appeared on his left cheek. It matched the redness of fury I saw in his eyes. I was certain he saw the same thing when he looked into mine. Before I could say or do anything else, Eunice entered the kitchen and glared at us both. His presence intimidated us into backing down. Deacon stormed out the front door, and I watched as his truck sped out of the driveway. Chapter 47. Deacon. My favorite activity for blowing off steam was shooting pool. Whenever Travis bullied JR and me when we were kids, which was often, we'd go to the billiard room downstairs, turn up the music, and play for hours. Neither of us was very good, but we had fun, and it got our minds off Travis. Once I was old enough to go to pool halls and have a beer or three, I enjoyed the distraction of the music and pretty women even more. I'd wasted a lot of time in places like that. When I left the house after our argument, I knew I wanted to disappear and go to some place where Dulcie wouldn't be able to find me. She was undoubtedly the most annoying woman I had ever known. But I couldn't stop thinking of her. I couldn't stop loving her. Keeping her out of trouble was becoming an obsession, and I needed a distraction before I lost my edge. I ended up at a pool hall I hadn't visited in years. I wasn't certain if it was still open until I arrived at the front door. Walking inside was like going back in time. Everything was precisely the way I remembered it, except for one thing. No longer there to greet me when I sat at the bar was the gorgeous girl I once thought could help me forget all the pain, at least for a while. She must have moved on to greener pastures instead of dealing with guys like me. I recognized the bartender, but I couldn't remember her name for the life of me. "Deacon, right?" she asked with a sideways glance. Astonished, I asked, "How did you remember my name after all these years?" "I'll do you one better, handsome. You'll see how good my memory is." She smiled a nearly toothless grin at me and reached into the cooler behind her. She brought out a familiar-looking bottle, screwed off the top, and set it in front of me. "You still like this?"
You're incredible.
"And so is this," I said as I took a long swig of my favorite beer. "No, I'm Julie, and that is on the house."
Julie.
"Right. Now I remember. And let me pay you for this." "Nope," she said. "That's the least I can do to show my gratitude for what you did for me." Skeptical, I said, "Now, I remember coming here a lot when I was younger, but I don't know what you mean. What did I do for you?" "Well, let me tell you. Whenever you used to come in here, all the young girls would follow you around and try to get your attention. They would order the same thing as you, hoping you'd notice. Even after you stopped coming here regularly, they'd still show up, order that beer, and sit and wait for you to come in. I sold so many of that particular brand of beer that the owner of the distributor started paying me visits to see why I was his best customer. We took a liking to each other and ended up getting married." "Well, congratulations, Julie. Is he around? I'd like to meet him sometime." "No, son, he passed a couple of years ago." Open mouth, insert foot. "Oh, I'm so sorry."
Don't be.
He was a rich old man, never married before, and had no kids. He left me enough money to buy this place. So after years of tending this bar and barely scraping by, I'm the rich old lady that everyone's after now. And it all started because you liked this beer." I laughed and shook my head at that incredible story. "Well, I'm glad to have played a minor role in your good fortune. Why don't you bring me another one, and I'll drink to your continued success." "Sure thing, cutie, but you'll have to pay for the next one. My gratitude only goes so far." I talked with Julie a bit longer and got up to play pool when she got busy. I was rusty, but it all came back to me. And Julie was telling the truth. Some pretty girls were watching me, and some of them ordered my unique beer, much to my amusement. After the waitress brought the third one to a girl behind me, I caught Julie's eye and lifted my bottle to her. As I felt a pleasant buzz from the beer, my pocket buzzed as well, the pocket where my cell phone was. "Hey, Dulcie. How the heck are you?" I said, a little louder and slower than I'd intended. "Are you drunk, Deacon?" "Not yet." "Oh, well, maybe a little. What can I do you for?" I asked her as one of the pretty ladies sauntered up next to me. "I think we should see other people." She said it quickly, as if trying to spare me the pain. Or was she trying to spare herself? "You do, huh? Why would you say that?" "Because I don't think we're good for each other right now, Deacon. I think we are toxic, actually. I know you care about me, and I care about—" I didn't give her the chance to finish that statement. "Don't presume to know what I feel, Miss Brisand. You don't know the slightest thing about me, so don't pretend you do. Why don't you go on about your business, leave me alone, and let me do my job? Let me find out what happened to your brother, and then we can both go back to what we were doing before this fiasco started. It's Saturday night in Music City, and I want to enjoy myself for a change instead of running after your pretty rear end." I must have shocked her, as she was quiet for a full minute. "If that's the way you want it, fine. But I'm going to stay in Nashville so I can get to know my father. He's asked me to stay, and I plan to take him up on the offer." "Well, baby, I hope you can handle seeing me live my life every day. I have no plans to change my life because of you. Again. Fine, she said before she hung up the phone. Fine, I said and slammed my phone on the lip of the pool table. That's just fine. Break up with me over the phone. Perfect. Hey. Miss Julie, get me another one of those beers I love so much, will you? Me too, the blonde on my right said as she put her hand on my shoulder. Make it 3, said the brunette on my left. It looked like it might turn out to be a good night after all. Chapter 48. Dulcie. From the sounds in the background, I assumed he was at a bar.
Oh no.
Was he going to pick up someone and bring her home? Home, where I lived at Ulysses' house. Surely, he wouldn't do that to me. Would he? We had such a terrible fight. I didn't know how angry he was. He sounded pretty drunk on the phone though. And then I had to go and break up with him. I really thought it was the right thing to do, because we had such a hard time being just a normal couple. I pushed down the small part of me that wished he'd fought harder to keep me. Thinking that way was no longer necessary. I'd screwed up already, and that was becoming clearer. But I knew I'd always love him. I had dinner by myself that evening for the first time in a long time. James Randall took Christina out for dinner, and Eunice was out with Dr. Reynolds. Charlie and Dave had taken the night off since I was back in Nashville. I didn't know they ever took time off. Although guards remained at the house, Eunice didn't need to deploy his finest to watch me. Daddy was still in Dulsan, and I didn't know where I stood with Mama. I wasn't sure if I could trust her, and until I figured that out, I would not take any chances. Exactly like I was before I met Deacon, I was lonely. Our loneliness had brought us together, but it might be our togetherness that pulled us apart. I went to my room and stared out the window for the longest time. I must have looked like a ghost to Christina when she and James Randall came home. Reminded her of a horror movie, probably. She was trying to get my attention at first, but I didn't want to acknowledge anything or anyone. I just wanted to be. After a while, I decided the one person I could talk to was Daddy. I texted him and asked him to call me when he got the chance. 5 minutes later, my phone rang. I broke up with Deacon. Why would you go and do a fool thing like that? I could almost see his disappointed expression. Don't chastise me right now, please, Daddy. Just be there for me.
No, honey.
Now may very well be the best time to chastise you. In fact, it might be a good time to rip you a new one. You deserve it. You've been so reckless lately. I don't know what to do with you. Let me guess, Deacon was telling you the same thing, and you lost your temper with him. Am I right?
But Daddy.
Don't you but Daddy me, young lady. You messed up big time. First, you should have never gone after those criminals by yourself. And don't tell me you had Callie and Darby with you, so you weren't by yourself. They don't count because they're just as stupid as you are. Everyone told you not to do it, but you did it anyway. Now wait a minute. Don't interrupt me, girl. I'm not finished. Do you know how many times Deacon called me to check on you? I'll tell you. Dozens of times. He called me every day, several times a day, to make sure you were all right. When Sonny had you, he was going out of his mind. He would do anything for you. Actually, he has done anything for you. And you and I both know he would lay down his life for you. He was right about everything. I couldn't deny it. And you did everything you could to run that boy off. I don't think you did it intentionally, but you did it nonetheless. Now you tell me you broke up with him? You need to make amends with him. This is your responsibility, child. You can't let this go. What can I do, Daddy? He's gone. Find him, apologize, and get him back. He's the best thing that's ever happened to you. Don't let him go. He hesitated a moment before saying, let me rephrase that. You two are the best thing that's ever happened to each other, and that's a rare thing anymore. Honey, he loves you and you love him.
Figure out a way to make it work.
Chapter 49. Dulcie. Daddy was right, but getting Deacon back wouldn't be easy. I'd scared him. I'd hurt him, and I knew it. Who's to say he'd want me back after the horrible things we said to each other? Or after everything I'd said and done to him? For all I knew, he had gone home with some girl from the bar. Or worse. He could have brought her home with him. I couldn't stand the thought of either of those possibilities. But he had every right. He'd lived in Ulysses' house much longer than I had. I stared out the window of my room, waiting for some inspiration to hit me on how I could get him back. I saw Ulysses' car when it came down the driveway. His driver pulled to the front of the house, and I expected to see Dr. Reynolds with him. He was alone, though. I wondered if she had surgery scheduled the next morning, or maybe she was going to church and had to be up early for that. I couldn't imagine Ulysses going with her. I bit the bullet. He wanted to get closer to me. It was finally his chance. He always stopped by his office late at night, so I met him there. I knocked 3 times on the open door. "Hey, can I come in?" "Of course, darling. You're always welcome here. What can I do for you? It must be important for you to come by here at this late hour." "I hope it's not too late, but I wanted to talk to you. There's something that's really bothering me." "What is it, Dulcie?" "I'll be glad to help in whatever way I can." "Well, you know the people in Dulsan are not fond of me right now." He nodded sympathetically. "I heard you encountered some hostility from some locals while you were there." That's one way to put it. Hostility would be a good word. So would resentment. And how can I help you with the hostility and resentment? Is there something you need me to do? I remembered the story he once told me about offering money and opportunities to victims. Did he think I was suggesting that? Well, I know I can't change other people's minds for them, but there must be something I can do. I've been thinking about a lot of things since I've been back home, and I think I need a job. I was standing near the door in case he was angry, and I needed to get out of there quickly. "Do you realize, Dulcie, this is the first time I have heard you refer to this as your home?" He turned around and smiled at me. He motioned for me to sit, and I did. "I think you're right. After the way the town rejected me, I can't say I'm surprised. Dulsan will always be home. But perhaps I need a second one." He thought for a moment. "What job are you thinking about?" "I'm sure Metro Nashville Public Schools is hiring. There always seems to be a shortage of good teachers. Dr. Reynolds used to sit on the school board. She can most likely arrange an interview for you if you wish." "What grade do you teach?" "That's not exactly what I mean." "What if I mean do you?" I was stammering like a nervous child. "Is there perhaps a place for me in your business?" I hoped I didn't sound as desperate and whiny as I felt, or it sounded to my ears. He said nothing for a long time, and I thought I had way overstepped, but then he smiled. I smiled back, not knowing if that was a good sign or not. Unbelievably, I thought I saw a small tear form in the corner of his eye. He reached for my hand, and I let him take it. "To give you a place in my business would be my honor, dear daughter. You have made me so proud tonight. I can't wait to show you off to my associates." Thrilled I hadn't made a fool of myself, I wondered if this would be good news for James Randall. What if Ulysses was grooming him to take over something important? "So," I asked sheepishly, "what job did you have in mind?" "I don't want to cause any problems with James Randall or Deacon. Do you think they will mind?" "And this matters to you?" "Why?" he asked. My gosh, he was direct. "Yes, it matters what they think. I mean, it won't change my mind, but I don't want to run into any issues with them. I don't want to step on any toes, is what I'm saying. Anything that might cause problems for them, I'm not interested in doing." "How are you and Deacon getting along?" I was uncomfortable discussing my love life with him, but I didn't see the harm in telling Ulysses the truth. I wish things were better. Not too long ago,
I thought everything was perfect, but it's changed so much recently. He doesn't seem to understand me anymore, and he's constantly having to save me from some disaster. He resents having to rescue me all the time. We actually broke up earlier tonight. I'm sorry to hear that. I thought you two were a match made in heaven. Maybe we can be again, but sometimes I'm not so sure. It's not that he doesn't understand me, but it's also because he doesn't want to try to understand what I'm going through. I know he cares, but he doesn't understand or even care how angry I am. He cares about me, but I don't think he cares about how I feel. Am I making any sense? I had no idea why I was telling this to Ulyss. Who knew he could be such a good listener? But the way he was looking at me, I wanted to tell him everything. What about you and James Randall? Does he seem intent on saving you as well? Not as much as Deacon, but yes, in his own way, I think he is. Don't get me wrong, I like James Randall very much, but he does always seem to be in Deacon's camp and never in mine. Meaning, he wants to protect me more than anything else. Sometimes I wish he'd back off the protection thing and be a bit more supportive. I'd rather him simply be a brother to me. Once again, I found my words and my emotions seemed to fly out of my mouth. His silence made me uncomfortable, which made me want to talk. But I was determined not to stammer any longer. It was his turn to spill his guts. I have some questions for you though, before we're finished with this conversation. If you don't mind, that is. They could be offensive. He shook his head. Darling, there is nothing you could say to offend me. Ask away. All right. While I was in Dulsan, I heard a rumor that you are the supplier of most of the drugs that turn up there. Is there any truth to it? Do you really want to know the answer to that question? I suppose I do. I steeled myself for the answer I knew was coming. Then yes. I am the largest major supplier in that area. It's but one area I supply. Drugs are not the only commodity I trade. You can probably guess as to some of them, but if you are interested in joining the business, you can learn them all if you wish. Knowing he wouldn't continue the conversation with me if I wasn't calm, I said, we should save that for another day. Do you know how dealers sometimes collect money from buyers who can't pay? Particularly Sonny.
You know, Sonny is not my employee.
He's simply an associate. If you're referring to the situation with Callie's mother and the young girl that you paid for, I understand that some employ the tactic in certain cases. I do not condone it. However, I do allow each of my associates and employees to work within their areas as they see fit. I do not interfere. Do you think maybe you should? The girl is a big problem for me. Callie's mom, well, as much as I hate the situation for Callie, it was Glenna's decision. She's a grown woman with demons to fight, and no one can fight them for her. This girl, though, she's different. She's done nothing wrong, but she is paying the price for someone else's mistakes. That makes me angry. It's like the situation I've been in since that night at Kix. I did nothing wrong. All my life, I've been a good person. Kept to myself. Followed the rules. Other people's issues forced me to pay a price. Fight their fights. Sacrifice. It all made me angry. What would you have me do, daughter? I can't interfere with someone's business. My eyes stung with tears I refused to let fall. I need you to interfere. Isn't there some other way you could force Bettina's brother to pay his own debts instead of sacrificing his sister? Or at least force Sonny to stop this tactic, as you call it. Ulyss thought for a moment. He touched the tips of his fingers to his lips and sat motionless. We were quite the contrast. His calm demeanor versus my ranting and raving. I was tired of standing and pacing, so I plopped back down in the chair in front of his desk. I whirled around in the chair until the room spun. The butterflies in my stomach felt better than waiting for him to make up his mind and speak. There may be a way for you to make him pay for this. It's the job I thought of giving you earlier in our conversation when you asked if there was anything you could do. Me? What can I do? He's likely too strung out to respond to anything I or anyone else says. And Sunny, I might have had the upper hand on him once, but I don't think I'll have an opportunity again. He knows I'm your daughter, but he didn't seem to be impressed with me at all. He certainly wasn't afraid to beat the crap out of me. No offense. None taken. Well, I have a way for you to manage this situation, and you won't have to deal with anyone directly. Let me tell you about the restitution division of my business. Chapter 50. Deacon. Despite the very valiant efforts of the gorgeous women from the pool hall to tempt me into going home with them, I couldn't bring myself to do it. In fact, I never even considered it. There was no other woman in the world I wanted more than Dulcie Brisand. I couldn't imagine touching, much less sleeping with another woman ever again. She had spoiled me for all of womanhood for the rest of my life. Even if I were so inclined, no matter how angry I was at her, I would never bring another woman home with Dulcie in the room next to me. I could be a jerk, but not like that, despite what she thought of me. No way I could do that to her. I loved and respected her too much for that. Because I'd had a few too many beers and didn't want to drive home, I slept in my truck outside the bar. When my cell phone notified me I had received a text message the next morning, I hoped it was possibly from Dulcie. It disappointed me, it wasn't her. I didn't recognize the number, and I first thought it was one of the girls from the night before. Did I give out my number? I thought I hadn't, but perhaps I did. I was mistaken though. It wasn't one of the girls, it was Gary reaching out about the video, though he was texting from a new number. That concerned me. He wanted me to call him as soon as I got the message. You're a day early. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think you're going to be satisfied, Gary said smugly. All right, good. What do you have for me? That was one of the better alterations of a video I have ever seen, dude. The workmanship was amazing. My head was splitting, and I was not in the mood for his excitement. Come on, man. Give me the information you have. Just trying to get you to appreciate it for the art that it is. The person who did this is a genius. He should win an Oscar someday, man. I swear if you don't tell me what you found in the next 30 seconds, I will find you and I will cut you. All right, dude. Fine. Calm down. It shows your brother Travis going into the warehouse, right? Well, that's authentic. It is him, without a doubt. I used facial recognition technology to identify him. Unfortunately, it doesn't show him coming back out, at least walking anyway. Then you see a man entering the building and coming out. He never looks at the camera, nor does he ever face it. Because you can't see his face, the technology doesn't work. As he spoke, I checked my phone for the nearest coffee shop. Preferably one that served it via IV bag. We already knew all that, Gary. Please tell me I'm not paying you to just confirm what I knew when I hired you. I haven't gotten to the best part. The unidentified man. He walks with a distinctive gait, so I'm sending you the cleaned up vid of him. Maybe you'll recognize him. Great. What else do you have? Well, as you know, 2 other guys come in and carry something out. And that something looks like a body. Sorry to have to tell you this, but I'm pretty sure they're carrying out your brother. I don't think he survived. Once again, not new information. JR and I already figured that out. Were you able to make out the faces of the 2 guys? Yes, well, almost. They're at about 75% ready, and I'll tweak them a little more before I send them to you. So they're carrying out what I think is your brother's body, and not long after that, the fire starts. So, either the guy with the distinctive gait took care of your brother, or the other 2 guys did and moved his body. The way the place went up in flames, it appeared to me that there was more than one point of origin. There's nothing identifiable in the footage, but you can clearly see shadows moving around the perimeter of the building. And little balls of fire follow them. I think they started lots of them to make the place burn faster. A knot developed in the pit of my stomach as I ran over in my head the list of who could hate our family enough to do that to Travis and then burn the evidence. When can I expect those pictures? 5 hours maybe. Say 6 tops. Dude, that's a long time. Can't you get them to me any sooner? You may have noticed I have a new phone number. I tried to run some of the analysis through my old phone and it blew up. I have a few things to install on this new one, and then I can finish your project. Besides, I'm early. It's not really due until tomorrow. He had a point, but I still didn't like it. After we hung up, I drove to find the largest cup of coffee in the city before heading home to wait for Gary to send the pictures to me. I needed to talk to JR so we could come up with a plan to find Travis's body. It was time to know for sure what happened to him, or if he still posed a threat to Dulcie. I called JR from the driveway and told him to meet me in his office in 10 minutes. And I told him to bring a bottle of whiskey. Hair of the dog. Chapter 51. Dulcie. When I awoke that Sunday morning, I knew I would go to work for Ulyss in the restitution division the next day. I wasn't sure I could do what was necessary, but I knew I had to try. Convincing myself I wouldn't be committing any crimes, I wondered if I could handle supervising the people who were doing it. I'd simply be ordering the task to be done. Somehow, I thought this would absolve me of any guilt associated with the deed. I considered attending church that morning, as I would need someone to pray for me. I told Ulyss I wanted to be the one to tell Deacon, James Randall, and Daddy about my decision. None of them would likely be happy about it, and I also knew, deep down, Ulyss would take too much pleasure in being the one to share the news. It was a victory of sorts for him. I foolishly started with Deacon. I didn't hear him come in the night before, and I immediately assumed he was with another woman. When we spoke on the phone, I heard loud music and women's voices all around. Jealousy raged in me, and I had to remind myself that I was the one who broke up with him, eventually getting it under control. I texted him and asked him to meet me for lunch at one of his favorite places. I thought being there would keep the explosion to a minimum. Plus, if he was hungover, he might have a headache and not yell at me as much. As I walked out to meet my Lyft driver, I saw Deacon's truck in the driveway. I started to cancel my ride, but when the realization came that he had not told me he was at home when I texted him, I stuck to the original plan. That fueled my theory even more that he either had a woman with him, or he'd just come back from someplace he didn't want me to know he'd been. My hand shook as I opened the car door, but I'd made my decision and was determined to be an adult about it. For once. When the driver dropped me off, I stepped to the side of the restaurant and pulled a flask from my purse. 1 sip would certainly settle my nerves. 2 would be better. I took 5. I went in confidently, which was completely fake and only happened because of the liquor, and ordered an appetizer and sweet tea while I waited. I wasn't hungry, but I was nervous and needed something to occupy my thoughts while I waited. Besides, I didn't want to get sick from the whiskey on an empty stomach. When I heard people gasping and noticed a few women turning their heads to the door, I knew Deacon had arrived. His tall, brooding good looks were hard to ignore, and strangers noticed him. James Randall once told me that's why Deacon wears dark sunglasses and trench coats, no matter the weather, when he's on a stakeout, or otherwise trying to be inconspicuous. Like when he first came to Dulsan and followed me. I thought he looked ridiculous, but it kinda grew on me. He was an impressive guy on a regular day, but as he'd freshly showered and entered the building with still wet hair, the women in the room nearly fell all over themselves trying to get a good look. He saw me and motioned for the waitress to bring a beer to our table. She smiled in acknowledgement and strode over to us. As he sat across from me, I heard a woman groan from another table. I glanced at her, and I could almost read the look on her face. She didn't think I was in his league. He heard the woman gasp too, and turned to find her so he could wink at her. Jerk. After we had placed our orders, he said, "So, you wanted to talk to me. You can let out your breath now, and say whatever's on your mind. Let's make this a quick lunch." I have an appointment this afternoon. I'm not sure how you're going to take this news, and I want you to be happy for me. Tell me already." He reached for a cheese stick and dipped it in marinara sauce. "Fine. I've decided to go back to work. I know I don't need to, and it might not be the best timing right now, but it would make me feel like a useful person again." "That's great if that's what you want to do. What school?" "No, I'm not going back to teaching. I don't think I could handle being in the classroom right now. Besides, like you guys said, what if Travis or someone else comes looking for me? I can't have any trouble with my kids. I'm going to work for my father." His face fell slightly, and I thought I was about to hear the anger. "Oh, you're gonna keep the books at the garage for Carter? He mentioned to me once that he'd wanted you to do that for some time. So you're moving back to Dulsan?" "No, Deacon. Not Daddy. I'm going to work for my father. For Ulyss. In his company." I thought the anger was coming a moment before, but his reaction was different than expected. He was silent for far too long, and I knew rage was bubbling closer to the surface. Fixing his eyes on me, he picked up his beer and swallowed half of the bottle in one gulp, then held it in the air and called the waitress for another one. "Say something."
Anything.
He didn't. He simply continued to glare at me. Even as the waitress brought his beer, he watched me. Never taking his eyes off me, he guzzled the entire bottle without taking a breath. He slammed the bottle onto the table, causing the salt and pepper shakers to fall and shocking nearby customers. "You're angry, I see that. Can we talk about this?" I sheepishly smiled at the other customers and stooped to pick up the salt and pepper shakers that were rolling around at my feet. "I think it's going to work out fine." "Do you? Work out fine, huh? I don't know who you are anymore, Dulcie. Have you lost your ever-lovin' mind?" "No, Deacon, I have not. I've thought this through, and this is the best thing for me to do for myself right now." He leaned back in the chair and rubbed his left hand across his lips. "The best thing you can do right now is have your head examined. I can't believe you are considering this, Dulcie." His voice was low, but it teemed with anger. I was glad I told him in a public place. At least he'd have to maintain some level of decorum. "You have no idea what you are getting into. Have you told Carter about this?" "I'm telling him later today. He and Mama are probably not home from church yet. I haven't told James Randall yet either. I wanted to talk to you first. Look, I know you're not crazy about this, but..." That's an understatement. "I don't understand why you would think this is a good idea. Please, explain this to me." "I can try." Taking a breath, I let it out slowly. Needing to choose my words carefully, I had to make him understand. "You didn't know me before my life fell apart, Deacon. I had a pretty good life, and I was happy. Except for getting to know you, I haven't been happy in a long time. Now nothing can take away the pain I've suffered or the anger I have. I know about anger. You don't have to ruin your life or lose your soul working for Ulyss. Why is it okay for you and James Randall to work for Ulyss but not for me? That's hardly fair, and unfairness is one thing that has been making me so angry lately." Redness rose toward his face from his neck. "I told you before, Dulcie, I do not work for Ulyss." "Yeah, you say that, but really you do. You realize that, don't you? You live in his house, eat his food, take his money, and you do jobs for him. That means you work for him. I don't know why you don't get that." I knew my argument wouldn't convince him, but I had to try. He'd always been adamant he was independent, but he had no idea how deeply he was already involved. "That doesn't mean anything. He raised me, for heaven's sake. I owe him my life. Of course, I'm going to do what he asks me to do." "All right then. If you don't work for him, what do you do for work? Other than driving around in your truck, attracting attention from all the women in town." I tried to keep my voice down, but I glanced around the room and caught the looks on the faces of the diners. I realized I was louder than I'd wanted to be, and I wondered if I'd make it out of there alive. Did football officials feel that way when they made a bad call and the home crowd didn't like it? I stand by what I said. I'm sorry you don't see it, but I'll bet if you asked Ulyss, he'd have a different take on it. He started to stand, but then he plopped back down. I must have hit a nerve. He was quiet for a few minutes. He clutched the bottle and found one more swallow in it, which he downed angrily. Do you know what you'll be doing at this great new job of yours? Did he tell you the specifics?
Yes, actually.
Ulyss and I talked and worked everything out already. Well, are you going to tell me, or is it a secret? My mouth curved into a smile, despite my best efforts to prevent it. No, it's not a secret. Do you know about his restitution division? The color drained out of Deacon's face. He remained motionless in his chair, and I worried something was physically wrong with him. He finally spoke. Please tell me you're not serious, Dulcie. You cannot be serious about this. I said nothing and stared back at him. Turnabout was fair play, and really, there was nothing for me to say. Since you've decided, there's nothing left for us to talk about. He checked his beer to ensure it was indeed empty, and turned it up to his mouth just in case before he stood up. You're leaving? The food hasn't arrived yet. I don't have much of an appetite anymore. He placed a $100 bill on the table and turned toward the door.
Deacon, wait.
Let me ask the waitress to make our orders to go. I hate to waste it. You're not going with me, Dulcie. I narrowed my brows and cocked my head to the side, not understanding. But I took a lift here. You're my ride home. You should call your new boss. See if he'll send a car for you. See you, Dulcie. And he was gone. The women at the surrounding tables snickered. I guess they were right, and I wasn't in his league after all. The conversation I had with James Randall differed greatly from the one I had with Deacon. He didn't say much at all. He was worried. Insecure. It was as if he was afraid I was taking his place, a fact that I'd mentioned to Ulyss when he suggested the job. I tried to assure him about my intentions, and that Ulyss and I had discussed it. Nothing I said mattered, though. He looked like a deer facing the headlights. I said a quick prayer before I picked up the phone to call Daddy. I finished it quicker than I had intended, because I thought the man upstairs didn't want to hear from me on the subject. After all, I was about to tell Daddy I was beginning a career in the restitution division. I was certain that God already knew about that part of Ulyss's organization that planned and executed covering up crimes. That wasn't likely to garner an answer to any prayer from me. I've already talked to Deacon, and I don't think I have anything to say to you about this right now, Daddy said when he answered my call. It surprised me he was more distant than I hoped, but I shouldn't have been. Of course, he'd be upset if I didn't tell him first. Freaking Deacon. I'm sorry you didn't hear it from me. Deacon knew I wanted to be the one to tell you. Wait until I get my hands on him. Really, Dulcie? I don't think I can talk to you about this now, he said with a catch in his voice. Daddy, please. You have to understand why I'm doing this. Please talk to me. Let me explain. All right. What do you have to say to me about this? I inhaled deeply, held it, and exhaled gradually, thinking it would soothe my nerves. It didn't. There is so much anger inside me, and it's been there for so long. I can't stand to sit by and let innocent people get hurt anymore. It's not fair. Is it fair to the victims of the crimes that Ulyss is covering up? What about them?
And what of them?
What about me? Or Callie and Glenna? What about girls like Bettina being forced to? It's awful for them, and I am sorry about that. But there's no reason for you to entrench yourself into his organization. I dropped my head into my hands and propped my elbows up on the kitchen table. I don't understand why everyone is getting so upset about this. Just like I told Deacon, it will be fine. You'll see. I'll be helping people. Helping people? How? It's like Ulyss said when he told me about making things right for the families of the shootings in Dulsan. People who lose family members unjustly sometimes need a little help to get through it. A young mother who loses a husband needs help with the kids now she's a single parent. Or a child whose parent is gone may need money for college. I'll be helping to identify those people, their needs, and make thing arrangements to get them assistance. Is that what you think you'll be doing? I nodded, confused at his question. Well, sweetheart, I suggest you talk to Ulyss. It's not my place to tell you. It's his. You just make sure you know what you're doing before you get in too deep. If it's not what you expect, and you do something you're not comfortable doing, better to make sure it doesn't come back to bite you in the butt. Unless there's anything else you want to tell me, I need to go now, Dulcie. I hope you know what you're doing. I do, Daddy. I'll be fine. Famous last words. I was about to tell him I loved him, but he'd already hung up the phone. I could only hope that he knew it, and that someday he'd accept my decision. Until then, I had a lot of work to do, for both my fathers. Epilogue 1. Dulcie. Attempting to explain to Callie and Darby why I was going to work for Ulyss went little better than it had with Daddy, James Randall, or Deacon. They couldn't understand. They believed Ulyss was dangerous, and I was getting in over my head by going to work for him. I tried to explain to them he was my father and wouldn't let anything happen to me. I appreciated their concern, but ultimately the decision was mine to make, and I made it. Ulyss would watch out for me, protect me. I told Callie she needed to concentrate on Glenna's recovery now that she'd found a place, and Ulyss prepaid the facility. She told me she loved me and advised me to be careful. She also told me to go find Deacon and bring him to my bed instead of breaking up with him. Later, I heard the sounds of the various members of the family stirring around the house. I thought I heard footsteps slowing as they approached my door. They stopped, and my heart beat faster. Lingering but a moment, they drifted away, and I heard the door to Deacon's room open, then shut. I imagined him walking toward the bed while pulling off his shirt and throwing it across the chair that stood in the corner. The sound of his shower drew my attention to his room again. He must have gone straight to the gym or come home to the pool to blow off steam after our lunch, since he was taking another shower. His hair had still been wet from the first one when we met for lunch. Soon I could smell the masculine soap he always used mixed with the warm air from the steam, and I was grateful for it. How I wanted to be in there with him. I allowed my mind to continue to imagine us in there together. The gentleness of his hands soaping my back. The power in his arms as he turned me around to face him. Hot water streaming down on us, and it had no chance to be hotter than we were. The soft wet kisses on my lips, cheeks, and ears. Lifting me in his firm embrace and pinning me against the wall of the shower. The rhythm of our lovemaking overtaking the sound of the water falling on the tile floor. I heard the shower turn off and realized I had a dull ache in my heart. The rest of my life was going to be harder than I ever thought. Epilogue 2. Deacon. I stretched out on my bed after my shower, wishing Dulcie was beside me. Heck, she was in the next room. If I knew what was good for me, and for her, I'd go get her, beg her forgiveness for being an imbecile, and make mad, passionate love to her for so long that we both needed another shower. Never had the two of us been so close, yet so far apart. Earlier, I stood outside her door and almost knocked. I couldn't figure out why I didn't. Back in my room, I gave myself a pep talk and decided to go back and actually do it that time. I was almost out the door when a ping on my phone stopped me. Gary had sent the files. I nearly dropped the phone when I opened what he'd sent. I texted JR and told him I needed to talk to him right away. The images were razor sharp, and I recognized precisely who the men were in the video. He was in his office and told me to come there. We watched the video again 3 times, neither of us saying a word, but both knowing precisely what we saw. The 2 men carrying out Travis's body were Charlie and Dave. And the man with the distinctive gait was Ulyss. We both sat in stunned silence for I didn't know how long. So correct me if I'm wrong, JR said slowly. This video shows that Dad, our father, executed Travis, his own son, then had Charlie and Dave move the body before setting the building on fire to cover it up. I knew it sounded far-fetched, but it was Charlie, Dave, and Euless. I had no doubts. Yes. That's exactly what I believe we watched. JR stood and paced the floor nervously. Why would he do that? I don't understand. I don't know. I know he was angry at Travis because of what happened with Dulcie. But why would he eliminate him? He stopped in his tracks, turned to me and said, I think the more urgent question is, if he's capable of doing that to his own child, what does that mean for you and me? Or for Dulcie? Epilogue 3. Carter. I walked the floor as I tried to form intelligent sentences. What are the plans going forward? I asked on the phone. The same as they have been. Nothing has changed. But what about her going to work for Euless? This isn't good news. We could lose her to him. She won't go over completely to his side. And even if she goes far, we can use it as leverage against her later on. Surprised, I said, you sound as if you knew this was going to happen all along. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's working out beautifully. I'd suspected this, and now it's only a matter of time before I can reclaim what's mine. This was my plan from the very beginning. Epilogue 4. Euless. He looked nervous, sitting there in front of me, as well he should. I was not in the mood to tolerate incompetence. I wasn't expecting to see you today, Mr. Brisand. What can I do for you? Can you explain to me why my daughter had bruises all over her, Sonny? That was an accident, sir. I didn't mean for it to happen, Sonny said. That was not part of the plan, and her being injured is unacceptable. Beating my daughter was not what I paid you to do. You were supposed to abduct her and those friends of hers and hold them until you heard from me. I wouldn't have cared for you to beat the other girl, Callie, or that boyfriend of hers, as I find them both to be insufferable, but you dared to lay a hand on my Dulcie. It took everything I had to stop my hand from coming down hard across his pitiful face. With all due respect, sir, I lost 2 men. We were not supposed to be in any real danger. You told us you'd instructed your men not to fire at us. You said they would either miss completely or use blanks. Sonny said, as if it actually mattered. I was not in control of my 3rd son. He was not supposed to be there, and he was not aware of the plan. However, suffice it to say that your loss paid for my daughter's injuries. You should consider it a good thing that Deacon took out those men of yours. A good thing, he asked.
Yes, a very good thing for you.
Because now I don't have to take you out. The price for my daughter's injuries is final. Someone had to pay it as retribution. If it had not been those men, it would have been you. But since those other men paid the price, I no longer need to seek vengeance. And since 2 men paid when only 1 was required, I owe you a life. Use this favor wisely. You'll only get 1, as I don't enjoy being indebted to anyone. So see. It's a good thing. I quickly departed, leaving the surprised young man behind me, since I had important plans to execute and not a second to lose. All things were coming together exactly as I'd wanted. I had a mouse to catch. The end.